I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651. Enter the Black Tower, complete the small world mission, gain abilities, and come out alive. This is the rule inside the Black Tower. Godzilla actually said that she did not gain abilities after completing the second small world mission. Captain Umazlala naturally did not believe it. My dear, I believe you. Captain Umazlala spoke with great emotion and extreme sincerity, just as he was sincere when he swore to join the exploration team. Hateful, so disgusting, I have goosebumps on my body. Godzilla smiled and jumped away. She turned her head and said, I'll go see the wedding scene layout. I can't let those rude servants mess up the wedding. Captain Umazlala watched Godzilla disappear at the end of the road. His face looked ugly, and his fists clenched. Godzilla realized that she had walked out of Captain Umazlala's sight, and the smile on her face immediately faded and suddenly covered with frost. 3 days later, Zenshin City. Godzilla rode a white horse in front. On each side, there were 20 followers in bright red clothes, blowing trumpets as they walked. Dozens of mana guards holding spears followed behind them. The traditional firecrackers of Gaystar were indispensable. The 2 carriages kept throwing out plates of firecrackers. Amid the crackling sound, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The whole team appeared on the street, instantly attracting the attention of the civilians. The pale-faced, thin-bodied, ragged civilians were also excited and talked about it. Do you know? The magician of Xiaobao is getting married. I heard that the groom is a very handsome boy. TSK, TSK, so many firecrackers, enough for our Zenshin City to use for a year. This is a big show. The magician is amazing. Of course, it's all because of the magician that we can live in peace for so many years. If there were no magicians, we might have been taken away by gorillas. That's right, the magician is our god. It's a pity that we are not qualified to participate in the wedding of the god. Oh, you don't even look at your own status. I heard that Xiaobao invited more than a dozen magicians to participate this time. TSK, more than a dozen magicians. Amazing, amazing. Captain Umazlala, sitting in the big red carriage, curiously lifted the red satin curtain of the carriage and looked at this small city in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. This was his first time leaving the manor, and he was full of interest in this strange world outside. Unlike the tall buildings in the manor, the streets are lined with adobe houses, which are covered with black thatch. Under the erosion of time, these houses are crumbling. The shops on both sides of the road are in a mess. On the meat rack in front of a butcher's shop, there are 2 pieces of fresh meat, and the fresh meat is crawling with flies. The butcher did not intend to drive away the flies, and the customers next to him did not think it was wrong. They were trying to choose a piece of high quality fresh meat from it. The residents were all wearing patched coarse linen clothes. Although it was already the coldest month of winter and the weather was getting colder, some children were still running around naked on the street. The only well-dressed people on the street were those wearing dark black robes and holding MODO. They should be the Yamen runners sent by the government of Zenshin City to maintain order. Although these Yamen runners were few in number, they were extremely fierce. The MODO in their hands flashed a cold light in the sun, which frightened the civilians who tried to approach the convoy and stood honestly on both sides of the street. The roads were all rugged and yellow. Although they looked like they had been cleaned, the convoy still had yellow smoke billowing as it passed by. Looking around, the whole small city was in tatters. It was like 2 different worlds compared to the manor. This was the real Gaystar. Backward and ugly. Captain Umazlala sighed and put down the satin curtains in his hand. The outside world had nothing to do with him. Perhaps to satisfy the vanity of Godzilla, the convoy drove very slowly. It took 2 hours to reach the destination, the largest hotel in Zenshin City. The 3-story hotel was simply a crane standing out among chickens in Zenshin City. On its gate hung a red lacquer plaque with 5 gay characters on it, Zenshin Grand Hotel. When Captain Umazlala got off the carriage with the help of the maid, Godzilla had already gotten off the horse. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress with gold embroidered patterns on it and a pearl princess crown on her head. She walked forward with a smile, stretched out her hand to hold Captain Umazlala, husband, come in. At this time, the front door was already full of people watching the excitement. When they saw the two standing together, they all talked about it. This young man is really handsome. No wonder he was favored by the divine magician. I heard that the divine magician killed his entire family in order to dominate the young man. Kill him if you want to. The divine magician kills a few people like a game. But, Laoliu, don't say such things everywhere. Be careful that it gets out. When the time comes, the divine magician will blame you, and your head will fall to the ground. Third brother, I know. Captain Umazlala stepped into the hotel lobby with the help of Chen Shuxian. In the lobby, the guests and friends were already satisfied. These people were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, behaved in a decent manner, and looked very prestigious. But when they saw Captain Umazlala and Chen Shuxian coming in, they all stood up and folded their hands to congratulate. Miss Chen Shuxian, congratulations on your marriage. This boy has a handsome face and a strong physique. Although he is not a divine magician, your children will definitely become divine magicians in the future. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, Mr. Chen Shuxian, thank you for your blessing. As she spoke, she gently pulled Captain Umazlala. Captain Umazlala quickly folded his hands and smiled. Mr. Divine Magician, thank you for coming. The divine magician named Chen Shuxian nodded with satisfaction. Then another divine magician with a strange appearance came up, and his voice was hoarse. Chen Shuxian, I didn't expect that after so many years, you would choose a mortal as your husband. I'm so disappointed. This divine magician was extremely thin, his skin tightly wrapped around his bones, and his eye sockets were sunken, looking like a skeleton. He looked unhappy, and his eyes were full of hostility towards Captain Umazlala. God Zahua remained calm. God Skull Warrior, although I, God Zahua, have weaker abilities, I'm also a messenger of God, and have the right to choose my spouse independently. I'm very happy that you can come to the wedding banquet today to give me face. But if you want to make trouble, then you have chosen the wrong place. Humph. At this time, more than a dozen divine magicians in purple robes gathered around at the same time. They should all be friends of God Zahua. They looked at the God Skull Warrior with unfriendly eyes. One of the sturdy men even rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms. He raised his fist as big as a sandbag and said viciously, Skullhead, now I give you two choices. One is to get out of here obediently, and the other is that I will use my iron fist to beat you into bone residue and then throw you out. You choose. When God Skullhead saw the man appear, he immediately took a step back involuntarily, with a look of fear. God Iron Fist, don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you have a pair of iron fists. I suddenly remembered that the fire at home was not turned off, and now I need to go back. As he said, he squeezed out of the crowd in a panic. God Zahua said gratefully, Brother Iron Fist, thank you. God Iron Fist scratched his head and smiled honestly, Sister Zahua, you are too polite. If that skullhead dares to harass you again in the future, let me know, and I will smash him into pieces. Although their expressions were very natural, there was a strange look in their eyes. It seems that there is a story between these two people. Captain Umazlala's heart moved. But now is not a good time to ask. Captain Umazlala can only suppress this question in his heart. With the departure of God Skeleton Warrior, the atmosphere at the wedding scene suddenly became heated. God Zahua introduced her divine magician friends to Captain Umazlala one by one. Then came the nearby big landowners. Finally, the officials of Zenshan City. All the guests praised Captain Umazlala's appearance and called him the most beautiful man on Gaystar. Although he knew that this was a compliment, Captain Umazlala still couldn't help his inner joy. The wedding ceremony was quite simple, just bowing 3 times to a wooden statue. This wooden statue is said to be the statue of the great divine magician of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. But in Captain Umazlala's opinion, it was just a crappy wooden statue, and there was even a crack on the head of the statue. After the ceremony, there was naturally a grand banquet. The attendants brought out plates of delicacies, which were beautiful in color and exuded bursts of fragrance, but Captain Umazlala's mind always appeared the image of the 2 pieces of fresh meat crawling with flies. When flies crawl on food, they sometimes lay eggs in the food. He would never eat these foods full of fly eggs, even though he knew that these fly eggs had been destroyed by high temperatures and had all died. In this way, Captain Umazlala did not move his chopsticks once during the entire wedding banquet. Even though these foods included rarest fish from the deep sea of 10,000 meters and 1,000-year-old ice lotus from the Great Snow Mountain, he was not moved. On the way back, Chen Shuxian also squeezed into the carriage. In fact, the carriage was quite large, more than 10 square meters, and there were 2 soft beds inside, like a small room. While greeting the guests, Chen Shuxian was also paying attention to Captain Umazlala. Seeing that he did not eat a single drop of water, he thought he had other ideas in his mind. She recalled the whole dinner, and the only thing she could think of was that conflict. In the conflict, God Iron Fist came out to drive away the God Skeleton Warrior. Do you want to ask about God Iron Fist? Captain Umazlala didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. It seemed that this woman misunderstood that he was jealous, but he didn't make any excuses. Because he was really confused about why God Iron Fist would come forward for God Zahua. At the wedding, God Zahua had so many friends present. When they saw the God Skeleton Warrior stand up to provoke, they all avoided their eyes and just pretended not to see it. Obviously, these divine magicians are selfish by nature. They don't want to offend another divine magician for God Zahua. So why did God Iron Fist take the initiative to stand up? Captain Umazlala would never believe that the strong man was really a reckless person. To become a divine magician, you must enter the Black Tower. After entering the Black Tower, those who can come out alive are definitely not simple. Seeing Captain Umazlala's expressionless face, God Zahua sighed and explained, God Skeleton Warrior is a powerful divine magician. He can transform into a skeleton warrior holding a long sword. Since the skeleton itself is a dead object, he is not afraid of fire, frost, and poisonous fog. He has a higher status in the Divine Magician Club than ordinary first-level divine magicians. He is also cruel by nature, and will take revenge for any slight, so none of my friends dare to offend him. And God Iron Fist has a pair of indestructible iron fists, which is the natural enemy of the skeleton warrior. They have sparred before, and that time God Iron Fist almost hammered the God Skeleton Warrior into pieces with his big iron fists. That's all. Captain Umazlala, who was expecting a bloody plot, was a little bored. Seeing that Captain Umazlala was not satisfied with this explanation, God Zahua took out the corpse of a green kingfisher from his pocket. She blew at the kingfisher's corpse in the surprised eyes of Captain Umazlala. The dead kingfisher immediately flapped its wings, chirped a few times, and flew to the top of the carriage. This is the magic kingfisher from the Shuan Mountains. It is usually dormant. When it is awake, it can block the eavesdropping of people with special abilities. Chen Shuxian explained to Captain Umazlala, whose eyes were about to fall to the floor. Good guy. A biological anti-eavesdropping device. Captain Umazlala's scientific view was hit again. However, he quickly came to his senses and realized that Chen Shuxian must have something very confidential to tell him, otherwise he would not have released this biological anti-eavesdropping device. In the Divine Magician Club, some divine magicians have the ability to eavesdrop thousands of miles away. They can clearly hear all sounds within a range of thousands of miles. Chen Shuxian explained. Eavesdropping thousands of miles away. Then wouldn't they be able to hear our conversation in the manor at that time? Captain Umazlala thought of something, and his face changed drastically. Don't worry, the walls of the manor are all made of bluestone, which is a natural building material that blocks eavesdropping. God Zahua explained with a smile. Captain Umazlala was relieved to hear that his identity had not been leaked. God Zahua continued to explain, the ancestor of God Iron Fist was the god of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. It was his ancestor who protected us, the descendants of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil. He also inherited the will of his ancestor, and vowed to protect us for life, and he can respond to our plan, to attack the Divine Magician Club at any time. So, you don't have to be jealous. Just because his ancestor was a god, God Iron Fist had to protect God Zahua, and might even be an enemy of the entire Divine Magician community in the future. Captain Umazlala found this kind of train of thought difficult to understand. Chapter 652. In the grey fog space, the big-headed Pajero people talked endlessly about the story of Captain Umaslava. Liemo fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, this was the longest story that the big-headed Pajero people had ever told. The plot of the story was also very cliched. It was nothing more than a captain of the Pajero civilization who made a mistake, drove a spaceship, ran to a primitive planet, and then attempted to rule the planet. Originally, Liemo had no interest in this kind of story. After listening to the beginning, he was ready to interrupt. Just then, a new element appeared in the story. A native with extraordinary abilities appeared. Extraordinary abilities are a magical ability that violates the laws of the universe. Liemo had to suppress his impetuousness. Because, on Earth, there are also people with abilities. The earliest people with abilities should be the second generation ancestors such as Wang Di. As carbon-based creatures, they can be invulnerable to swords and guns, resist tanks, and even come back to life. That monster-like hometown can also stuff other dead second generation ancestors into its own body. This ability completely exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. Very unscientific. After analyzing their physical structure, Liemo originally thought that their abilities were generated by the seeds inside their bodies. In other words, only the second generation ancestors and ancestors have abilities. After they are eliminated, there will be no more people with abilities on the earth, and the impact on human civilization is not great. However, now there are new people with abilities. In the attack on Chen Shuxian, Liemo dispatched the Earth Defense Bureau's escort team to rescue, and at the same time, mobilized the geosynchronous orbit satellite to monitor the battlefield. Therefore, everything that happened on the battlefield was clearly recorded. After analysis by the Earth Defense Bureau's data department, in the battle outside the Adili village chief, the attacker was Wang Di, who was completely destroyed in the battle to destroy the sacred mountain. He brought 3 people with extraordinary abilities. Considering that Wang Di is a second generation ancestor and has inherited the high priest, the 3 people with abilities around him are likely to be ancestors or second generation ancestors. It is not surprising that they have extraordinary abilities. In addition to the attackers, what surprised the data department and Liemo the most was a person who had been hiding next to him. That is, the new Adili village chief, Red Hair. This red-haired Adili villager had been hiding in the grass beside him when the battle began, looking like an ordinary person. However, when Wang Di suddenly broke out, and the battlefield situation was critical, the synchronous orbit satellite captured Wang Di turning into a diamond man in an instant, and his body surface was covered with hard diamonds. This is a new ability user. After realizing this, Liemo immediately sent the human starship to Adili village. Red Hair is a smart man. Facing this interstellar spaceship equipped with a beam generator, which once killed his hometown with one shot, he chose to surrender. Later, in the Black Domain, Liemo personally interrogated Red Hair and learned that he did not have extraordinary abilities, but had awakened his abilities after drinking a certain ancestral secret medicine. In addition to turning into a diamond man, he also has a useless skill called carrying a well with you. Although the Adili villagers have always thought that they are descendants of their ancestors, after DNA comparison, Mosey technology found that they are pure Earth species. Liemo guessed that the ancestors might need a group of slaves, so he brainwashed the people of Adili village and made them think that they were aliens, so that they would be loyal. When Red Hair knew that he was an Earthling, he was not disappointed, but felt a little relieved. Although he grew up in the closed Adili village, he had already been in contact with the outside world and was full of interest in the rich and colorful culture of mankind. Moreover, he had a dream, which was to become the greatest pianist in the world and create the most beautiful notes. After confirming that he was not an alien, the last barrier in Red Hair's heart was gone, and he confessed everything about Adili village to the Earth Defense Agency and expressed his willingness to work for the Earth Defense Agency in the future. Liemo was also full of interest in this guy, who could transform into a diamond, and agreed without hesitation. After Red Hair joined the Earth Defense Agency, he had 2 daily jobs. One was to learn to play the piano. Yes, this Adili villager who dreamed of becoming a pianist did not know how to play the piano. The second was to work at the Extraordinary Ability Research Center of Mosey Technology. Of course, his job was to be studied. At the same time, Liemo also successfully got the secret medicine of a Dili village. After drinking the secret medicine, you can gain extraordinary abilities. What a huge temptation. Even Liemo can hardly resist this temptation. Imagine if he is lucky enough to get the abilities of Superman, Ultraman, or even One Punch Man, and can go to the sky and into the earth, then the upcoming alien spacecraft will not be a big deal. However, Liemo still has doubts about extraordinary abilities. How does this ability with a little scientific reason come about, and how does it work? Does it need to pay a corresponding price? Just like some Western medicines, while treating illnesses, they will also produce side effects of varying degrees. What are the side effects of extraordinary abilities? Liemo decided not to take the secret medicine easily before he got these important information clear. Of course, he also asked the drug analysis experts of Mosey Technology to analyze the secret medicine of a Dili village, and the results were very disappointing. The secret medicine is composed of bizarre, rhinoceros horn, furan liver, Morinda officinalis, citrus aurantium, prunella vulgaris, and an unknown element. It can be foreseen that the key point of the secret medicine that can give people superpowers is that unknown element. This unknown element is likely to be brought from Mars by the ancestors, so Liemo ordered the Mars base to launch a large-scale Mars exploration activity, but unfortunately there is still no discovery. The research on red hair by the Mosey Technology Extraordinary Ability Research Institute has also reached a deadlock. Red hair is very cooperative, super cooperative. Whether the scientists let him lie naked in the instrument or let him perform superpowers, he cooperates without hesitation. However, scientists have used various advanced instruments to study red hair, but they cannot find out how the cells in his body turn from carbon-based cells to diamonds. Everything happened in an instant. When red hair transformed, the cells turned into diamonds in an instant. It makes no sense. In addition, the source of energy required for cells to turn into diamonds has not been found out. Some scientists suspect that this energy may be dark energy, but there is no scientific basis for this. Although science seems so powerless in the face of extraordinary abilities, Liemo is not discouraged. He firmly believes that science can explain everything. Some phenomena cannot be explained by science, because human science has not yet developed to the point where it can explain everything. Just like a lighter for humans, it costs $1 each. If someone brings it to primitive society, the primitive people wearing animal skins, waving sticks and chasing wild beasts will definitely kneel down and call this person a god. Because in the primitive people's cognition, the violent lightning in the sky will produce flames when it hits the trees. And lightning is the power that only gods have, so things that can produce flames must be divine objects. However, in modern technology, lighters produce flames because there is a gas storage tank inside, which stores a certain amount of gas fuel such as propane. This gas can be liquefied when slightly pressurized, but it is easy to vaporize once it is decompressed. When the switch is pressed, the valve connected to the switch opens. Propane vaporizes and overflows, and at the same time, the electronic igniter connected to the switch generates sparks due to high voltage, and the propane vapor encounters electric sparks and is ignited. This is completely in line with the laws of the universe, and has nothing to do with the so-called gods. Only with the rapid development of science can the secrets behind extraordinary abilities be discovered. With this in mind, Liemo took time out to come to the Mosey Technology Building, where more than 10,000 physicists, mathematicians, and chemists around the world are studying the grand unified theory of the universe. As long as humans can crack the grand unified theory of the universe, they can truly master the laws of the universe, and may be able to explain extraordinary abilities. Liemo's sudden visit made Fang Lanshan look at a loss. But when he saw Fang Lanshan, who looked embarrassed, standing in front of the building with a group of depressed scientists to greet him, Liemo immediately realized that the grand unified theory of the universe had not yet been cracked. However, Liemo did not mean to blame them. After all, the grand unified theory of the universe is the most profound secret of the universe, and cannot be easily cracked. Liemo's generosity made those great scientists feel even more ashamed. These days, they truly felt Professor Liemo's emphasis on the grand unified theory of the universe. In order to help them relieve their fatigue, the Earth Defense Agency not only established a special entertainment and leisure center in the building, but also sent a special masseur. In order to give them a good rest environment, the Earth Defense Agency replaced all the original double rooms with standard rooms of 5-star hotels. In order to cater to the tastes of each of them, the Earth Defense Agency specially invited a large number of 5-star chefs from all over the world. This treatment was first class even before the moon fell. Of course, they knew the reason behind it. They worked hard every day, looking forward to cracking the grand unified theory of the universe, and repaying Professor Liemo. Unfortunately, there was no progress. Liemo inspected the work of scientists with a warm smile on his face, and encouraged them not to be discouraged. Science is advancing in constant failure. However, he was full of melancholy in his heart, because mankind's time is running out. This melancholy broke out completely when he received a confidential call on his way back. Brother Hay from the Marxing base sent a message that during the journey of the navigator to Marxing, a crew member named Wang Ming suddenly suffered from the extraordinary ability disease. That's right, before figuring out the source of extraordinary abilities, Liemo temporarily classified extraordinary abilities as a disease. Because extraordinary abilities can change the internal structure of the human body, and some can even cause pain. What else can this be, if not a disease? After hearing that Wang Ming suddenly had the ability of language curse, Liemo's heart suddenly jumped. Wang Ming is different from the second generation ancestor Wang Di and the red-haired man who took the secret medicine. He is a pure earthling who suddenly became a capable person without touching any strange objects. Is the extraordinary ability contagious? If so, it would be bad. Humans are animals full of desires, and they will attack each other for their own interests. At present, the reason why human society can remain calm is that there is the deterrence of the Earth Defense Bureau. The Earth Defense Bureau not only has the strongest combat power in the world, but also has 3 interstellar spacecraft. Those who have ulterior motives can only keep their bad thoughts in their hearts and behave honestly. However, this deterrence is likely to collapse with the emergence of superpowers. Once they become capable people, humans will have unimaginable power. With power, there are desires. If the source of the extraordinary ability cannot be found out as soon as possible and the infection route cannot be cut off, human civilization is likely to fall into global chaos. Therefore, Liemo ordered the Earth Defense Bureau to analyze and study the people and things that crew member Wang Ming had contacted. Unfortunately, nothing was found. The investigation results showed that Wang Ming was a person with an extremely boring life. After becoming the chef on the Navigator, his daily life trajectory was clear. He was either training or in the dormitory. He had never left the Gobi Desert Base. After no harvest, Liemo ordered the Earth Defense Agency to conduct a large-scale investigation on a global scale, targeting people suspected of having extraordinary abilities. For a time, those who claimed that they could bend spoons with their eyes, take objects from a distance with their minds, and even magicians were brought to the Earth Defense Agency. As a result, after a comprehensive inspection, these people only knew some tricks and did not have any extraordinary abilities. This result made Liemo relieved. Although there was no second Wang Ming on the Earth, Liemo was still alert. It is imperative to find out the extraordinary abilities. That's why he would listen to the big-headed Pajero man talking here. Now there is another question. Liemo slowly stood up and looked directly at the big-headed Pajero man. The big head, who was immersed in his own world, was still talking non-stop. Big head, is your story true? Liemo asked a key question. If this is just a story, then Liemo's idea of peeping into the secrets of extraordinary abilities from it will be completely lost. Of course, just like the true story of civilization that I told you before, this story is also true. The big-headed Pajero man answered without hesitation. Although this story is a wild story, it was noticed by the Pajero Academy of Sciences after it spread. The great scientists of the Academy sent another exploration team to the Dark Star Cluster. This time, a small spaceship in the exploration team successfully passed through the interstellar dust belt and sent back a message. In the message, the exploration team met Captain Umazlera, who had become the god who ruled the Dark Star Cluster and possessed ruthless and endless power. The Pajero Academy of Sciences also pardoned his crimes and gave him the Dark Star Cluster. However, due to the barrier of interstellar dust and the hostility of Captain Umazlara, the Pajero civilization has not been able to truly control the Dark Star Cluster, and even the most basic research has not been completed. Wow, Captain Umazlara actually became the god of the Dark Star Cluster in the end. Very inspiring. Liemo was immediately interested in this story. Well, some readers found the recent chapters confusing, so this chapter is an explanation. Chapter 653. In the grey fog space, the big-headed Pajero looked at Lee Zhi calmly. So, do you want to continue listening to this story? Lee Zhi smiled and said, please continue. In fact, he wanted the big-headed Pajero to tell him directly how Captain Umazlara became a god, and what cosmic mysteries were hidden behind his extraordinary abilities. However, based on his understanding of the big-headed Pajero, he knew that this guy was not only a little bit shrewd, but also particularly liked to tell stories. If he made a request rashly, he would definitely be rejected. It seems that he can only listen slowly. On the high platform, the grey fog rolled violently, and the big-headed Pajero spoke slowly. Captain Umazlara lived a shameless life after marrying Godzilla. Godzilla seemed strong, but in fact she was gentle and weak in her heart. Like a real wife, she took care of Captain Umazlara meticulously. In the morning, Godzilla would bring food to the bed for Captain Umazlara to enjoy. Behind the manor, there is a big mountain with birds and beasts on it. Captain Umazlara would go hunting in the mountain every afternoon with the god big iron pot, under the protection of servants. In the evening, the servants would cook the prey and send it to the table. Similarly, Captain Umazlara's crew members were also treated well. Each of them was assigned 3 young and beautiful personal maids, and their daily work was to eat, drink and have fun. These days were too comfortable. However, even the most comfortable days have an end. One morning 3 months later, when the Godzilla did not bring the food to the bed on time, Captain Umazlara realized that the good days were about to pass. He came to the hall, where the Godzilla was sitting on the couch with a serious face, but the maid who was on call 24 hours a day beside her was nowhere to be seen, and she should have been sent out. My husband, in 2 years, the Black Tower will descend on Geistar again. By then, the 4 major magician clubs will definitely send their elites to Guyana to compete for the Black Tower quota. A war will inevitably break out, and the scene will be extremely chaotic. This is also our only chance to destroy the Magician Club and control Geistar. When Shenziatua saw Captain Umazlara coming over, she immediately poured tea for him. What do you need me to do for you? Captain Umazlara took the tea and looked directly at the woman with ambition in her eyes. Shenziatua smiled calmly. My husband, I need a large number of powerful weapons, preferably weapons that can destroy the entire Guyana city at once, so that we can take advantage of the chaos among the magicians to detonate the weapons and destroy them all. What a vicious woman. Captain Umazlara couldn't help smacking his lips when he heard this. He had been on Geistar for so long, and he had already known Geistar. Guyana is the largest city on the planet Gay, with more than 10 million residents. She actually wants to let these more than 10 million innocent civilians be buried with her for her ambition. However, those who are about to die are all gay people and have nothing to do with him, a Pajero. I can certainly make a weapon that can destroy a city, but you need to collect some materials. Captain Umazlara said lightly. In fact, if there are enough materials, he can blow up Gay together. Upon hearing this, Shenziahua's face was as beautiful as a summer flower, and she smiled. Husband, I know you can do it. What materials do you need? I will ask someone to collect them now. This weapon is a primitive fission weapon, and the materials required are also very simple. It only needs fission nuclides, such as uranium-235, plutonium-239 and uranium-233 as explosive materials, as well as detonation control systems, high-energy explosives, nuclear components with nuclear materials in the reflective layer, neutron sources and shells. Captain Umazlara felt that the most primitive atomic bomb was enough to blow Guyana into a deep pit. This long list of materials made Shenziahua stunned. What are these things? How come I have never heard of them? Could it be that this outsider is deliberately perfunctory to me? She rubbed her ears a little bit out of control and smiled awkwardly. Husband, we have never heard of these materials you mentioned. Can we really find them on Gaystar? Of course you haven't heard of them. Your current civilization level is only 0.3. To discover these materials, the civilization level must reach at least 0.5, master the mass energy equation, and understand the conversion between mass and energy. Being questioned by Chen Shuxian made Captain Umazlala feel a little uncomfortable, and his tone was a little stiff. Chen Shuxian was such a person that she could naturally hear that Captain Umazlala was emotional in an instant. She understood that this outsider was not perfunctory. Husband, we are low-level primitive intelligent creatures. How can we find these materials? We still need your help. Chen Shuxian pretended to be a soft woman. When she just got married, she conquered Captain Umazlala with this expression. Seeing those big affectionate eyes and hearing the delicate voice, Captain Umazlala couldn't stand it. He coughed twice to ease his excitement, then sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you find these materials, but generally speaking, the content of nuclear fission materials in the planet's crust is very small, and it will destroy the cell structure of carbon-based organisms and cause harm to carbon-based organisms. On my home planet, we'll use robots to mine nuclear fission mines. Isn't it just a few deaths? We have plenty of people on Gaystar. Chen Shuxian didn't think this question was difficult. Captain Umazlala had long been accustomed to her attitude of treating human life as worthless, and then said, since the purity of the mined nuclear fission materials is not enough, we still need to purify it, which requires the establishment of a primitive heavy water plant. Heavy water plant? Build it. Although Chen Shuxian didn't know what a heavy water plant was, she was willing to build it, as long as it could make a super bomb. Also, in addition to nuclear fission materials, we also need to manufacture electronic detonation control systems, shells, and a large number of high-energy explosives. These are difficult to manufacture according to the current technological level of Gaystar. Captain Umazlala sighed. In my opinion, this is an impossible task. A low-level civilization that has not even invented electricity is actually going to make an atomic bomb. This is simply wishful thinking. Hearing that Captain Umazlala completely rejected the possibility of making a super bomb, Chen Shuxian's heart sank. She stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. Her brows were furrowed, and her face was full of frost. There are countless divine magicians in the Divine Magician Club. In addition to the general first-level divine magicians, there are also second-level divine magicians, third-level divine magicians, and even ninth-level divine magicians. Divine magicians can use extremely powerful extraordinary abilities, but there is only one disadvantage, that is, the hardness of their bodies is no different from that of ordinary people. Using a super bomb to blow up Guyana is the most likely way to succeed. She made up her mind, stamped her feet fiercely, and looked at Captain Umazlala with her beautiful eyes. My husband, if I do it at all costs, is it possible to make a super bomb? At all costs? Captain Umazlala didn't quite understand. In the history of Pajero's civilization, there have been things that at all costs, such as the ancestors of the Pajero people in the cave, assassinated the Beast King who do at all costs. Facing the cosmic pulse that can instantly destroy all life, the Pajero people built a super spaceship at all costs and sent a small number of people into space to avoid the crisis of genocide. In the battle with the little galaxy, the interstellar battleship Pratt rushed into the middle of the silicon-based fleet at all costs and detonated itself, allowing the Pajero people to turn defeat into victory. However, this at all costs requires a prerequisite, that is, you have a certain strength yourself, otherwise it will be in vain. The current civilization level of Gaystar is only level 0.3, and there is no condition to make a super bomb. Yes, I'm willing to sacrifice the entire Zenshan City. Zenshan City has a population of 2,360,000 square kilometers of land. Chen Shuxian saw Captain Umazlala's questioning eyes and immediately understood what he meant. He gritted his teeth and said, I also have 2 billion Gai coins and 30,000 guards. You can use all of this at will. If there are mineral deposits that cannot be found in Zenshan City, I can buy them with money and take people to rob them. In short, I can give everything to make a super bomb. This woman is crazy for betting everything to make a super team. Her desire for power made Captain Umazlala sigh. Captain Umazlala began to think about whether it was really possible to make an atomic bomb in this zero point 3 level civilization. Under normal circumstances, of course it is impossible. However, with the help of Pajero technology and his own spaceship, there may be a slight possibility. Are you really willing to give everything? Captain Umazlala slowly stood up and looked directly at Chen Shuxian. God Shuxian nodded without hesitation, with a gleam in his beautiful eyes. Life is only 200 years long. If I can't reproduce the glory of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil, I will not be willing to live my whole life in a muddle. Okay, I will help you make this super bomb that will destroy the world. Captain Umazlala also made up his mind. He came to Gaystar and wanted to become a god here, but he didn't expect the appearance of the divine magician to break his plan. Now God Shuxian's ambition has given him new hope. The explorer blood flowing in his body burned brightly. After deciding to help God Shuxian make an atomic bomb, Captain Umazlala formed a mining exploration team and began to look for veins containing nuclear fission element near Zenshan City. Because of the need to prepare for the manufacture of super bombs, God Shuxian needed to prepare serfs and soldiers and did not accompany them. Today is the 5th day. The exploration team, which has found nothing, has come to a small hill called Class Mountain, 20 kilometers away from Zenshan City. Captain, do you think there is no nuclear fission element on Gay? Team member Yin Momari bent over and rested on his knees. Because the mountain road is rugged and there are cliffs everywhere, the horses prepared by Chen Shuxian for them cannot get in, so they can only rely on their 2 legs. It shouldn't be. Captain Umazlala took out a few bottles of juice from the basket, carried by a slave, and distributed them to the team members. Seeing that the team members were all sweating and panting, he smiled and said, "Let's take a break. There is a shade over there." Class Mountain is full of a tall broad-leaved plant that bears fist-sized red fruits containing natural sugars. The exploration team came to the shade of the tree to rest, and the slaves scattered to pick fruits. Captain Umazlala lay comfortably on a smooth boulder. He hadn't seen a mineral for a long time. "Captain, why?" Team member Yin Momari came over. He really didn't have confidence in this prospecting trip. Before the manual exploration, they had used the radar on the spacecraft to conduct a detailed scan of the vicinity, but found nothing. Although the results of long-range radar scanning are often wrong, so many days have passed, they have walked all over the vicinity of Zenshan City, and the high-sensitivity radiation detectors they carried with them have not given any alarms, so the team members are inevitably a little discouraged. At this time, the team members also gathered around. They didn't want to waste time on a mineral that didn't exist. This involves a science called cosmic planet design. Captain Umazlala felt the eager eyes of the team members and knew that he had to explain. The great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences once conducted a detailed analysis of the 3 million planets where intelligent life had been born and found that these planets have all the basic elements and substances for the birth, reproduction, and development of civilization, such as water, protein, electricity, metal, nuclear fission element, nuclear fusion element, etc. Planets that have never given birth to life often lack one or even several of these elements. Even if life can be born on them accidentally, it will inevitably be trapped on the planet due to the lack of necessary element. Therefore, the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences believe that the planets in the universe are designed, and a mysterious force has prepared everything for the reproduction and development of life at the beginning of its birth. It's just that it needs to explore and obtain all of these on its own. Since gays can be born on Gay, there must be nuclear fission element. Otherwise, with the development of Gay civilization, more and more energy will be required, and the energy of the entire planet will not be enough to meet their needs for exploring the universe. These words left the team members stunned. "Captain, are you saying that the universe is like our parents, and when we are born, it has prepared everything we need for our growth? This is incredible." Yin Momari thought of a very vivid metaphor. Captain Umazlala, incredible? Life is incredible. Think about it. What is the essence of life? Carbon-based life is actually a bunch of organic macromolecules. But we can't get a life by piling organic macromolecules together. In fact, the great scientists of the Academy of Sciences have been studying the origin of life for 100,000 years, but they still haven't figured out the mystery. At this moment, the slave's exclamation suddenly came from a distance. Something happened. Captain Umazlala and his team members quickly stood up and took their weapons in their hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654. A miserable cry came from the mountainside in the distance. The sound contained despair, which could only be made by a dying person. Did they encounter an accident? It shouldn't be. This place is not far from the town of Zenshan, and there shouldn't be any large wild beasts. Due to the long distance and the obstruction of broad-leaved plants, Captain Umazlala couldn't see what happened on the mountainside. He regretted refusing the escort sent by Godzilla. At this time, the big trees on the mountainside began to shake continuously. Captain Umazlala's heart trembled. A large beast is attacking this side. He looked around and saw that the team members were holding laser guns and paying attention to the front. A dozen slaves were terrified and trembling behind the big tree. Do you know what kind of beast that is? Captain Umazlala drew a sword from behind him. The scabbard of the sword was a precious red color and engraved with beautiful flower patterns. This was the weapon given to him by Godzilla, and it was also a symbol of authority. With this sword, he can command everyone in the mountain city, including the god, the big black pot. Captain Umazlala drew out his sword with a swish. The sharp blade flashed a cold light under the sunlight. The group of slaves took a breath and shrank back behind the tree involuntarily. If you want to die, you should answer my questions honestly. Captain Umazlala used his sword to draw a sword flower in the air. On Gaystar, everything the slaves have is given by their masters. Captain Umazlala can use this sword to kill them one by one without taking any responsibility. The group of slaves also understood this. A slave who looked a little older stood up and said, "My lord, this place is called Crass Mountain, and I have never heard of the existence of large beasts." Although his clothes were tattered and the collar was worn out, they were still clean, and he should have been married. In the gay civilization, slaves are usually the private property of their masters and do not have the right to marry. However, in order to maintain a sufficient number of slaves, the masters will give some strong slaves and female slaves so that they can produce stronger offspring. The absence of large beasts is not good news for Captain Umazlala. If it is a beast, even at the level of Tyrannosaurus Rex, he may be able to escape with the laser gun in his hand. But if it is a divine magician, it will be bad. He looked at the shivering slave behind the tree, and then at the swaying tree in the distance, and an idea came to his mind. "Slave, what is your name?" Captain Umazlala looked at the slave who had just replied kindly. "My name is Achuli, and I don't have a surname," the slave answered, while lying on the ground. He lay on the ground with his hands and looked at the soles of Captain Umazlala's shoes. This is the standard etiquette for slaves to answer questions. Captain Umazlala leaned down with a fierce look in his eyes. "Achuli, now I order you to lead these slaves to the front to find out the situation." Achuli was shocked when he heard this, and beads of sweat instantly oozed out of his rough forehead. He stammered, "Sir, we are all slaves without weapons. There may be big beasts ahead. We are not opponents." Achuli's attitude did not surprise Captain Umazlala. All living things have a fearful heart. Although they are slaves, they are also intelligent creatures. Naturally, they know how to avoid danger. He inserted the sword in front of Achuli, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "If you dare to disobey orders, I will use this sword to cut off your heads one by one." At this time, his team members also realized what the captain was going to do, and they gathered around and pointed their laser guns at the trembling slaves. "Sir, spare me. There were at least 50 people who went to pick fruits just now, but none of them came back, which means there must be a terrifying monster there. All of us are unarmed, and we will die in vain if we go." Achuli was sweating profusely, kowtowed repeatedly, and his head banged loudly, trying to win the sympathy of Captain Umazlala. If Achuli in front of him was a Pajero, a compatriot, Captain Umazlala might have softened his heart. But he was just a gay, and to Captain Umazlala, gays were no different from monkeys in the primeval forest. Captain Umazlala clamped the sword on Achula's neck and pressed hard. Achula's neck was cut by the sharp sword, and blood flowed down. "You really would rather die than go?" he said coldly. "If I don't go, I will die anyway. If I die under your sword, I can still have a complete body." Achuli shook his head firmly. Gaystar is still in its wild stage. There are countless wild beasts in the 100,000 mountains in the north of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Even the divine magicians with extraordinary powers dare not easily set foot in it. Occasionally, weak wild beasts sneak into the human world from the 100,000 mountains, and the manor guards are responsible for killing them. These slaves have not received any training, and if they rush forward with bare hands, they will only become food. Captain Umazlala's face showed a trace of viciousness. "You should have been married, and maybe have children. If you dare to disobey orders, your wife and children will be punished together. The best way to deal with such a slave who would rather die than leave is to threaten him with his family. This is also the method taught to him by God Zayahla." Sure enough, Achula's expression changed immediately, and he stared at Captain Umazlala in horror. How could you do this?" As soon as he said this, he realized his naivety. Those high-ranking masters just treat these slaves as livestock. What else can't they do? Achuli slowly stood up and said with a wry smile, "I can go explore the way for you, but I hope you can agree to one of my requests." A slave actually made a request to his master. If it was God Zayahla, he would have kicked him out. However, Captain Umazlala came from a high civilization and was not as cold-blooded as the slave owner. He also knew that Achuli might not be able to come back after this trip. "You say it, as long as I can do it." Achuli bent down and bowed. "My son was sent to the beast forest by his master to feed the beasts. I want you to rescue him. The beast forest is a place in the manor where wild beasts are raised. In order to maintain the wildness of the beasts, all the beasts are raised freely. Every month, more than a dozen slaves who feed the beasts are eaten by the beasts. I promise you." Captain Umazlala felt Achula's deep affection for his son and felt a little touched. After getting the assurance from Captain Umazlala, Achuli turned around and shouted to the slaves, "Brothers, you heard the conversation between me and this gentleman just now. If we don't explore the way, he will kill us one by one. Although there may be large beasts ahead, if we are smart and run faster, we may have a chance to survive." As he spoke, his tone became low. "Who made us slaves? If there is an afterlife, I would rather be reborn as a beast than be a slave again. Now, all of you follow me." Obviously, Achuli had great prestige among the slaves. He turned and walked towards the mountainside, and the dozen slaves stood up and followed him. Some of them even picked up a few sticks from the bushes next to them and used them as weapons. Looking at the slaves going to die, team member Bill Robbins sighed with a complicated expression. "Captain, aren't we the same as those slave owners? Isn't it a loss of the dignity of our Pajero civilization? Even if there is a large beast, we can knock it down with our laser guns." He is the youngest member of the exploration team. He has not experienced hardships and is full of fantasies about the universe. "Bill Robbins, we have been on this planet for several months. What do you think of this planet?" Captain Umazlala saw the slaves disappear in the bushes and made sure they walked towards the mountainside before turning back. "Weird. I can't imagine that there is a power that cannot be explained by science in this wild world," Bill Robbins replied. He didn't know why Captain Umazlala answered the question irrelevantly. "So, if the large beast in front is not a beast, but a divine magician, are we sure to deal with it?" Captain Umazlala stared with a majestic look. Bill Robbins was so stunned by the stare that he lowered his head and answered honestly, "If the person coming is a divine magician of the natural system, superhuman system, animal system, or item system, we may have a 50% chance of winning with the laser gun in our hands. But if we encounter a divine magician of the soul system who can directly control people, we have no chance of winning at all." Through the god Zayahla, Captain Umazlala learned about the abilities of many divine magicians. He divided these abilities into natural system, superhuman system, animal system, and soul system according to their types. Divine magicians of the natural system can control the power of nature such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil who can control thunder and lightning, God Silent Wind who controls strong winds, and God Zingluoho who controls raging fire are all divine magicians of the natural system. Divine magicians of the superhuman system have the ability to strengthen themselves. The god Jin Hang's Heo, who is invulnerable to swords and guns, and the god Iron Fist, who can break mountains with his fists, are divine magicians of the superhuman system. Animal type magicians are magicians who can transform into animals. God Dati Go's friend God Tuaxiang is one of them. Item type magicians can transform into items. The representative figure is God Dati Go, who can transform into a big iron pot. Soul type magicians are the rarest and most terrifying magicians. They can manipulate the enemy's soul to harm the enemy. According to legend, the 9-star great magician of the Magician Club is a main soul type magician, but Captain Umazlala suspects that God Xiahua is also a soul type magician. Her ability to completely change a person's voice, appearance, and smile can be very terrifying if used in battle. Imagine what would happen if a burly warrior was suddenly turned into an ant by her. Although this ability is not as wide-ranging as the natural ability, it is almost impossible to avoid and defend against. Since we have no chance of winning, why don't we send these gays to explore the way? Captain Umazlala said in a serious tone. This world is full of dangers, we must be careful at all times. Also, we are Pajero people, and gays are just beasts to us. Don't be fooled by the gay women around you. They are just pawns used by God Xiahua to confuse you. The real purpose of God Xiahua is to use our technology to gain the power to rule Gaystar. All the team members nodded continuously after hearing this. These days, they saw the captain indulging in the beauty of God Xiahua and thought that the captain had regarded him as a gay. They were thinking of persuading him, but they didn't know how to start. Now they understand that the captain has never forgotten his identity. God Xiahua can use us, why can't we use her? She is a primitive intelligent creature. Does she think that she can make us serve her with her inexplicable ability? There are no gays nearby. Captain Umazlala expressed his thoughts without concealing his thoughts. Don't forget, we risked our lives to come to Gaystar for the purpose. The team members were shocked and said in unison, we want to become the gods of this planet. That's right. As they were talking, another miserable scream came from the distance. It was obvious that the scream was from the slaves he had just sent out. And compared with the last time, the scream was closer to where they were standing. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but frown. He sacrificed more than a dozen slaves, but didn't get any information. This was bad. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from a distance. There are enemies. The team members quickly pointed their guns in the direction of the footsteps. They were highly alert, with their fingers on the trigger, ready to fire at any time. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and a black shadow rushed out from the bushes. The black shadow staggered, his body was covered with blood, and it seemed that he had only one arm. When he saw the black shadow clearly, Captain Umazlala couldn't help but gasp. Except for the eyes, all the other facial features on the black shadow's face had disappeared, as if they had been cut off by a sharp weapon. You are a Chuli. But when the black shadow ran in front of him, Captain Umazlala recognized that the person who had lost his facial features was the slave Achuli he had just sent out. My lord, run away quickly, there is a divine magician in front of him, and he is carrying a huge skeleton warrior. Achuli ran to Captain Umazlala and shouted loudly. It seemed that this shouting exhausted all his strength. He could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground, groaning constantly. That skeleton warrior has an extremely sharp sword and moves very fast. My brothers were killed by him in an instant. I fell to the ground pretending to be dead, and was able to come back to report after he left. So, the skeleton warrior doesn't know our exact location? Captain Umazlala asked. He shouldn't know. He seems to have gone to the north. Achuli replied. His body was now stained with blood, and his cheeks were a little deformed with pain. Please help me free. He stretched out his hand and looked at Captain Umazlala with expectant eyes. Chapter 655. Achuli's arm was cut off at the root, blood was flowing from the wound, and the facial features were cut off. This degree of injury can be completely treated by the medical cabin on the spacecraft. However, okay, I'll do as you wish. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Captain Umazlala did not hesitate, and swung his sword expressionlessly. A white light flashed, and a head fell. Captain Umazlala turned around, and didn't look at the head again, as if Achuli was just a broken tool. He looked into the distance worriedly. The skeleton warrior went in the wrong direction, but it was very fast, and it was very likely that it would turn back after not being discovered. Let's go. We have to get down the mountain as soon as possible before the skeleton warrior comes back. Captain Umazlala ordered with gritted teeth. He was also extremely depressed at this time. He just came out to explore the mine. Why did he alarm a divine magician? Moreover, this divine magician should be the god skull warrior who made a scene at the wedding. He is a very jealous person. Once he falls into his hands, it would be worse than death. Captain Umazlala led the team members in a defensive formation and rushed down the mountain. It is easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down the mountain. The mountain road was full of sharp rocks. Captain Umazlala, who had been a little weak recently, was already out of breath after running for a while. He felt as if his lungs were being grasped by a big hand, and he had to endure great pain every time he took a breath. The situation of the team members was equally bad. They were flushed, and sweat kept dripping from their foreheads. Captain Umazlala had to stop and rest. This damn backward planet, communication basically relies on shouting. If I had given God Zyatha a communicator at that time, it would have been better. He complained in his heart. The team took a short rest and was about to continue running when they heard a terrifying laugh of GG from the woods next to them. This kind of laughter is a must for the appearance of terrifying characters. There are enemies. Get ready. Captain Umazlala waved his hand, and the team members quickly aimed their laser guns at the depths of the forest. A white skeleton warrior slowly walked out of the forest. He was 5 meters tall, without a trace of flesh and blood on his body, and was made up of eerie snow-white bones. The skeleton warrior held a large sword in one hand, which was stained with a little bit of bright red blood. In the other hand, he held a round shield, which was pitch black, and engraved with beast patterns. There were several broken parts. The skeleton warrior's head was a skull, and a strange purple light was emitted from the 2 black eye sockets. The skeleton warrior walked out of the forest and stopped more than 20 steps away from the crowd. He scanned back and forth with his eyes that emitted strange purple light and finally focused his attention on Captain Umazlala. You are the husband of Chen Shuxian. The skeleton monster carried the large sword on his shoulder and made a gloomy voice. Captain Umazlala was surprised. How could this guy make a sound when his whole body was made of bones? The reason why animals can make sounds is that they have vocal organs in their bodies, and vocal organs are usually composed of thin membrane tissue. This guy has become a skeleton, so there must be no thin membrane tissue. Captain Umazlala realized that it was not the skeleton warrior who was talking, but someone hiding nearby. Perhaps this is the key to victory. Yes, I have already held a wedding with God Zyatha, so I'm naturally her husband. Captain Umazlala gave a meaningless answer. He planned to find his hiding place by luring the god skeleton warrior to speak. Very good, then this is your burial place today, the skeleton warrior said, waving his sword and launching an attack. Why is this guy so quiet? I haven't found his location yet. Captain Umazlala's heart jumped, and he shouted quickly, who are you? Tell me your name and let me die clearly. He wanted to lure the god skeleton warrior to continue talking. I will fulfill your wish, the skeleton warrior said, putting away his attacking posture, but still holding the big sword in his hand. His eyes full of strange purple light stared at everyone. I'm the great divine magician, god skeleton warrior, we have met before. Captain Umazlala pretended to be enlightened and clapped his hands fiercely. It turned out to be the skeleton warrior. I admired your style that day and was about to go up to you to chat, but who knew that a sturdy man rushed out to disrupt it. Humph, you have a good vision. My skeleton is invulnerable to swords and guns, water, and fire, and can resist all kinds of poisons. I'm much stronger than ordinary divine magicians. The tone of the god skeleton warrior was quite proud. But it's useless for you to flatter me. Today I violated the rules of the Divine Magician Club and sneaked into Zenshan City just to kill you. He praised himself for his vision in the previous second and shouted for fighting and killing in the next second. This guy has a very strange personality. Captain Umazlala said with a smile. Skeleton warrior, can I ask you why? As an illegitimate son of a ruined family, I have no grudges against you, and I cannot threaten you. Why do you want to kill me? As he said this, he used his eyes to let the team members next to him carefully look for the place where the skeleton warrior's voice came from. Of course I have no grudges against you. All this should be blamed on Godzahua. She violated the agreement. The skeleton warrior was very resentful. There is melon to eat. Captain Umazlala pretended to be very interested. Skeleton warrior, we are just cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered for you. It is impossible for us to escape. Why don't you satisfy our curiosity before we die? He saw that the team members next to him were trying their best to find the traces of the god skeleton warrior and trying their best to delay time. Humph, this is natural. My skeleton warrior has been upgraded to level 2. Even if Godzahua comes, he will be afraid of it. The god skeleton warrior was obviously very confident in his combat power. He continued, back then, Godzahua was just an ordinary person, but she was extremely beautiful and was also very famous in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. I had just become a divine magician, and we met at a noble gathering one day. After we met, she approached me intentionally or unintentionally, and I was happy to accept the advances of such a stunning beauty. Oh, by the way, I forgot to explain to you that at that time I had just become a skeleton warrior and still had normal human desires. So I proposed to her. Unexpectedly, Godzahua, who was originally very enthusiastic about me, did not immediately agree to my proposal. She put forward a condition that I needed to help her successfully enter the Black Tower before she would agree to my proposal. What kind of existence is the Black Tower? Whenever the Black Tower descends, the divine magicians will fight fiercely for a place to enter the Black Tower. Even divine magicians find it difficult to protect themselves in the struggle. Although I'm intoxicated by her beauty, I'm not aware of taking risks for such beauty. When Godzahua saw that I looked hesitant, she lowered her voice and told me that her family accidentally obtained a diary of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil 10,000 years ago. That diary contained Emperor Abdurazak Menethil's insights into divine arts. This immediately aroused my interest. Emperor Abdurazak Menethil was the first divine magician on the planet Gaia. His insights into divine arts have always been regarded as the most precious treasure of divine arts by the great divine magicians in the Divine Magician Club. If I can get that notebook, it will be much easier for me to practice divine arts. This Godzahua is really a liar. She can even say that something from her ancestors was obtained by chance. Captain Umazlala complained in his heart. He smiled and said, just because of a diary, you helped her? You are not a divine magician. You don't understand the difficulty of divine magician training. Everyone knows that, as long as you enter the Black Tower and come out, you can gain power and become a divine magician. The god skeleton warrior may have felt that he had met a suitable chat partner, or perhaps he felt that these people would surely die, so he told all the secrets that only divine magicians knew. In fact, after divine magicians gain power, they also need to practice. This practice process is extremely difficult and there may be invasions by extraterritorial demons. Extraterritorial demons? Captain Umazlala couldn't help asking. Divine magicians are unscientific enough, and there are actually extraterritorial demons in this world, which sounds super unscientific. Extraterritorial demons are a term created by divine magicians. They are only circulated in the divine magician circle. It's normal for you civilians not to know it. The god skeleton warrior thought that Captain Umazlala was surprised because he heard this term for the first time. He continued to explain, when practicing, divine magicians often need to communicate with the Black Tower through meditation and comprehend divine magic from the information transmitted from the Black Tower. However, not every time they enter meditation, they can successfully communicate with the Black Tower. Sometimes they will encounter monsters from outside the domain. These monsters are an indescribable horror, coming from the endless darkness. They will take advantage of the divine magician's meditation to invade their minds. If the divine magician's willpower is not strong, it is easy for the extraterritorial demons to devour their consciousness, lose self-control, and become a person out of control. Good guy, divine magicians can also lose control. Is this the price they have to pay for their abilities? Sure enough, the woman Chen Shuxian has a lot of things hidden from him. Captain Umazlala secretly warned himself to be careful. Those out of control are equivalent to lunatics. They will use their extraordinary abilities to attack others for no reason. The god skeleton warrior continued to explain, so, once a divine magician becomes out of control, the divine magician club will immediately recruit a large number of divine magicians to encircle and suppress him. Every year, a large number of divine magicians become out of control and eventually die because of the invasion of extraterritorial demons. Then haven't you thought of a way to solve this invasion? Asked Captain Umazlala. God skeleton warrior, hehe, the threat of the extraterritorial demons to the divine magicians is so great, how could we not study it? Unfortunately, the results of the research are disappointing. The great divine magician got a desperate answer by communicating with the Black Tower. These extraterritorial demons are proficient in mental attacks and cannot be stopped. The only way is to train the mind. When the extraterritorial demons invade, you can delay a little longer. When you wake up, the extraterritorial demons will naturally disappear, and the method of training the mind is often monopolized by some great divine magicians. They attract a large number of divine magicians by teaching methods and surround them for their use. A divine magician like me who is casual by nature can only be more careful when practicing divine arts, hoping that bad luck will not befall me. And the Diary of Emperor Abdurazak Menethil records a complete set of methods for training the mind. If I can learn this method, I can practice it without restraint. Captain Umazlala, so, you agreed to help her? God skeleton warrior, yes. But considering that my own strength is not enough to complete this task, I paid a huge price and invited 21 divine magicians to help. When the Black Tower was about to descend on the land of Guy, we also came to Gunana together. Unexpectedly, in addition to us, God Zahua also invited God Big Iron Fist. The appearance of God Big Iron Fist surprised me a little, because since this guy became a divine magician, he seemed to be unafraid of the extraterritorial demons. He practiced divine arts rapidly, and his pair of big iron fists have been practiced to the point where they can collapse mountains. Moreover, God Big Iron Fist is dull by nature, not good at speaking, and has always been a loner. He is actually willing to help God Zahua. There must be something strange about it. However, at this time, the arrow is on the string and I have to shoot it. I can only secretly remind myself to be careful of God Zahua. The Black Tower descended, blood was flowing all over Gunana, the sky turned red, the air was full of blood, and the scene was extremely cruel. However, under the protection of our 23 divine magicians, God Zahua still successfully entered the Black Tower. After seeing the God Zahua enter the Black Tower, I took the divine magician and retreated to an inn outside the city of Gunana. This was the place where the God Zahua and I had agreed to meet. I waited in the inn for 3 full months. When the Black Tower rose into the sky again, the God Zahua still did not appear. At this time, I realized that I had been deceived. Captain Umazlala, weren't you worried that the God Zahua would die in the Black Tower? Those who enter the Black Tower will risk their lives. Could God Zahua be an exception? The God Skeleton Warrior was stunned. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't tell me, I really didn't have such an idea at the time. Now that I think about it, it's really strange. It seems that God Zahua has an inexplicable aura that makes people full of confidence in her." He went on, but after realizing that I was deceived, I immediately took the 21 divine magicians to the Divine Magician Club to block God Zahua. According to the Divine Magician Code, every new divine magician must register with the Divine Magician Club within half a year of becoming a divine magician. Sure enough, when we arrived at the Divine Magician Club, we happened to meet God Zahua walking out of it, and she was followed by God Big Iron Fist. Our 22 divine magicians immediately surrounded God Zahua and asked her why she didn't keep her promise. Chapter 656. On the hill of Krason Gaystar, Captain Umazlala tried his best to delay time in order to find the hiding place of the God Skeleton Warrior. How did God Zahua answer you? Facing my doubts, God Zahua pretended to be innocent. She said that she had never had any transaction with me at all. I went to the Black Tower to help her, just because I admired her beauty. The God Skeleton Warrior gritted his teeth, and said in a sad and angry tone, "This is a bit like the style of God Zahua." Captain Umazlala nodded involuntarily. Although God Zahua is just a low-level intelligent creature, her ambition and scheming are frightening. At this time, I was completely convinced that I was deceived. I was furious and called out the skeleton warrior to chop this damn woman into pieces. At this time, a huge iron fist flew over and directly hammered the skeleton warrior's waist fork bone into two halves. It was God Big Iron Fist. He stood in front of God Zahua like a wild bull. The God skeleton warrior sighed and continued. It is obvious that he wants to protect God Zahua. We have 22 divine magicians, so we are not afraid of just one God Big Iron Fist. I shouted, and my friends were about to take action, only to see God Zahua walking out from behind God Big Iron Fist holding a purple medal. We were all stunned, because the purple medal is the symbol of soul-based divine magicians. Upon hearing this, Captain Mazlala frowned. Even if God Zahua is a soul-based divine magician, she has just gained her abilities not long ago, and should not be your opponent. Of course, the divine magicians I brought this time are all powerful fighters. Even 10 God Zahua cannot be our opponents. But the key to the problem is that she is a soul-based divine magician. The Divine Magician Club has regulations that soul-based divine magicians enjoy combat immunity. That is to say, even if soul-based divine magicians have committed heinous crimes, only the Divine Magician Club can punish them. Apart from that, no one can take action against them. God Skull Warrior explained. The reason for this strange rule is not because the soul magicians are so powerful, but because they hide the secrets of magic. The great magicians of the Magic Club have found that when soul magicians communicate with the Black Tower for meditation, they may receive information from the Black Tower God, which is crucial for the study of magic. Black Tower God. Captain Mazlala is no stranger to this god. The early Black Tower God cult used the name of the Black Tower God to deceive the common people. But hasn't the Black Tower God been proven to be non-existent? Hasn't the Black Tower God been proven to be fake? He held back the shock in his heart and asked slowly. You common people are naive and easily fooled. Was the Black Tower God cult able to rule Gaystar back then, just by relying on sweet talk? The tone of the God Skeleton Warrior was full of the superiority of the superior. You are all going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. In fact, the Black Tower God really exists and lives in the Black Tower. The abilities of the divine magicians are all bestowed by him. However, the Black Tower God does not seem to be interested in ruling the Gaystar, and he never appears in front of the world. Only when the soul-based divine magicians are meditating can their noisy voice be heard. In this noisy voice, the mysteries of divine magic are hidden. So, soul-based divine magicians are like protected animals among divine magicians. Whoever moves will suffer. The God Skeleton Warrior said helplessly. So, I could only watch God Zahua pass by me with his face raised and proudly, and I didn't dare to move at all. This is not the worst. The worst thing is that there are 21 divine magicians next to me, staring at me with angry eyes. I hired them all with a large sum of money. I originally planned to inherit God Zahua's property after God Zahua fulfilled his promise, and use the property to pay them for their work. These divine magicians can't do anything to God Zahua, but they are enough to deal with me. I had no choice but to sell all the property I had saved over the years, and then borrowed a large sum of money from the Divine Magician Club to pay this reward. Later, in order to repay the money of the Divine Magician Club, I had to help them complete several dangerous missions. Once in the 10,000 mountains, we were almost swallowed by a monster. Facing the monster's bloody mouth, I secretly swore at that time that I must make God Zahua pay the price. Captain Mazlala understood it completely. At this time, he also noticed that the team members next to him sent a signal, indicating that they had found the hiding place of the God Skeleton Warrior. Captain Mazlala sneered. So, you don't dare to provoke God Zahua, who is protected by the God Magician Club, and choose to ambush us? That's right. Since I was driven out of the restaurant by God Datikwan at the wedding, I didn't leave, but waited patiently outside Zenshin City. Hatred gave me great patience. Finally, I waited for you. God Skull Warrior didn't seem to think that there was anything wrong with this behavior of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He said proudly, since God Zahua is willing to marry you, she must like you very much. Tell me, what would she think if I cut you into meat sauce? That depends on whether you have the ability. Captain Umazlala said, and suddenly raised the laser gun, aimed at a big tree in the distance, and pulled the trigger. The team members also aimed their guns at the big tree. There was a faint black shadow behind the big tree. Go to hell. The team members raised their laser guns and pulled the trigger. Light red lasers shot out. The lasers penetrated the big tree and directly hit the black shadow. The shadow let out a miserable cry. The skeleton warrior standing in front of them suddenly looked stunned, shook twice, and fell to the ground. The big red sword in his hand slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang sound. Got it. Captain Umazlala was shocked. The skeleton warriors were controlled by the divine magician and would only die when the divine magician died. Let's go and see if the guy who talked too much just now is dead. Captain Umazlala waved his hand and followed the team members, carefully walking towards the hiding place of the divine skeleton warriors. Behind the big tree, a man in a black robe and a big hood was lying on the ground. His clothes had been shot with dozens of holes by the laser beam, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Damn. This guy's not dead. Captain Umazlala was about to pull the trigger in his hand when he heard a sharp and piercing sound of a sharp weapon dragging on the ground behind him. He turned his head in astonishment, and the dead skeleton warrior had a strange purple light in his eyes. He dragged the big sword and walked towards Captain Umazlala step by step. At this time, the grey-robed man lying on the ground also slowly stood up and flicked the dust off his body with his dry hands. If it weren't for the fact that my magic has just been cultivated to the point where the human and the skeleton are one, I would have been in trouble this time. However, the weapons in your hands really surprised me. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from outside the domain. God Zayahur actually dared to hide someone from outside the domain. This time, let's see how the God Magician Club will protect him. As he said that, he pulled down his big hood, revealing a skull. Captain Umazlala was shocked that this guy had not seen it for a few days and had actually cultivated himself into a skeleton. He remembered that the last time they met, God's skull was still skinny and looked like a human. Facing such a strange divine magician, Captain Umazlala's scalp went numb. He took several deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. In this situation, begging for mercy is useless, and he can only fight hard. Captain Umazlala yelled, "Focus fire." The team members pulled the trigger again, and this time they shot at the head of the god skull. The laser gun representing Pajero technology shot out a series of light red light, and the light was about to hit the target. Captain Umazlala only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the skeleton warrior behind him had appeared in front of them. The skeleton warrior used the broken shield in his hand to block in front of him. I don't know what material the shield is made of, but it actually blocked the laser beam with a temperature of up to 60 million degrees Celsius. The strange weapons in your hands hit me. Although they can't hurt me, it does feel a bit uncomfortable. Behind the skeleton warrior, the terrifying smile of the god skull warrior came. Seeing this, the team members all changed their faces. The speed of the skeleton warrior has exceeded the speed of light, which is too unscientific. Skull, we are the VIPs of God Zayahur. You dare to attack us? Aren't you afraid that she will cause trouble for you? A team member exclaimed in a hurry. God Zayahur violated the rules of the divine magician. I will chop you into pieces and kill her. God Skull Warrior has lost his patience. He said and ordered the skeleton warrior to swing the sword. Fight. Shoot in a scattered manner. Captain Umazlala knew that once the sword fell, they would have no chance to dodge at the speed of the skeleton warrior. The team members raised their laser guns and scattered to shoot at the skeleton warriors, trying to break through the shield's defense in this way. Sure enough, facing dozens of laser beams shot from all directions, the skeleton warrior was a little at a loss. After blocking 2 attacks with his shield, he was hit by more laser beams. This is its weakness. Captain Umazlala was delighted and was about to continue pulling the trigger. But the next moment, he couldn't press the trigger finger anymore, and he looked stunned. The reason was simple. The laser beam fell on the skeleton's bones, leaving only dim spots. This guy's immune to laser weapon attacks. Extraordinary people are really unscientific. Although the laser beam did not cause any damage to the skeleton warrior, it successfully angered it. Captain Umazlala only saw a snow-white sword light passing through the sky. The sky and the earth seemed to be divided in half by the sword light, and time and space were a little distorted. The next second, two heads appeared on the ground under his feet. The two heads were terrified, and their eyes were full of fear. Then this look was like a dim candlelight, slowly extinguished. Before they could react, their heads were chopped off. Damn it. The death of the two Pajero people angered Captain Umazlara. These team members followed him through life and death, and he had long regarded them as his brothers. Now that his brothers are dead, he doesn't want to live alone. Captain Umazlara threw away his laser gun, picked up the sword given by God's Ahua and rushed forward. In the face of certain death, he chose to face death with a smile. You are looking for death, then I will fulfill your wish. The skeleton warrior swung the big sword again, and slashed at Captain Umazlara. Under the sword, Captain Umazlara felt unprecedented pressure, as if the most majestic god in the world stood behind this sword. The sword in his hand could not be swung for a long time. His body was stiff in place, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death. Brothers, I'm here to accompany you. If there is really a legendary afterlife, we will continue to be brothers. He has already felt a sharp blade tearing the skin on his neck, and the neurons clearly transmit the pain caused by the flesh tissue being torn by the sharp weapon to his mind. Goodbye, this world of Kodan. For a long time, he suddenly realized that the pain in his neck was still going on. He felt his heart was still beating. He even heard the clear sound of birds in the forest in the distance. I'm not dead. Captain Umazlara tried to open his eyes, and the bright world appeared in front of him again. In front of him, there was no trace of the skeleton warrior and the god skeleton. Where are the enemies? Captain Umazlara turned his head, and the team members behind him all had shocked expressions. They pointed to the ground not far away at the same time, but no sound came out of their mouths. Captain Umazlara took the sword in his hand, and walked forward to take a closer look. On the ground, two palm-sized arthropods were crawling on the ground. No, these are not two arthropods. Arthropods also have surface tissues, but these two animals are made of white bones. They are skeleton bugs. The skeleton bugs seemed to sense the approach of Captain Umazlara, waving their pincers frantically, and retreating again and again. Are these two intelligent skeleton bugs? Captain Umazlara suddenly realized something, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. He slowly stood up, and raised his head. He tried his best to replace the shock on his face with surprise. When he was sure that the expression of joy was perfect enough, he looked around, and pretended to look for someone. Madam, are you here? Why don't you come out? God's Ahua. Only God's Ahua's transformation can turn the terrifying skeleton warriors into skeleton insects. Transfiguration can actually be used like this. So scary. As expected, a crisp laugh came from the depths of the woods. I said that my husband is very smart, and you must be able to guess that it was me who helped secretly. Xia Hang said that you couldn't guess it. It seems that I guessed it right. A pink embroidered sedan floated out of the forest. Chapter 657. Captain Umazlara's heart skipped a beat when he saw the pink sedan floating out of the forest. Damn anti-gravity. This kind of thing that only a star-class interstellar battleship can do was actually done by a divine magician. This world is too scary. But when he took a closer look, he found that the sedan was carried by 4 slaves in dark green clothes, and then he swallowed his heart back into his stomach. On the sedan sat a pink girl in a pink dress, with long hair casually draped over her shoulders and a pink hat. The girl stroked her forehead with her hand, as if she had a headache. She shook her head gently, as if to dispel this feeling. This girl was the God's Ahua. The sedan came in front of her, and God's Ahua got off the sedan with the help of the slaves. She walked straight to Captain Umazlara, took out a handkerchief from her handbag, and gently wiped the stains on Captain Umazlara's face. Her eyes were filled with guilt. My husband, it's all my fault that I came late, causing the death of several of your brothers. I didn't expect that the God Skull Warrior would be so jealous that he would ambush you here. Her face was full of sincerity. If Captain Umazlara didn't know the whole story, he might believe her at this time. But now, he didn't believe a word of it. However, Captain Umazlara still pretended to be grateful. Madam, this is not your fault. It's the God Skull Warrior who is too despicable. As he said that, the two came to the two skeleton bugs that were spinning on the ground. Godzilla stretched out her hand, picked up a skeleton bug by its tail, and lifted it in the air. "My husband, what do you say? What should we do with these two disgusting bugs?" The skeleton bug tried to pinch Godzilla's fingers with its pliers, but it couldn't touch them. After realizing this, it could only struggle desperately. "What should I do? I'm going to smash them into pieces, to avenge my dead brothers." Captain Umazlala gritted his teeth. "Very good, I thought so too." Godzilla threw the skeleton bug on the ground and clapped his hands. A slave came up holding a hammer. Captain Umazlala's heart sank. Even the hammer was ready. Did this woman know that the god skeleton warrior would appear, or was the skeleton warrior arranged by her? However, Captain Umazlala's expression did not change. He took the hammer without any hesitation and smashed the two skeleton bugs on the ground. The once unstoppable and majestic skeleton warriors, after turning into skeleton bugs, could only dodge in panic when facing the hammer. Unfortunately, dodging was in vain. In the end, they were smashed into pieces in despair, ending their lives as gay people. Looking at the skeleton fragments on the ground, Captain Umazlala secretly reminded himself to be vigilant, otherwise one day, his end would be the same. Godzilla saw Captain Umazlala wielding the big hammer fiercely, and nodded with satisfaction. She needed such a husband. A doomed disaster was resolved by the arrival of the Godzilla. When night fell, Captain Umazlala naturally took more care of the lady who saved his life. The next day, Captain Umazlala took all the team members and buried the two sacrificed team members next to the spacecraft. He secretly vowed in his heart that he would avenge them one day. After doing all this, he remembered his promise to the slave Achuli and came to the beast feeding area of the manor in person. This is actually a primeval forest surrounded by barbed wire, full of free-range beasts. In order to ensure his own safety, Captain Umazlala specially brought a guard team of up to 200 people this time. The guard team is the elite armed force of the manor, composed of strong slaves who have received professional fighting training since childhood. When they grow up, they will hunt a big tiger from the forest alone. The guards in the beast feeding area saw Captain Umazlala coming over and hurriedly came up to him and knelt on the ground. Captain Umazlala said with a smile, "Do you have a slave named Comus here?" Comus was the son of Achuli. Similarly, as a slave, he was not worthy of having a surname. "Sir, I need to check this out. You know, we have a lot of slaves here, and slaves are often eaten." The guard answered frankly. Captain Umazlala thought to himself, "Comus won't be so unlucky. Go." The guard hurriedly ran back to the guard room and took out a roster. "Sir, the names of all the slaves in the beast area are on it." Captain Umazlala flipped through the roster, which was densely filled with names, but more than half of the names were crossed out with red pens. "What's this?" The guard hurriedly explained. "Whenever a slave dies, we will cross it out with a red pen, so that we can arrange the daily food and avoid waste. It seems that the mortality rate is quite high." Captain Umazlala frowned, and the names on the first few pages of the roster had all been crossed out with a red pen. The guard lowered his head and whispered, "Sir, you know, the owner of the manor only likes those mighty beasts, and these beasts are generally irritable. Just like her favorite three-headed jackal, it basically doesn't eat the food we provide, and specializes in attacking slaves. It seems that these slaves are not only responsible for feeding the beasts, but also have the important task of being food." Captain Umazlala began to look through the information, and soon he found Kimos's name. Fortunately, Kimos's name was not painted red. "Go and bring Kimosi," Captain Umazlala ordered. The guard was stunned at first, and then whispered, "May I ask, sir, what do you want to see Kimosi for? As the husband of your owner, do I need to explain to you when I do things?" Captain Umazlala's face darkened. The guard trembled all over and was about to continue explaining when an old man in brocade clothes came out. "Sir, you are here, but you didn't send anyone to inform me." Although the old man in brocade clothes had a smile on his face, his tone was quite stiff, making people feel that he was being kept away from me. How dare this person speak to me in such an attitude? These days in the manor, Captain Umazlala is equivalent to Godzilla. Wherever he goes, the servants are all respectful. "Who is this old man?" Captain Umazlala was surprised and looked carefully. There was a white jade hairpin in the old man's grey hair, and his satin robe was embroidered with flower and bad patterns. He wore black boots on his feet, and he looked extraordinary. Is there such a person in the manor? The old man seemed to see his doubts, and explained in a haughty manner, "Sir, I'm the manor's butler Elsh Longbottom. I went to the western country to negotiate a big deal a few days ago and just came back, so you don't know me. All the chores in the manor are under my control." It turned out to be the manor's butler. No wonder the clothes he wore were not like those of the slaves. "Oh, Mr. Elsh Longbottom, hello. I need to take a slave named Commerce away from the beast area." Captain Umazlala smiled. As the husband of God Zayahla, he has the highest power in the manor, and he doesn't want to talk to a butler. Elsh Longbottom frowned at first, then smiled and said, "Sir, may I know why you want to take Commerce away? Do I need to tell you this?" Captain Umazlala glared, and was a little angry. In his opinion, Elsh Longbottom's behavior was just shirking responsibility. "Well, you are a lord, so of course you don't need to tell me. I will ask the guards to go to the beast area to find Commerce." Facing the aggressive Captain Umazlala, Elsh Longbottom just smiled and turned around. "Go to the beast area and bring Commerce." The guard looked at Elsh Longbottom suspiciously, nodded slightly, and turned away. The beast area covers an area of more than 50 kilometers. It will probably take some time. "Sir, please go to the guard room and take a rest." Elsh Longbottom made a gesture of invitation and turned to walk into the guard room. At this time, the wind outside was cold and biting. Although Captain Umazlala was wearing fox fur, he still felt a little cold. He stamped his feet and followed the old man into the guard room. In the guard room, the stove had been lit, and the reddish-brown charcoal inside was emitting hot steam. "Come here, help the master move a chair over, and then make 2 cups of black tea." Elsh Longbottom sat on the armchair, and 2 or 3 young men stood behind him, all with daggers on their waists. Captain Umazlala sat on a chair, and a young man came in with 2 teacups. In the teacups was a black liquid that smelled fishy and sour. "Is this stuff drinkable?" Captain Umazlala frowned and put the teacups on the wooden table. When Elsh Longbottom saw Captain Umazlala's expression, he knew that Captain Umazlala had never been to the Western Kingdom, so he stood up and explained, "This tea is called black tea, a specialty of the Western Kingdom. It smells extremely fishy and sour, but it leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth and has the effect of prolonging life. Due to the extremely small production in our Eastern Dragon Kingdom, 1 or 2 ounces of black tea can be exchanged for 100 strong slaves. Usually only divine magicians can afford it." "How can you drink tea that only divine magicians can afford?" Captain Umazlala frowned in his heart. The behavior of this old butler has exceeded his status. "I was originally a slave. Thanks to the kindness of the old owner, I was able to escape from slavery and was given a surname. After the old owner passed away, the nearby big landlords united to attack us, but Miss Godzayata was still young. It was me who led 1,000 serfs and risked their lives to buy 10,000 kilograms of black tea from the western countries and sold it to the domestic magicians, making a huge profit. This is how I saved this manor. From then on, Miss Godzayata allowed me to enjoy black tea." With a pair of sharp eyes, Elsh Longbottom once again saw through Captain Umazlala's heart and explained with a smile. He watched Godzayata grow up and knew her character and ideals well. He didn't understand why such an excellent magician like Godzayata would marry the illegitimate son of a ruined landlord. Captain Umazlala also understood at this time that this old man seemed to be the so-called servant of the orphan. He had controlled the power of the manor for many years, and his appearance made him feel threatened. "This is a demonstration. It's ridiculous." Captain Umazlala just looked at him with contempt and said nothing. He had no idea about the power in the manor. He was here now, just to fulfill his promise to Julie. Elsh Longbottom saw Captain Umazlala's cold expression, but thought he had ideas about his current power, and became more and more angry. The atmosphere in the room became more and more tense. Elsh Longbottom pulled out the dagger from the servant's waist and played with it. Captain Umazlala put his hand on his waist, where a laser gun was hidden. The room was like being poured with gasoline, and a spark could cause an explosion. At this moment, the sound of the door opening with a squeak broke the tense atmosphere. The person who came in was the guard just now. He looked panicked and immediately knelt down in front of Captain Umazlala when he entered the door and said in a hurried voice, "Report to the Lord, Comus. He was eaten by a beast. Comus was eaten by a beast." Exclamation mark. Captain Umazlala's heart trembled and he stood up from his chair. If Kamosi died, how could he explain to a Chili who risked his life to save him? It was a Chili who risked his life to report the news so that he could delay in the primeval forest for so long. Otherwise, when the god Zayahu arrived, he and his team members might have fallen under the sword of the god skeleton warrior. He looked at the guard who was kneeling on the ground, his voice trembling. "How is this possible? I just saw that there was no red mark on Kamosi's name on the roster. It just happened. I followed your order to go to the beast area to look for Kamosi, and I happened to see him carrying fresh meat to feed the three-headed jackals." The guard knelt on the ground, his head lowered, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and his body trembling a little. I was just about to remind him when the three-headed jackal suddenly went wild, threw Kamosi to the ground, and swallowed his head in one go. The guards and I didn't carry spears at the time, so we could only let the three-headed jackal swallow Kamosi bit by bit. As he said that, he raised his arm and slapped his big mouth. "Sir, we are useless and have not completed the task. Please punish us." The pa sound was particularly harsh in the small guard room. Captain Umazlala frowned as he listened to the guard's narration of the whole process. The whole process can be described in one word, that is, coincidence. It happened that he was about to take Kamosi away. Kamosi happened to feed the three-headed jackal. The three-headed jackal happened to be wild, and the guards happened to not carry spears. This long series of coincidences formed an inevitable result. Kamosi died, and there was no body left, and there was no evidence. This coincidence is incredible. Chapter 658. Papa. The guard, who was kneeling on the ground, slapped himself hard on the face again and again. The force was so great that his cheeks had turned red, and a few drops of blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He looked miserable. The guard did not dare to stop, because with the help of the firelight of the burning charcoal in the stove, he saw that Captain Umazlala's face was full of coldness. It was as if a storm would break out in this small guard room in the next moment. However, he did not dare to continue slapping so violently, for fear that he would accidentally slap himself unconscious. The guard could only slap himself once, saying "I deserve to die," and looked up at Captain Umazlala. Seeing that the captain did not react, he could only slap himself again. Just when the guard was about to give up, a majestic voice saved him. Elsh Longbottom drank the black tea in the cup, smacked his lips, and sighed. "Okay, let's stop here. A little slave, if he dies, he dies. You go out and stand guard." This voice sounded like the sound of nature to the guard, and he kowtowed quickly. "Thank you for your magnanimity, the chief. I promise to stand guard well and never let a slave run away." As he said that, he didn't bother to wipe the blood off his face, got up from the ground, and wanted to leave this hellish guard room. But at this moment, Captain Umazlala raised his head suddenly, gritted his teeth, and said sternly, "Stop." The guard's face changed, his whole body trembled, and he slowly took back the steps he was about to take. He turned his head stiffly and squeezed out a trembling voice from his throat. "My lord." Captain Umazlala's unexpected attack made Elsh Longbottom look ugly. As the chief steward of the manor, he was in charge of all the slaves in the manor, and even the owner of the manor, Chen Shuxian, rarely asked about it. Captain Umazlala is just a son-in-law, but he dared to forget his identity and intervene without authorization. This is really intolerable to his uncle and aunt. Elsh Longbottom took a deep breath, stood up slowly, twisted his goatee with his hands, and curved his mouth. "My lord, Comus was eaten by the three-headed wolf. This is a tragedy that no one wants to see, but it is an accident. The guard has just expressed his apology in the form of self-punishment. What else do you want? What's more, this kind of accident is not uncommon in the beast area. The beasts in the beast area are all pets of Miss Chen Shuxian. It is an honor for these slaves to be eaten by pets, and they should be grateful. Good guy, being eaten by a monster, and expressing gratitude to the monster." The brain circuits of the slave owners of Gaystar made Captain Umazlala a little confused. Captain Umazlala had explored countless intelligent planets, and many of them were in the primitive slave stage like Gaystar. However, on those primitive slave planets, slaves are an important means of production. Although they are of low status, slave owners will not kill them at will. Some even provide slaves with a comfortable living environment, and slave owners will draw a big pie to motivate slaves, so that they can work harder. It is different on Gaystar. Here, slaves are treated worse than livestock. Not only do they have to undertake heavy labor, but they are also punished arbitrarily by slave owners, and they are hungry and naked. In the eyes of slave owners on Gaystar, slaves are born with sin, and need to be punished most severely. If it were usual, Captain Umazlala would not have any dissatisfaction with this phenomenon. After all, although he is a son-in-law, he is also a member of the slave owners. He came to Gaystar not to save these slaves. However, not today. He promised to Chuli to save his son from the beast area. He can't go back on his word. If Comus was really eaten by the three-headed jackal, he would have completed his mission. But, is the god's words true? Captain Umazlala, who thought he was a higher being, could not allow himself to be deceived by lower beings. So, he stood up suddenly, looked directly at the old supervisor, and sneered, "Mr. Elsh Longbottom, I suspect that this guard under your command is lying." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the guard room suddenly became tense. The veins in the necks of the young guards who had been bowing their heads just now trembled, and their hands unconsciously rested on the daggers. The guard with a swollen face bowed his head, his eyes wandering on the floor. The hand of the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom, which was twisting his beard, was stunned in the air. His face turned from black to white, then white to red, and finally red, and his voice trembled. "My lord, are you saying that we are lying?" As soon as he said this, he realized that he was too excited, and hurriedly smiled awkwardly. "My lord, what I mean is, are you accusing this guard of lying?" Captain Umazlala sneered. "Indeed, that's what I think. The whole thing is too coincidental. I suspect that Comus is not dead at all." In fact, he not only suspected that the guard was lying, but also suspected that the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom, was involved. Otherwise his attitude would not be so excited. But he didn't understand why Elsh Longbottom, as a chief supervisor, would cover up for the guard. This guard grew up in the manor since he was a child. He has always been very loyal and would never do such a thing. The chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom, shook his head again and again. "How about this? I'll have people seal off the gate to the beast area, and then I'll personally lead people in to look for Comus. In this way, won't everything be clear?" Captain Umazlala said, and he pushed the door open and walked out, ready to gather his subordinates. He thought that as the husband of God Zayahla, he had absolute power in the manor, and did not need to ask for the opinion of the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom. Watching Captain Umazlala leave the guard room, the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom's face darkened. He picked up the tea dregs on the table and threw them to the ground, and the ceramic fragments scattered all over the floor. "Chief supervisor, he wants to search the beast area. What should we do?" The guard hurriedly ran to the chief supervisor and asked hurriedly, "Chris, where is Comus now?" The chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom's face was uncertain. As the husband of God Zayahla, Captain Umazlala had privileges in the manor, and he wanted to search the beast area, and no one could stop him. Reporting to the chief supervisor, "According to our usual practice, I have caught him and put him in a cage behind the beast area this morning. We are just waiting for night to fall so that we can transport him out of the manor and sell him to slave traders from western countries." The guard, whose real name is Chris, nodded and bowed. His eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. He whispered, "Big supervisor, how about I take people to kill Comus now, and then feed his body to the three-headed jackal, so that the Lord won't find any evidence?" Too late. Big supervisor Elsh Longbottom shook his head again and again. "The husband of this owner has already suspected us. He will definitely search the beast area. Once he finds the 200 slaves in the cage, what we have done will be exposed." Guard Chris gritted his teeth and waved his hand to chop down. "Or, let's kill all the 200 slaves, so that he can't find any evidence." No, the delivery day is tonight. If we don't have these slaves, what can we give to the slave traders? Big supervisor Elsh Longbottom thought for a moment and shook his head. "You know the nature of those slave traders. They can't see the slaves at night, and they will definitely think that we deliberately defrauded their deposit. They have a hot temper, and things will definitely get out of hand. This time, guard Chris had no idea anymore, and could only scratch his head anxiously. If he had known this day would come, he would not have coveted money, and obeyed the orders of the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom, to do these things. In fact, he is not a simple guard, but the chief guard of the Beast Zone, responsible for managing more than 300 guards and more than 4,000 slaves in the Beast Zone. This profession is hereditary. His grandfather is the chief guard, and his father is the chief guard. In this generation, when Chris came of age, he naturally became the chief guard. After he became the chief guard, he found that this position was not as good as he imagined. Although the chief guard is the head of the guards, he is actually still a slave, and his monthly salary is just enough to make a living. At this time, the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom, found him and said that there was a big business that could make a fortune. Elsh Longbottom found in the western countries that the plantations there needed a large number of slaves, but the western countries were vast and sparsely populated, and there were not so many slaves, so all the slave owners went thousands of miles to other countries to buy slaves. The managers of other countries found that their citizens were actually bought by other countries, and they were naturally unwilling. Therefore, countries began to strictly prohibit the export of slaves. Once discovered, they would be killed without mercy. The consequence of this was that the value of slaves skyrocketed. For example, a slave worth only 10 gold coins in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom could be sold to slave owners in Western countries for 100 gold coins, regardless of transportation. This is a tenfold profit. In addition, the chief supervisor, Elsh Longbottom, is an old man in the manor, and has great prestige. Guard Captain Chris boarded this pirate ship without hesitation. The beast area he manages has to replenish more than 400 slaves every month. Except for a few who are really eaten by wild beasts, most of them are caught by them and sold to Western slave owners. If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. Every night, Guard Captain Chris would dig out the gold coins accumulated from the sale of slaves and take a look, because he knew that this kind of thing would be exposed one day, and he would take a look at these gold coins if he could. He regretted it in his heart, but the big supervisor Elsh Longbottom didn't regret it at all. Over the years, he relied on the slave trade to buy a small building in the City of Silence, which is more than 500 kilometers away from Zenshan City, and supported 5 women. These 5 women also supported 2 big fat boys for him. What are you panicking about? Big Supervisor Elsh Longbottom looked at Chris dissatisfiedly. This guy is a greedy and timid guy, and he can't be relied on at the critical moment. He took a few deep breaths, pondered for a moment, and came up with an idea. Since the beasts in the beast area can eat slaves, why can't they eat the husband of the manor owner? You mean you want to kill people to silence them? Guard Captain Chris was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. You want to rebel? Rebellion? Rebellion for what? The chief supervisor Elsh Longbottom sneered. I dare say that, even if all the slaves in the manor are added together, they can't beat a finger of Miss Shen Zahua. Besides, Shen Zahua was raised by me with my own eyes. When the old owner of the manor passed away, she was only a few months old. I raised her with untold hardships. How could I rebel against her? We are only targeting that son-in-law. He dared to ruin our plan to make a fortune. He deserves to die. Although I was not in the manor for the past few months, I have investigated in detail. This guy is just the illegitimate son of a ruined landlord. He doesn't know any magic or martial arts. He just won the favor of Shen Zahua by virtue of his good looks. Moreover, the guards he brought with him are all good for nothings, and they don't know any martial arts. As he spoke, a vicious gleam flashed in his eyes. As long as we kill them all in the beast area and put the blame on those dumb beasts, can God Zahua still hold us responsible? Besides, I know God Zahua's character best. She is very ambitious and will never start a war for a little son-in-law. Big boss, is this okay? You know all the guards under my command. They are all good for nothings. It's okay to let them deal with those slaves who dare not resist, but if they really fight with others, I'm afraid they will be useless. Guard Captain Chris said timidly. Of course, the real reason is that he thinks this is too risky. Once the matter is exposed, and the owner of the manor, God Zahua, investigates, the big boss may be able to stay safe with his many years of merit, but these guards will lose their heads. Waste. You should understand, now that once the cages in the beast area are discovered, according to the laws of our Eastern Dragon Kingdom, the slave trade will be punished by the extermination of the entire clan. By then, none of you will be able to escape. How about this? I will let my personal guards join the ambush team. Each of them is proficient in martial arts, and can fight 10 people alone. The guards of the son-in-law are simply not our opponents. The chief supervisor, ELX Longbottom, naturally understood his thoughts, but the situation was urgent, and he could not care so much, so he could only send his own people. That's good. Guard Captain Chris nodded repeatedly. He knew about the personal guards of the chief supervisor, ELX Longbottom. Considering the abnormal chaos in the Western Kingdom, many merchants were killed during transactions every year, and the gods Iahua specifically allowed the chief supervisor, ELX Longbottom, to select 100 guards in the manor. Okay, it's settled. You must gather all the guards immediately, and take my personal bodyguards to the beast area to prepare. Chief Supervisor Elsh Longbottom gritted his teeth fiercely and said, "Damned son-in-law, your death is coming." Chapter 659. Outside the Beast Manor, when Captain Umazlala came to the gate with his fully armed team, the chief steward ELX Longbottom had been waiting for a long time. The guards sent a message that the beast area had been arranged, and they were just waiting for the prey to take the bait. The chief steward ELX Longbottom knew that, if the son-in-law was not a fool, he would arm his guards, but when he saw the more than 20 guards behind Captain Umazlala, he still couldn't help but gasp. These guards were all wearing dark armor, which emitted a cold light under the sunlight. The armor was engraved with the words of the Western countries, and it was so heavy that the guards had a little difficulty walking. This is plate armor. The chief steward ELX Longba's pupils contracted, his mouth opened wide, and his heart was beating. My plate armor. Plate armor is extremely strong, and can withstand the frontal attack of a spear. It has always been considered contraband by the rulers of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, and is not allowed to be privately kept by the people. These 20 sets of plate armor were smuggled from the Western countries by the chief steward Elsh Longbottom, when the god Zahua had not yet become a divine magician, in order to deal with the enemies of Zenshan City. Now they were actually worn by the guards of the son-in-law. The chief steward Elsh Longbottom was almost furious. He stood in front of Captain Umazlala and pointed at the guards. "Sir, how can you let the guards wear this kind of plate armor? Don't you know it's contraband? Once someone finds out and reports it to the higher-ups, it will cause trouble for Lord God Zahua." Captain Umazlala, who had already determined that there was something wrong with the chief steward, naturally would not look at him well. He sneered and said, "Chief steward, as the husband of God Zahua, I have the highest authority in the manor and naturally have the right to use this batch of plate armor. Moreover, the manor is full of our own people, and the slaves are not even qualified to leave the manor. Who would spread this matter? You are so presumptuous." These words made the chief steward Elsh Longbottom so angry that he felt dizzy and almost fainted. He had a noble status in the manor, and even God Zahua was polite to him. When had he ever been treated like this? "What, are you going to block the way?" Captain Umazlala looked at him with contempt, and with a swish sound, he pulled out the big sword from his waist, and the sharp blade flashed with cold light. "You should know this big sword. When God Zahua gave it to me, he specifically told me that I could use it to kill anyone at will." As he said that, a sneer appeared on his face, and he took a step closer. "No reason is needed." Captain Umazlala took a step closer, and the chief steward Elsh Longbottom couldn't help but take a step back, with a frightened look on his face, and cold sweat on his forehead. He naturally knew the big sword in the son-in-law's hand. It was called Dragon's Lair, and it was a sword passed down from generation to generation in the manor. Unexpectedly, God Zahua actually gave this sword to a son-in-law. Could it be that this son-in-law has something special besides being handsome? He knew that God Zahua was not a woman who was obsessed with men. There must be some unknown reason for her to be so fond of this son-in-law. Without finding out the reason, would it be inappropriate to act rashly? The chief steward Elsh Longbottom hesitated. "Are you still not going to get out of the way?" Captain Umazlala was getting more and more aggressive and was about to rush towards the chief steward with a sword. Looking at the arrogant look of the son-in-law, the chief steward Longbottom gritted his teeth and said, "Damn this boy." He made up his mind and turned to move aside. "Please." Humph. Captain Umazlala, holding a big sword, led his team members wearing plate armor and holding spears, and swaggered into the beast area. The click sound of the plate armor rubbing sounded very majestic. "This feels great." The complacent Captain Umazlala suddenly thought of something, stopped, turned around and said to the chief steward who was still standing there, "Chief steward, since the entire manor is under your control, please come with me into the manor to find out the truth of the matter." This sentence hit the chief steward Longbottom like a big stick, almost knocking him to the ground. There will be a melee among the beasts soon. Going in now is simply courting death. Can't go in. "Well, sir, I'm not feeling well. I want to go back and rest first, so I can't accompany you." The chief steward Longbottom hesitated and was about to retreat. How could Captain Umazlala let him go? He drew out his great sword again and chopped it down in the air. The sword made a crisp buzzing sound. "Chief steward, I now order you to go into the beast area with me. If you dare to disobey my order, The chief steward Longbottom was startled and hesitated. Although the son-in-law held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and could kill all the slaves and stewards in the manor at will, the chief steward Longbottom did not believe that he would dare to kill him. "I watched Miss Shenxiatua grow up with my own eyes. I have made great contributions to the manor over the years." Seeing that the chief steward Longbottom was still retreating, Captain Umazlala suddenly showed a strange smile on his face, and a gloomy look burst out in his eyes. His eyes made the chief steward Longbottom shudder. He suddenly had a feeling that this son-in-law really dared to attack him. The chief steward Longbottom hurriedly stopped and smiled awkwardly. "Okay, I suddenly feel refreshed. I'm just thinking about going to the beast area to see the mighty monsters." "Really? Chief steward, you are a big shot in the manor. Your health is important. Don't force it." Captain Umazlala's words were mixed with regret. "No force, no force." The chief steward Longbottom was forced to the front by Captain Umazlala to open the way. Although it was already afternoon, the beasts should have had their meals, but they would not refuse the snacks that were delivered to their doorsteps. "Let's let this old guy lead the way." The chief steward, Longbottom, was naturally dissatisfied with this arrangement. He was not afraid of the beasts. After all, as a veteran in the manor, he had dealt with these beasts a lot over the years and knew how to safely pass through their territory without angering them. What he feared was the upcoming battle. Now the son-in-law guards were all wearing military plate armor. As long as the guard Captain Chris had a little brain, he would use bows and arrows to attack the son-in-law guards from a distance in the dark while they were not prepared. It was quite dangerous to stand in the front. Thinking of this, the chief steward, Longbottom, immediately became alert and paid attention to the surrounding environment. In this way, if he found anything abnormal, he could fall to the ground and pretend to be dead as soon as possible. He cheered up, and Captain Umazlala was also cautious. He used his eyes to signal the team members behind him to follow the footsteps of the chief steward Longbottom. The beast area is actually a forest. After walking a few steps, they smelled a fishy smell and heard a moo in the distance. This is entering the territory of the beasts. When they walked to a dead tree, Captain Umazlala saw the chief steward Longbottom suddenly bend down and exclaimed in his heart, "Something is happening." He waved his hand quickly, and the team members behind him also bent down at the same time. The chief steward, Longbottom, saw their actions from the corner of his eyes, smiled bitterly and slowly stood up. "Everyone, don't panic. This is the territory of hippopotamus and elephants. It is generally safe. I was just tying my shoelaces just now." He sighed in his heart. This son-in-law seemed to have a hot temper, but he was a careful person. He arranged himself in the front, not only intending to use him as a shield, but also preparing to learn from him and pass through the beast area safely. Difficult to deal with. So that's how it is. I thought that the chief steward, you were showing off your unique secrets. So let these idiots learn from you. Captain Umazlala smiled awkwardly. Everyone continued to move forward and soon came to a small lake. The lake was not big, only more than 20 acres in size, and there was a small hill in the center of the lake. There is actually a lake in the beast area, which is an eye-opener for me. Captain Umazlala exclaimed sincerely. He has been on Gaystar for several months. In order to explore the true situation of Gaystar, he would stroll around the manor every day. The biggest feeling is that the living space here is really spacious. The number of people in the manor is only tens of thousands, but it has more than 10,000 square kilometers of land. Slaves have to spend a lot of time traveling all day, and sometimes farmland that is a little further away has to be abandoned. Now that they see that there is a lake in the private zoo, they can no longer bear it. On Pajero Star, every piece of living space is extremely precious. Many Pajeros can't buy a house in a big city, even if they work for 1,000 years. As for the zoo, it can only be seen in the conservation area, and only the upper class are qualified to visit. Alas, these primitive creatures are really luxurious. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the hill in the lake suddenly moved. Damn, this is not a hill. Captain Umazlala couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looked closely. The hill slowly stood up from the lake, revealing its full appearance. This is a monster with a particularly large head, small eyes and ears, a particularly large mouth, and a small tail. It looks very similar to an animal called a hippopotamus. But this monster also has a long trunk like an elephant. Is this a hippopotamus elephant? Captain Umazlala recalled what the chief steward had just said, and couldn't help shouting. It was the first time he had seen an animal larger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex on land. Yes, this is the rare animal on Gaystar, the hippopotamus elephant. Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom nodded with a haughty look. The hippopotamus elephant is 100 meters tall and 100 meters wide. It is known as the overlord of the land. However, due to its excessive appetite, it is on the verge of extinction. Only in the 10,000 mountains can you occasionally find traces of hippopotamus elephants. Because of its huge size, the hippopotamus elephant is considered by the gay people to be auspicious objects sent from heaven. If a family raises one, it can bless the family with peace for 10,000 years. Therefore, there are often large landowners offering high prices to buy it. Then where did this hippopotamus elephant come from? Captain Umazlala looked puzzled. I bought this from a hunter in the Shuan Mountains with my foresight. It was just a cub at the time and hadn't grown a nose yet. That foolish hunter thought it was a hippopotamus, so I got a great bargain. The chief steward, Elsh Longbottom, twisted his beard with his hand, his face full of pride. Later, a divine magician wanted to exchange it for a manor, but Miss Godzilla was reluctant to sell it. As he spoke, the mountain-like hippopotamus shook off the lake water on its body and walked towards this side. As it moved, the lake water was agitated and bang bang slapped on the shore. Run quickly, this guy's coming. A team member couldn't help but exclaimed. Captain Umazlala was also nervous. Such a big guy, even if he didn't eat meat, could trample people into meat patties. He reminded the chief steward, who was still immersed in his past achievements. Chief steward, let's leave quickly. Such a big monster is no joke. Seeing the panic on Captain Umazlala's face, Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom felt very proud. Boy, you are afraid sometimes too. He walked slowly and said slowly, don't be afraid. The reason why the hippopotamus elephant is called auspicious creature from heaven and can be sold at a sky-high prices, on the one hand, because it is huge and rare in the world. On the other hand, it is because it is peaceful by nature and very protective of people. The hippopotamus elephant not only does not attack humans, but also helps humans drive away wild beasts. So 10,000 years ago, whenever wild beasts from the Shuan Mountains attacked, our ancestors would drive the hippopotamus elephants to fight. It can be said that before the appearance of the divine magician, we humans were able to thrive on the land of Gay, and a large part of the credit should be attributed to the hippopotamus elephants. Moreover, the hippopotamus elephant has thick skin and flesh. Not only is it invulnerable to swords and guns, it can also resist lightning and fire. It has few rivals in the world. Captain Umazlala smacked his lips after hearing these words. In ancient times, with the help of such a huge beast, survival would become an easy thing. The Gay people are really happy. However, he carefully followed the steps of the Grand Steward Elsh Longbottom and asked, the hippopotamus elephant is so huge, there shouldn't be many opponents that can rival it. Even if it has a big appetite, there are so many forests on Gay that it shouldn't be unable to feed it. Why is the hippopotamus elephant now on the verge of extinction? In Captain Umazlala's opinion, if the hippopotamus elephant had such a huge body and a little intelligence, it could have become the ruler of Gay. There would be no gay people today, and there would be no terrifying divine magicians. His plan to rule Gay would also be much simpler. It seems that you should not have studied in the academy before, otherwise you wouldn't know such a simple thing. Grand Steward Elsh Longbottom smiled contemptuously. Facing the ridicule of the lower creatures, Captain Umazlala didn't care. He pretended to be sad and said, "When I was born, my family had already fallen into poverty. All the family property had been sold out. Even the head of the family had to rely on begging from friends to make a living. As an illegitimate child, I naturally had no chance to study in the academy." Chapter 660. In the beast area, the small hill-like hippo elephant slowly walked towards the shore, but the chief steward Elsh Longbottom stopped and turned around. The reason is very simple. Hippo elephant reproduction is too difficult. Female hippo elephants only have 2 opportunities to give birth in their lifetime. If they miss these 2 opportunities, they will never be able to reproduce again. There was a divine magician who tried to use magic to change this situation, so that hippo elephants would have the opportunity to give birth, as long as they reach adulthood, just like normal animals, but failed. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but turn his head back when he heard this, looking at the behemoth, and sighed in his heart. The creator is indeed fair. While giving the hippo elephant an invincible body, he took away its reproductive power. He suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Maybe I can try it with Pajero's cloning technology. If a large number of hippo elephants can be cloned, then even if facing a divine magician who can call the wind and rain, there is a chance of winning. However, there is a problem that needs to be solved. How to solve the hippo elephant's protective nature? You can't tell the hippo elephant that those divine magicians are monsters. Unconsciously, Captain Umazlala was immersed in his plan to rule Gaystar. Suddenly, the sky suddenly brightened, and he came to his senses. He realized that he had walked out of the forest and was in a grassland without knowing it. The towering trees around him were gone, replaced by waist-high green grass. This grassland is not big, less than 2 kilometers wide, and the forest on the opposite side of the grassland can be seen with the naked eye. No large beasts were seen in the grassland, but the chief steward Elsh Longbottom stopped and took out a ceramic bottle from his pocket. He poured a dark green liquid from the porcelain bottle and carefully applied it on his pants and shoes. The liquid exuded a foul smell, and Captain Umazlala, who was only 2 steps away from him, almost couldn't help vomiting. However, seeing the chief steward Elsh Longbottom doing this, Captain Umazlala, although he didn't know what kind of monster was hidden in this grassland, still smiled and said, "Chief Steward, lend us this bottle of medicine. This guy is so careful. This is a medicine I use to treat leg pain. You are so young and strong. You don't need it, right?" Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom was about to think of an excuse to refuse, but was hit in the eyes by a sword light, and at the same time, felt a cold gaze, and hurriedly handed over the small porcelain bottle. "Everyone, please use it." Captain Umazlala took the porcelain bottle and handed it to the team members behind him. "You should apply the medicine on your body as the chief steward did just now." The team members began to apply the medicine one by one, shoes, pants, and even plate armor. Seeing this, the chief steward Elsh Longbottom felt distressed. Hey, there's no need to apply it on the upper body. The devil centipede won't crawl to the upper part of the human body. The devil centipede, it sounds like another kind of wild beast, but applying this medicine should be enough to avoid them. After all, this chief steward will not joke with his own life. But after the team members finished applying it, Captain Umazlala also took the small porcelain bottle and applied it despite the stench. Of course, he did not follow the chief steward's advice and even did not spare his helmet. "Here, I give it back to you." Finally, Captain Umazlala, who was emitting a stench, handed the small porcelain bottle to the chief steward Elsh Longbottom. The chief steward shook the porcelain bottle, and there was not much potion left in it. He felt very distressed, but there was nothing he could do. He lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, please step lightly. Don't alarm the devil centipede." Although we have applied secret medicine on our bodies, if we are discovered by a large group of devil centipede, we will die." Everyone nodded, then stepped lightly, and continued to move forward. Captain Umazlala walked, while paying attention to the grass. He wanted to know what the so-called devil centipede was that could make the chief steward so afraid. After walking for a long time, he was almost at the opposite forest, and he didn't see the shadow of the devil centipede. He whispered, "Chief Steward, were you lying to us just now? There is no devil centipede here at all." This sentence almost made the chief steward Elsh Longbottom angry to death. He estimated the distance, and found that he could leave the grassland in more than 10 steps at most. Even if a large number of devil centipede were alarmed, he could still retreat safely. Then he sneered and said, "You should be glad that I'm with you this time, otherwise, you would be dead now." Now? Question mark? Captain Umazlala lowered his head quickly. There was no animal in the grass, not even an ant. Captain Umazlala looked silly, which made the chief steward Elx Longbottom feel very happy. He said contemptuously, "Alas, you don't even know where the devil centipede hides. I really don't know how you can grow so big in these years." As he said, he reached out and pulled up a bunch of green grass. Under the green grass, there was nothing except black soil. Captain Umazlala scratched his head. "Chief Steward, there is nothing here?" "Ah, haha, that's right. This means there is no devil centipede under this grass." Chief Steward Elx Longbottom pursed his lips and smiled awkwardly. "Damn grass, it's too embarrassing." He pulled up another bunch of green grass, and this time there was a worm the size of a fingertip in the fresh soil. The appearance of this worm was purple-red, with legs densely grown on both sides of the body, and 2 front claws in the front of the body. There were 2 tentacles on the top of the head. Being suddenly exposed to the sun, the insect seemed extremely uncomfortable. It panicked and dug a hole with its 2 front claws and crawled in. "That's it? It's just a cowardly insect? I can crush it with 1 foot. What's so scary about it?" Captain Umazlala said with disdain. He now had a complete understanding of the nature of this chief steward. He knew that this old guy hated being looked down upon the most, and loved to show off his knowledge the most. If he wanted to make him tell the truth, the best way was to irritate him. Sure enough, the chief steward, Elsh Longbottom, was so angry that his beard stood up. He sneered, "What an ignorant person. Even though the little bug just now looks no different from a normal centipede, it will explode once it smells the scent of its prey." The devil centipedes usually hide at the roots of the Xiuxiu grass. Once they find their prey, they will launch a cluster attack. Thousands of devil centipedes will pounce on their prey at the same time. They are extremely fast, and will use their sharp front claws to tear off the clothes and fur of their prey, and then drill into the prey's body. They will follow the blood vessels to the heart of the prey, and then start to eat the prey bit by bit from there. Drill into the prey's body, and eat it alive. And the devil centipedes can fight in groups and move quickly, so you can't hide from them. It's really scary. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but shudder. Seeing his expression, the chief steward Elsh Longbottom smiled proudly. "Ha ha, you are scared now, right? Let me tell you, the devil centipede has a certain resistance to the magic of natural magicians. Many magicians die at its hands every year. This guy can actually bite a magician to death." Captain Umazlala suddenly became energetic, and said with a cheeky smile, "Chief Steward, why don't we tame a large number of devil centipedes in our manor, so that we can dominate the world? Is the devil centipede like the hippopotamus, with only 2 chances to give birth in a lifetime?" The chief steward Elsh Longbottom was reluctant to answer such an idiotic question, but the extremely ignorant expression on his face deeply moved the chief steward. "Oh my god. How can there be such an ignorant person in this world? Moreover, he has survived to this day, and has become the son-in-law of the manor. Boy, you don't understand this, right? The devil centipede can reproduce thousands of small centipedes each time. Do you see this grassland? Everyone." He suddenly thought of the mistake at the beginning and quickly changed his words. Ahem, ahem. "Do you see this grassland? There is a devil centipede hidden under almost every blade of grass." Captain Umazlala looked around. Although the grassland was not large, the grass was dense and lush. A rough estimate is that there are hundreds of millions of blades of grass. There are hundreds of millions of devil centipedes under here. And I might have accidentally alarmed them just now. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but feel scared. The biggest characteristic of the devil centipede is that it does not obey orders. The chief steward Alex Longbottom continued to explain, in the wars of ancient times, the big landlords who were determined to overthrow the rule of the Black Tower cult spent huge sums of money to raise tens of billions of devil centipedes. They wanted to use these devil centipedes to deal with the army of the Black Tower cult. However, before the Black Tower cult army arrived, the army that raised the devil centipede was annihilated, and all the humans and livestock within 100 miles died. The reason is very simple. The devil centipede rioted. Tens of billions of devil centipedes collectively rioted. Such a terrible thing. How was it finally solved? Captain Umazlala asked hurriedly. According to what the chief steward just said, the devil centipede is extremely terrifying, and it can fight even against the divine magician. Wouldn't these tens of billions of devil centipedes be able to sweep across the gay continent? All things in the world are interdependent and mutually exclusive. Facing the diligent and studious Captain Umazlala, the chief steward Alex Longbottom picked up the text. He shook his head and said, the biggest enemy of the devil centipede is the 10-leaf clover. When they smell the scent of Xiu grass, they will instantly lose their fighting spirit and become a timid insect. The army of the Black Tower cult collected the 10-leaf clover from the 100,000 mountains and finally eliminated all the devil centipedes. 10-leaf clover, by the way, is the secret medicine applied on our bodies made from the 10-leaf clover? Captain Umazlala asked. Yes, it was because of the suppression of the 10-leaf clover that the devil centipede just now fled in panic instead of sending a signal to summon its companions. The chief steward Longbottom nodded proudly again. 10-leaf clover, what a strange name. Captain Umazlala was very interested in the devil centipede that could fight against the divine magician, and naturally he was also interested in the 10-leaf clover that could suppress the devil centipede. HMPH, not only is the name strange, but even the 10-leaf clover itself is strange. The 10-leaf clover grows in the shade of the mountain stream of the 100,000 mountains. At first, it has only one leaf, and is called a one-leaf clover. Every 1,000 years, the one-leaf clover will grow a leaf. When it grows 10 leaves, it has the effect of suppressing the devil centipede. The chief steward Longbottom thought of the secret medicine that was just wasted, and his heart was still bleeding. He replied unhappily. Captain Umazlala calculated and frowned immediately. So, a 10-leaf clover needs to grow for 10,000 years before it can play a role. With this calculation, the 10-leaf clover must be very rare and precious, right? HMPH, of course, because the growth cycle of the 10-leaf clover is very long, and it can only grow in the 100,000 mountains. There are only a few 10-leaf clover that can be collected every year. Take the secret medicine that you just wasted. For example, if you sell it on the black market, it can sell for at least 10,000 gold coins. The chief steward Longbottom said with about 100,000 gold coins. Captain Umazlala has been on Gaystar for so long that he is familiar with the economic system of Gaystar. Like all primitive planets, the gay people like to use worthless but glittering gold as an equivalent exchange. After the establishment of the Four Great Magicians Club, in order to better exploit the civilians of Gaystar, they controlled all the gold mines on Gaystar and minted gold coins as a circulating currency among the people. They took the fruits of the labor of the civilians through gold coins. According to the normal living consumption of the civilians of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, 10 gold coins are enough for the civilians to live comfortably for a year. As for slaves, they are not qualified to earn gold coins at all. The secret medicine in the small porcelain bottle is actually worth 100,000 gold coins. Captain Umazlala finally understood why the chief steward always looked angry. He thought for a while and patted his chest. Chief steward, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who does not admit it. When I go back, I will compensate you according to the price. Compensate me according to the price. I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity anymore. The chief steward Longbottom stepped back into the forest, thinking in his heart, with a hint of viciousness on his face. Well, chief steward, we have been walking for so long. How come we haven't encountered a single slave? Captain Umazlala looked at the dense forest and couldn't help but feel a little scared. The reason is very simple. Think about what kind of beasts we encountered just now. Chief steward Longbottom answered without turning his head. hippopotamus, elephants and devil centipedes. Captain Umazlala answered subconsciously. Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom sarcastically said, hippopotamus elephants mainly feed on big trees and do not need slaves to feed them, while devil centipedes usually live by sucking the juice from the roots of Xiuxiu grass. Letting slaves feed them will only increase the chaos, so you can't see a single slave. But once you enter this forest, you will reach the area of carnivores, and you will see slaves later. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from the depths of the forest, followed by a miserable cry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661. Hearing the miserable screams, without waiting for Captain Umazlala's orders, the team members wearing plate armor immediately deployed a defensive formation and surrounded the two with spears. Seeing this scene, the Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom was shocked. This reaction speed was enough to rival the elite soldiers in the manner. Where did this poor illegitimate son of a landlord recruit these soldiers? Chief Steward, what was the scream just now? Captain Umazlala didn't know that the strength that the team members had unintentionally shown had been noticed by the Chief Steward. All his attention was now on the screams. Maybe another slave who feeds the beasts was eaten by the beasts. There are three-headed wolves, spotted tigers, colorful pythons, and super speed cheetahs living in this forest. Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom was glad that the timing of the beast-eating people happened just right. Not only can it intimidate the son-in-law, but it can also make Comus's death seem less suspicious. Sure enough, Captain Umazlala's face suddenly changed when he heard his explanation, and he clenched the big sword in his hand. Don't you have any protective measures for the slaves? Protective measures? The Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom looked confused. It's shields, armor, spears and other weapons that can resist the attacks of wild beasts. Captain Umazlala frowned and asked. He couldn't understand why the spears, swords, shields, and armor piled up in the warehouse in the manor were not distributed to the slaves. In this way, the slaves would not be eaten by wild beasts. My lord, are you kidding? The Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom looked funny, and his mouth was a little bit unable to close, as if Captain Umazlala had just told a very funny joke. However, when he saw the serious expression on Captain Umazlala's face, he immediately understood that this son-in-law really thought so in his heart. He sneered and said, a knife is worth 1 gold coin, which can buy 10 slaves. Do you think we should give them weapons? Moreover, slave riots have been common over the years. They can destroy manors and kill landlords with hoes and sticks. If they have weapons, it will be terrible. Captain Umazlala was speechless and shook his head helplessly. Let's go. Now that the beast has just eaten a slave, it should not be interested in us. We can take this opportunity to reach the slave platform smoothly. The Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom said and stepped forward. Captain Umazlala knew that the slave platform was the residence of the slaves in the beast area and the destination of his trip. He wanted to confirm in person whether Comus was really eaten by the beast at the slave platform. Seeing the Chief Steward walking deep into the forest, Captain Umazlala hurriedly followed. This old guy has lived for so many years. He is an old fox. He will never take risks personally. It is right to follow him. Sure enough, Captain Umazlala saw a white tiger after walking in the forest for a while. The tiger's beard was stained with blood, and it was scratching itself on a tree. The tree, which was so big that no one could stand, was shaking and leaves were falling from the sky. Just as Captain Umazlala secretly ordered his team members to be alert and prepare for the tiger's attack, the tiger just looked at them lazily without any special movements. Captain Umazlala was relieved. This guy was indeed full. However, even so, everyone was relieved until they left the tiger's territory. Everyone should be careful. There is a 3-headed jackal living in a cave 2 kilometers ahead. The Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom suddenly stopped and said with a serious expression, what kind of animal is the 3-headed jackal? Does it have 3 heads? Captain Umazlala asked curiously. He had heard people in the manor mention the three-headed jackal several times before and knew that it was a beast that God Zayatha liked the most. Yes, the three-headed jackal has 3 heads. The chief steward, Elsh Longbottom, smiled arrogantly. It can be said that there is only one three-headed jackal in the whole Gai Star. This was found in a cave when I accompanied the old owner of the manor on an adventure in the Shuan Mountains. At that time, this three-headed jackal should have been born not long ago, and its fur was not dry. When we found it, there was blood on the corners of its mouth, and the bodies of several brothers and sisters were lying beside it, killing its brothers and sisters as soon as it was born. It is indeed a fierce beast. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but say. According to the description of the chief steward, the three-headed jackal should be a mutant jackal. The genes of organisms are not stable. Under accidental circumstances, mutations may occur. The most common mutation is the change of color, just like the white tiger with hanging eyes just now was formed because of gene mutation, which caused the hair to lack pigment. However, mutations like having an extra head are still rare, and creatures with multiple heads are hard to survive because each head will compete for dominance over the body. It's more than just a ferocious beast. The three-headed jackal has come to the manor and has eaten more than 2,000 slaves. Almost every few months, it leaves fresh beef and mutton alone and eats a slave to satisfy its hunger. The chief steward, Elsh Longbottom, continued to explain. However, the three-headed jackal has a certain level of consciousness. It can understand human language. Usually only Miss Godzilla can command it. My goodness, this beast has intelligence? Captain Umazlala couldn't help but become interested in the three-headed jackal. While imitating the chief steward, he slowed down his pace and looked around, trying to find the shadow of the three-headed jackal in the forest. Of course, it would be fine if it was just a shadow. There were no roads in the forest, and the ground was covered with branches of shrubs. Because they needed to avoid making any noise, the team's marching speed was slowed down a lot, and the team members were on alert for a long time, which also consumed a lot of their physical strength. Soon, sweat oozed from their foreheads. Under the restraint of heavy plate armor, several team members even began to pant. The loss of physical strength led to distraction, and one team member accidentally stepped on a branch. Crack. The crisp sound of the branch breaking was particularly harsh in the silent forest. Damn. Captain Umazlala saw the chief steward walking in front tremble all over and quickly ordered the team members to stop with gestures. The team members all held spears and looked around vigilantly. There was only the rustling sound of leaves in the breeze and the occasional unknown bird calls from the depths of the forest. Very calm, very peaceful. Fortunately, the three-headed jackal should not be alarmed. The chief steward, Elx Longbottom, glared at the guy who stepped on the broken branch and then prepared to move on. According to his many years of experience, the three-headed jackal was sleeping in the cave at this time. As long as no sound was made, there would be no danger. Therefore, he dared to risk his life to accompany these guys into the beast area. The chief steward, Elx Longbottom, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and moved forward more carefully. He had not taken 2 steps when he heard a strange roar from the depths of the forest, and his face suddenly changed. Captain Umazlala also heard the roar, and he was still wondering how this roar was a mixture of 3 different sounds. However, when he saw the chief steward's livid face, he suddenly realized that the three-headed jackal had 3 heads. With 3 heads, there are 3 mouths, which can make 3 kinds of sounds. This roar must have been made by the three-headed jackal. Hurry up and form a formation. The general manager who was in the front suddenly turned around and ran into the crowd. Damn it, you guys, if you don't want to die, quickly form a formation with your spears. He ran to the middle of the crowd and saw the son-in-law's guard standing there in a daze. He was so anxious that he stamped his feet and shouted, "Form a formation?" The team members who used cold weapons for the first time were a little confused. It was Captain Umazlala who first woke up. As the captain of the exploration team, he usually studied ancient culture and knew that in the era of cold weapons, facing the attack of powerful enemies, the warriors would line up in neat formations to increase their defense. Quick, quick, everyone point their spears outward and form a circle. Captain Umazlala shouted loudly, pay attention to the position of the spear tip. If the three-headed jackal pounces on you, you should aim the spear tip at its throat. The team members reacted and lined up in a circle with their spears facing outward. At this time, Captain Umazlala also saw that in the depths of the forest, among the dense leaves, a black figure was approaching slowly. Could it be the three-headed jackal? Captain Umazlala regretted not carrying a tactical helmet with him, otherwise he would have to record this rare animal. In the Pajero civilization, any strange video can be sold at a high price. However, when the black figure gradually became clear, Captain Umazlala had already thrown this idea behind his mind, and he only felt that his legs were a little weak. Or 3-meter tall and 8-meter long behemoth slowly walked out of the forest. It was covered with shiny black hair. Every step, the muscles that were vaguely visible, can make people feel the thunder-like explosive power contained in it. Of course, the most shocking thing is that there are 3 heads on the neck of the behemoth. The head in the middle is a wolf's head, with a pointed palate, a long face, a protruding nose, and pointed and straight ears. A pair of small eyes flashed with cunning. The head on the left was a jackal's head, with a wide head, a flat and low forehead, a short snout, short and round ears, and a bulge in the middle of the frontal bone. From the side, the whole face looked bulging. The eyes on this head were full of cruelty and viciousness, which made people shudder. The head on the right was a leopard's head, with a small and round head, short ears, black backs and yellow tips. This head always opened its mouth, revealing sharp white teeth, and its bloody tongue was covered with barbs, with sticky saliva flowing down the corners of its mouth. When Captain Umazlala saw this strange animal, he exclaimed in his heart, "Wow, this thing is a hybrid, right? What wonderful story happened to the female wolf that year, so that it could give birth to this 3-headed jackal with the characteristics of 3 ferocious beasts." Although the team members were all ready to fight, and their hands and feet were trembling, years of training still made them hold their spears tightly, and point their sharp spear tips at the 3-headed jackal. The 3-headed jackal stopped more than 10 steps away from them, with 3 heads and 6 pairs of eyes, looking them up and down. This guy really has an IQ, and the distance he chose is too good. Captain Umazlala sighed in his heart. The distance of 10 meters is just beyond the attack range of the spear, and it can ensure that the 3-headed jackal can launch an attack instantly. "Lord 3-headed jackal, I'm the Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom. Do you remember that it was me who brought you out of the 10,000 mountains back then?" The Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom saw the cowardly look of the team members, and knew that they would be dead if they continued like this, so he began to try to build relationships. The 3-headed jackal tilted its 3 heads, as if looking at the Chief Steward carefully. Its eyes were first puzzled, then reminiscent, and finally angry. Roar. Its 3 heads roared at the same time, and its back arched, leaving 3 deep scratches on the branch on the ground with its claws. This is the rhythm of launching an attack. Captain Umazlala was shocked and lowered his voice. "General Manager, did you abuse it in the past? It shouldn't be. I fed it a lot of meat back then. Even if it doesn't appreciate me, it shouldn't hate me so much. Could it be?" General Manager Elsh Longbottom seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. "Fuck, did you really abuse it? We are dead now. Alas, we are implicated by you today." Captain Umazlala saw that the general manager looked abnormal, and immediately understood. "It's not abuse, but in order to bring back this 3-headed jackal, I killed the female wolf with a broken leg myself." The Chief Steward, Elsh Longbottom, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "In fact, even if I didn't kill it, it wouldn't have survived long in the 100,000 mountains with a broken leg. Good fellow, the hatred of killing my mother is irreconcilable. We were killed by you this time." Captain Umazlala teased the Chief Steward while putting his hand on his waist. He had a laser gun hidden on his waist. "However, since you are the only enemy of the 3-headed jackal, we don't need to join in the fun here." Captain Umazlala's mouth curved into an evil arc. "Everyone prepare to retreat. Let the Chief Steward face the 3-headed jackal himself." When the Chief Steward, Elsh Longbottom, heard him say this, he was so scared that his feet softened, and he fell directly to the ground. He grabbed Captain Umazlala's trouser legs and said, "Sir, for the sake of my years of serving the young lady conscientiously, you can't leave me here to die." The Chief Steward was really scared. The 3-headed jackal was obviously going to eat him alive, and this son-in-law was a guy who could do what he said. Once they really ran away, the chief steward would have no way out. Chapter 662. Seeing the embarrassed look of the chief steward, Captain Umazlala pretended to be afraid of death. Chief steward, it's not that we don't want to save you, but we can't save ourselves. It's obvious that this three-headed jackal will not stop until it eats you today. Sacrifice you and make more than 20 of us happy. When I go back, I will report your heroic deeds to the gods Ayahuasca. Let her build a tomb for you. With that, Captain Umazlala and his team members prepared to retreat. Chief Steward Elsh Longbottom saw the three bloody mouths on the three heads of the three-headed jackal gradually open, saliva flowing, and a greedy look. He shuddered and quickly stopped Captain Umazlala, who was about to retreat. To be honest, even if you retreat now, you can't get out of this forest. Hearing this, Captain Umazlala breathed a sigh of relief. The old fox finally couldn't help it. After entering the beast area, Captain Umazlala felt that this place was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. When he heard the miserable cry of the slave, he realized what was strange. The guards in the beast area are gone. He didn't see any guards at the gate. He didn't see any guards by the lake. He didn't see any guards in the forest, and even near the most important three-headed jackal, there was no shadow of any guard. Hippo elephants and three-headed jackals are rare animals on Gaystar, and are very valuable. If someone ventures in and steals them, wouldn't the loss of the manor be huge? According to the general manager, there are more than 300 guards in the beast area. Where did these guards go? Hearing the general manager's shout, Captain Umazlala knew that these guards must be hiding in a secret place, ready to attack him. However, at this moment, he must not show weakness. Captain Umazlala's mouth curled slightly, revealing a sneer on his face. Your guard should be lying in ambush in the woods, waiting to attack us, but I'm prepared. You're prepared. The chief steward Elsh Longbottom heard this, and his face changed drastically. He had originally thought of using this to threaten his son-in-law not to abandon him. Yes, in fact, I had already discovered it when I entered the gate. I secretly ordered my men to run back to invite God Big Iron Pot. You know, Big Iron Pot and I are good friends. Captain Umazlala looked calm and composed. Of course, the so-called discovery, as soon as he entered the door, and asking someone to report the news were completely fabricated by him. However, looking at the son-in-law's confident expression, the chief steward Elsh Longbottom believed it a little. He knew that God Big Iron Pot had never had any friends in the manor, but he regarded this son-in-law as a friend, and the two of them hung out together all day. If God Big Iron Pot received the news, it is very likely that he would come to rescue him personally. Even if he was not eaten by the three-headed jackal, he would be killed on the spot for his conspiracy to attack his son-in-law. There is no hope at all. My lord, please forgive me. I'm obsessed. The fear of death made the chief steward Elsh Longbottom kneel on the ground with a thump. He was in tears and looked extremely regretful. In addition, he looked old and frail, which made people feel sorry for him. It's not impossible to forgive you. Captain Umazlala said something that made the chief steward Elsh Longbottom ecstatic. He quickly raised his head, knelt down and crawled in front of the son-in-law, hugged his thighs, and begged in a trembling voice. You said, as long as you can save my life, I agree to any of your conditions. Looking at his cowardly look, Captain Umazlala sighed in his heart. This is the true face of the superiors. In the face of death, they, who were originally high and mighty, instantly abandoned all their dignity, and were not even as good as a slave. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Captain Umazlala lost the desire to tease him for a moment. It was not worth it for such a person. Very good. Now I will ask you a few questions. If you answer them honestly, I will plead with God Big Iron Pot on your behalf and ask him to expel you from the manor and save your life. Sir, if you ask, I will answer honestly. If I tell a lie, God will send down thunder and kill me before you punish me. The chief steward Elsh Longbottom kowtowed repeatedly. Facing this only chance of survival, he had to seize it tightly. He spent so many years and finally changed from a low-level slave to a superior person. He saved a huge fortune and married several beautiful wives. He didn't want to die. Captain Umazlala nodded and put the big sword into the scabbard behind him. The first question is Cometh dead? The fuse of the whole thing was the slave Cometh. Although the guards reported that Cometh had been eaten by wild beasts, Captain Umazlala did not believe a word. Probably not. The chief steward Elsh Longbottom lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Captain Umazlala had a fierce face. Is he dead or not? Do you dare to lie to me now? My lord, it's not that I don't tell the truth, but I really don't know. The chief steward Elsh Longbottom trembled all over and quickly lay on the ground to explain. However, according to the report of the captain of the guard, Cometh should not be dead. The words of the chief steward Elsh Longbottom were full of contradictions, but Captain Umazlala understood a little bit. That is, although Cometh was not dead, he was in danger and might die at any time. Where is he? He should be locked up in a cage less than 2 kilometers from here. Grand Butler Elsh Longbottom answered honestly. The 3-headed jackal next to him, that might pounce on him at any time, had already made him lose the mind to make up a lie. What is the cage for? Captain Umazlala realized that this thing might have a lot to do with the whole thing. The cage is used to hold slaves. Grand Butler Elsh Longbottom lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Aren't slaves held in slave platforms? Why are they held in cages? Captain Umazlala asked with a thought in his mind. This. Grand Butler Elsh Longbottom hesitated and was speechless. Captain Umazlala shouted, "Speak." Grand Butler Elsh Longbottom shuddered all over, sweat oozed from his forehead, and his spine was cold. The slaves imprisoned in the cage will be sold to the Western Kingdom. The chief steward, Elx Longbottom, gritted his teeth and sighed. My lord, I will not hide it from you. Every month, we buy some slaves from outside and then secretly sell them to slave traders in the Western Kingdom to make a profit. Commerce was chosen. When you asked us to hand Commerce over, we could only make up a lie and claim that he had been eaten by a wild beast. This is Commerce's misfortune, and it is also our misfortune. Captain Umazlala completely understood that the chief steward was afraid that he would discover their slave trade, so he was going to kill him in the forest to silence him. What a vicious mind. I didn't expect that as the most trusted chief steward of God's Ayahuasca, you would steal from the public. Didn't you expect that once the slave trade was discovered by the Divine Magician Club, it would bring great trouble to God's Ayahuasca? The chief steward, Elx Longbottom, opened his mouth several times, but could not make a sound. He knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and looked like he was resigned to his fate. But I will still abide by our agreement. You stand up. Captain Umazlala looked at him with contempt, and then faced the 3-headed jackal. Now, let me meet this monster with only intelligence. As he said that, he walked out of the spear circle and slowly walked towards the 3-headed jackal. My lord, please come back soon. Do you want to be a snack for the 3-headed jackal? The chief steward Elsh Longbottom stood up and was so shocked that his eyes almost fell to the ground when he saw his action. The son-in-law's generous performance just now was enough to make him grateful. My lord, come back soon. The team members couldn't help but reach out their hands and were about to pull Captain Umazlala back. The captain is their beacon. It is under the captain's guidance that they can live to this day. Moreover, many of their lives have been saved by the captain. Seeing the captain walking towards a ferocious monster, how could they not be anxious? Don't panic, I have my own ideas. Captain Umazlala gently waved his hand and asked the team members to stay where they were. On the opposite side, the 3-headed jackal standing in the bushes also looked puzzled. In the past, wherever it passed, those weak humans were all terrified and fled in all directions. They were afraid of being eaten. But how dare this tall man come over unarmed, and there was no panic in his eyes. Is there a trick? The 3-headed jackal couldn't help but be cautious. It is not a stupid beast that only knows how to chase prey 500 years ago. It had already developed wisdom and learned to observe its opponents and then choose the right strategy to attack or run away without hesitation. It was precisely because of wisdom that it could live for so many years in the beast area where there were many beasts and became the favorite pet of God's Ayahuasca, enjoying the most delicious meat. So, a strange picture appeared in front of everyone. On one side, the unarmed Captain Umazlala walked slowly towards a ferocious beast with a warm expression, just like strolling in the park. On the other side, the 3-headed jackal that had just bared its teeth and looked fierce actually shrank back and adopted a defensive posture. Everyone was stunned. What happened to this world? An incredible thought arose in the mind of the chief steward Longbottom. Could it be that this son-in-law is also a divine magician? Only a divine magician can face the three-headed monster calmly. Well, it must be like this, otherwise Chen Shuxian, as a divine magician, would not marry him. Oh my god, I actually thought about dealing with a divine magician. The chief steward Longbottom felt that his original plan was extremely stupid. Captain Umazlala could face the ferocious three-headed monster so calmly, naturally relying on something, and this reliance was the biological language translator built into his body. The biological language translator is an intelligent translation tool invented by a great scientist from the Pajero Academy of Sciences. It has a built-in intelligent program. It can analyze the language of organisms in real time and translate this language into Pajero language without installing a dictionary in advance. It can also translate Pajero language into the language of organisms. Moreover, the types of languages that can be translated are not limited. They can be animals, plants, microorganisms, or even silicon-based organisms, as long as the organisms are intelligent and can speak logical languages. The biological language translator effectively solves the language barrier problem encountered by the Star Exploration team in the process of exploring the planet. When Captain Umazlala officially became the captain of the exploration team, he was installed with a biological language translator in his body by the Pajero Exploration Department. Since this three-headed jackal already has intelligence, why don't I communicate with it? Maybe there will be unexpected gains. The adventurer blood flowing in Captain Umazlala's blood is burning and boiling. Watching this human getting closer and closer, the three-headed jackal looked up and down carefully and did not find that this weak creature had the ability to threaten itself. Is he bluffing me? The three heads of the three-headed jackal started working at the same time and came up with an answer. Maybe I should give it a try. Roar. The wolf head and the three heads of the three-headed jackal roared. This roar made the already stunned people wake up immediately. My lord, run away. The team members couldn't help but shout. Point master, please show your magic. The chief steward Longbottom's eyes were shining, and his face was full of expectation. Captain Umazlala had already secretly started the biological language translator, and the roar of the three-headed jackal was translated into the Pajero language by the translator. Stop. This three-headed jackal really has wisdom, otherwise its roar, the translator can't recognize it. Captain Umazlala breathed a sigh of relief. When he explored the wild planet, his favorite thing was to encounter intelligent creatures. Compared with those huge and irritable monsters, the biggest advantage of intelligent creatures is that they can talk. Since they can talk, they can trade. Once they can trade and establish a relationship of interest, won't the two creatures become friends? Captain Umazlala is the best at making friends. He smiled and said, "Hello, majestic forest king. I'm a natural divine magician. I can understand your language and speak your language." He knew that the most important thing to make friends with such low intelligence creatures is honesty. Of course, honesty does not mean no deception. When Captain Umazlala spoke, the biological language translator had already translated his words into the language of the three-headed jackal. So in everyone's ears, Captain Umazlala ordered the three-headed jackal. Fuck, is the lord crazy? He actually roared at the monster? The team members were all incredible. Well, is this son-in-law's divine magic a sound attack? The chief steward Longbottom frowned. Chapter 663. On the other side, the three-headed jackal that had just roared a warning was waiting for Captain Umazlala to flee so that it could attack from behind. So, when it heard Captain Umazlala suddenly roar, which it could understand, it was understandably surprised. Damn, I could actually understand what this human said. How could this happen? Did I hear it wrongly? The three heads looked at each other and whispered to each other. Leopard, second brother, did you hear it just now? This guy seemed to be saying hello to us. What's going on? Jackal, fool, you must have become stupid from eating human flesh. How can we understand human language? Leopard, I think you became stupid from drinking human blood. I told you that drinking too much of that stuff will make you confused. I clearly heard it just now. Jackal, how about we ask the boss? Boss, did the human just speak a language we can understand? Wolf, shut up. although the voices of their communication were very low, and the team members heard it as just a few low growls, Captain Umazlala understood it completely. It seems that the real owner of this three-headed monster is the wolf head in the middle. It should have the highest IQ, and has the dominance over the body. Just like in human society, whoever controls the financial power of the family can be the master of the family. The wolf looked up and down at Captain Umazlala. It knew that in human society, there were divine magicians who possessed various magical abilities. Could it be that this human possessed divine magic to communicate with wild beasts? That would be great. The three-headed jackal itself was a mutant creature. Later, by chance, it gained wisdom. However, it was sad to find that all the wild beasts around it were a group of savage guys who only knew how to pounce on prey and mate. Even the divine magician god Zahua could not understand it, and only treated it as a pet. It was a monster with dreams. Its dream was to return to an ancient cave deep in the Shuan Mountains, where there was a great secret. The three-headed jackal was born with wisdom, because it gained some benefits from this secret. If it could fully control this secret, it would definitely become an existence comparable to the Beast King. What a pity. When the three-headed jackal was about to grow up and enter the ancient cave again to explore, he was captured by the damned chief steward Longbottom from the 100,000 mountains and taken to a manor thousands of kilometers away from the 100,000 mountains. It hated the chief steward Longbottom not because he killed its mother. For the three-headed jackal, as a mutant creature, it is unique in this world, naturally without a father or a mother, otherwise it would not bite its brother to death. In the manor, after learning about the power of the divine magician, the three-headed jackal gradually realized that once he escaped from the manor, he would be captured by others, and he would never be able to return to the 100,000 mountains and realize his dream. He could only endure silently and be a small pet. Now, the appearance of this human who can communicate with him gave the three-headed jackal new hope. Just as it was hesitating about how to say the first sentence to this human, Captain Umazlala suddenly laughed and said, "I think you must not be willing to hide here and be a pet." Damn, how does he know my thoughts? I must not let him discover the secret of the ancient cave, otherwise it will be over. The three-headed jackal took a step back. Captain Umazlala saw its cautious look and said, "Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. I think we can be friends." Friend, you should understand what it means, right? The three-headed jackal breathed a sigh of relief this time. Good guy. It turned out to be expressing goodwill. I thought he was telepathic. It's so scary. If you can understand what I say, nod your head. Captain Umazlala saw the three-headed jackal retreating from time to time, looking up and down at himself from time to time, but not speaking, and wondered, could it be that in the dark starfield, the biological language translator failed? If that's the case, it's too bad. Hello human, I'm a three-headed jackal. I can understand your language. Who are you? The wolf head of the three-headed jackal roared a sentence. Captain Umazlala was immediately overjoyed. It seems that the things made by the great scientists of Pajero Academy of Sciences are of good quality. I'm Captain Umazlala. You can call me Umaz. Captain Umazlala also roared. Captain? Is that the one who drives the ship? You must have seen a lot of the sea. What is it like there? I have never been there. The six eyes of the three-headed jackal turned together and decided to understand this human before making a decision. There are many despicable and shameless people among humans who are full of lies. They will trick the three-headed jackal out, skin it, eat its meat, tendons and bones, and soak it in wine. Driving a boat? That's true. I've seen a lot of the sea. How do I describe it? Captain Umazlala frowned and thought for a while. The sea is very big, there is a lot of water in it, and that water is very salty. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of beautiful words to describe the sea, so he could only describe its characteristics. However, the three-headed jackal didn't seem to mind. It's very big, there is a lot of water, and it's very salty. That place must be very interesting. I hope I can see the sea one day. Well, it's really interesting. You see, I'm the captain, driving a boat floating on the sea all day, and you like the sea. Since we have this common interest, I think the two of us, creatures can be friends. Captain Umazlala's eyes turned, and his face suddenly became sincere. His words caused a quarrel between the three heads of the three-headed jackal. Jackal, fuck, how can we become friends? Just because we have something in common? Leopard, boss, please don't agree. I think this guy is full of lies and has ulterior motives. Wolf, you two shut up. The three-headed jackal certainly knew that Captain Umazlala had feelings for him, otherwise, he would not have come out of the tightly guarded protective circle and taken the initiative to face him. The three-headed jackal certainly did not think that it was his kingly aura that made Captain Umazlala want to make friends. However, it did not care at all. Living in the human world for so many years, the three-headed jackal understood a truth. Friends who can exchange interests are true friends. The question now is, what exactly does Captain Umazlala want from me? The three-headed jackal's eyes shone with wisdom. Hello, Captain Umazlala, I'm honored to be your friend. What can I do for you? It chose a way that it thought was very tactful to test Captain Umazlala. Unexpectedly, Captain Umazlala's first reaction after hearing this roar was that this guy was too direct. He actually said his purpose without hiding anything. This kind of behavior would be regarded as an idiot in the human world. However, I like this kind of straightforward character. Otherwise, I don't know how long I will roar here. Captain Umazlala smiled and said, let me first talk about what I can do for you. I'm Miss Shenziahua, the husband of your master. If I ask Shenziahua, she will definitely agree to give you to me, so that I will become your master. Of course, I will not imprison you in this big cage like Shenziahua did. I will give you appropriate freedom. Since we can communicate with each other, I can also help you get some of the things you want. Of course, the premise is that I have this ability. Captain Umazlala's words completely touched the heart of the three-headed jackal, and it couldn't help but roar. Then what do you want from me? Of course, what I did was not free. You just saw that. Although I'm the husband of Miss Shenziahua, I'm not valued or respected in the manor. Even a small housekeeper wants to plot to kill me, and I'm powerless and need a guard. Which guard can compare to a three-headed jackal? Captain Umazlala slowly said the reason he had made up long ago. Of course, it is also a very face-saving thing to have a ferocious monster like you as a pet and take it out. The 6 eyes on the 3 heads of the three-headed jackal turned rapidly, analyzing the credibility of Captain Umazlala's words. He spent more than 10 minutes and did not find any flaws in it. After becoming friends, will you help me achieve my goal? The three-headed jackal asked worriedly. He didn't know that his words made Captain Umazlala happy. It seems that this beast should hide a secret that requires human assistance to complete. In this case, it is easier to deal with. Captain Umazlala nodded heavily, of course, but the prerequisite is that I have the ability to do it, and you have to pay some benefits in exchange. If Captain Umazlala took this matter directly, the three-headed jackal would definitely not believe it, and might even swallow him up. However, he set 2 restrictive conditions to complete this matter. This is a sincere performance in the eyes of the three-headed jackal. This guy should be one of the few good people among humans. At this time, the other 2 heads of the three-headed jackal sensed his intention through the expression of the wolf head. Jackal, brother, you don't really believe this guy, do you? If he sells us to the pharmacy, what should the hotel do? I don't want to be soaked in medicinal wine. Leopard, second brother, what you said makes sense. Brother, you should think about it again. You should be cautious about this kind of thing. Wolf, shut up. He can understand what you say. The wolf head was helpless with the 2 simple heads next to him. It smiled awkwardly. Captain Umazlala, please forgive me. My 2 brothers are timid by nature. Cowardly? When you attacked the slaves, you were not timid at all. Captain Umazlala smiled secretly. I understand. After all, your life is your own. There is nothing wrong with being careful. But, as you can see, I'm a human with no hands. How could I have bad intentions? The three-headed jackal suddenly realized that yes, I'm a fierce beast. Why should I be afraid of a human? It seems that this guy can talk, which confuses me. Thinking of this, he immediately felt relieved. Captain Umazlala, from now on you are my master. I will strictly follow your orders and execute your will. Good guy. This is considered as recognizing the master? Captain Umazlala was very satisfied with the humble attitude of the three-headed jackal and nodded. Very good. Now, I will help you fulfill your wish of revenge. You can eat that chief steward now. Yes, master. The three-headed jackal roared, glaring at the chief steward Longbottom, exuding a murderous intent. Don't hurt my team members by mistake. Captain Umazlala roared, and then shouted at the team members, you disperse immediately. In the eyes of the team members, Captain Umazlala and the three-headed jackal roared at each other for more than 10 times, and they didn't know what happened, but suddenly asked them to disperse. This was a completely inexplicable order. However, the team members were well trained, and had great trust in Captain Umazlala. They scattered in an instant, leaving the chief steward Longbottom standing there alone. The chief steward Longbottom was also confused. What happened? Why did the three-headed jackal not attack the son-in-law, after roaring at him for more than 10 times, but walked towards me instead? However, the next second, his consciousness remained in his head, and was swallowed by the three-headed jackal. After the wolf head swallowed the head of the chief steward Longbottom, the other 2 heads were not idle. They used their sharp teeth to bite off the blood vessels of the chief steward Longbottom, and gnawed his flesh and blood. Soon, the chief steward Longbottom turned into a pile of blood-stained bones. Captain Umazlala stood in front of the bones with a heavy heart. This was the second time he broke his promise. Originally, he had promised the chief steward that he would let him go as long as the chief steward revealed all the conspiracies. However, the successful recovery of the three-headed jackal forced Captain Umazlala to change his mind. He couldn't let a guy who knew that he could communicate with the three-headed jackal leave here alive. We are in space. We are not free to do what we want to do. Sorry. Captain Umazlala mourned for a moment, then looked up at the three-headed jackal with blood on its mouth. I know there is a place where there are hundreds of guards hiding. Are you interested in eating them all? He did not intend to let go of the guards who were about to ambush him. Of course I'm interested. I haven't eaten such fresh blood food for many days, and there is not much meat on those slaves, not as delicious as the guards. The 3 heads of the three-headed jackal involuntarily stretched out their bloody tongues and licked the blood on the corners of their mouths, looking unsatisfied. The team members next to him saw this and understood it completely. The captain actually subdued a ferocious monster. This is interesting. Chapter 664. In the room on the second floor of the manor fortress, Godzilla, wearing a satin nightgown, walked out of the red gauze tent, stepping on the floor with bare feet. She was sleepy at first, but after hearing Captain Umazlala's words clearly, she immediately opened her mouth in disbelief. You mean, the chief steward betrayed me and secretly sold slaves, and you killed him? She paced back and forth, muttering to herself, how is this possible? The chief steward has been in the manor for nearly 100 years, and is the most loyal to me. He once saved my life. How could he do this? Did you misunderstand him? Seeing that Godzilla looked completely unconvinced, Captain Umazlala was glad that he had been prepared. He waved his hand outside the door. Bring them in. 2 team members escorted more than a dozen slaves into the room. They were all ragged, with red marks from being whipped, and exuding a foul odor. The room was suddenly filled with an unpleasant smell. Godzilla covered her nose and said with disgust, "Husband, what are you letting these slaves in for? These people are the slaves who were captured by the general manager and were about to be sold to the Western countries. If you interrogate them, you will know everything." Captain Umazlala pretended to be furious. Godzilla's eyes flashed with a fierce light, swept over the slaves, and then smiled. "Husband, how could I doubt you?" As she said, she bit her bright red lips with her white teeth. "You can know a person's heart, but not his face. I didn't expect that the general manager, who has always been honest and loyal, would dare to do such a despicable thing in secret. A few dozen slaves are a small matter. Once the Divine Magician Club finds out, it will be troublesome. Fortunately, you are here. We are husband and wife. This is what we should do." Captain Umazlala smiled. Captain Umazlala was very afraid of this woman who had slept with him day and night for several months. This woman can perfectly conceal her emotions, making it impossible for people to know her true inner thoughts. Godzilla looked up and down at Captain Umazlala with a puzzled look on her face. "Although my husband has guards, he should not be a match for the chief steward. When he was a teenager, he once worshipped an old boxer as his teacher. His iron fists can destroy rocks. Humph, he still doubted me. But this question came at the right time. This is also thanks to your three-headed jackal. But the chief steward led the guards of the beast area to attack me, and the three-headed jackal happened to pass by. It seemed to smell your scent on me, knowing that we are close, so it deliberately helped and swallowed the old steward and the guards. Captain Umazlala threw out the lie that Ao had woven. The three-headed jackal does usually only listen to me, but are you sure it swallowed more than 300 people in one breath? Godzilla frowned. She was most familiar with the temperament of the three-headed jackal. The three-headed jackal is different from other beasts. When it encounters prey, it will kill them immediately. It always likes to leave one or two behind to let them escape, as if it deliberately wants these prey to spread its reputation. Why is it so abnormal this time? It really ate them all. Captain Umazlala saw that Godzilla looked different and realized that he had not had a heart-to-heart communication with the three-headed jackal and did not understand its nature at all. He realized that he might have said the wrong thing just now. He quickly added, maybe it's because the three-headed jackal was too angry when he saw them attacking me. You know, the behavior of wild animals is always unpredictable. Well, that makes sense. Just eat them, and I don't have to find a place to bury them. Godzilla sneered and said, I will promote another steward from the manor. Also, you have made great contributions to discovering the old steward's crime this time, so you can take over all the old steward's property. It sounds a bit like eating gigolo when his woman rewards him, but Captain Umazlala doesn't mind at all. He had already decided to live a life of luxury. Godzilla looked at the slaves again and said, you have escaped the disaster this time. You must work hard for the manor in the future. It would not be appropriate for you to go back to the beast area. Let me send you to the Como mountain in the southeast of the manor to reclaim wasteland. The slaves all knelt down and thanked him repeatedly. Compared with the terrifying beast area, Como mountain is undoubtedly a paradise. Godzilla's arrangement for the slaves made Captain Umazlala sigh in his heart. This woman seemed confused, but her mind was very meticulous. Although those guards had been eaten by the three-headed jackals, their children would definitely inherit their positions and become guards of the beast area. If these slaves were allowed to return to the beast area, a tragic fate would be waiting for them. At this time, a middle-aged man in a blue robe came in and took the slaves away. Seeing that the door was carefully closed, Godzilla walked to the table, personally poured a cup of tea for Captain Umazlala, and held it in front of him with her slender white hands. Husband, is there any progress on the radioactive ore? Captain Umazlala took the tea, drank it all, and shook his head repeatedly. He sighed. I have used instruments to scan hundreds of kilometers and found nothing. Godzilla frowned, with a worried look on his face. What can I do? According to my speculation, the radioactive ore on Gaystar is likely to be hidden in the 100,000 mountains. Captain Umazlala said lightly. 100,000 mountains? Godzilla looked stunned. There are groups of ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains, and there are also royal level ferocious beasts with strength comparable to that of great divine magicians. How can we take out the ore? She shook her head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. Captain Umazlala had heard the legend of the 100,000 mountains from God Daheligo a long time ago. It is said that millions of years ago, the rulers of Gaystar were a group of intelligent beasts. They were classified into 6 levels according to their strength: God, Emperor, Void, Sky, Earth, and Human. The strength of human level beasts is about the same as that of ordinary gay people, so they are not to be feared. Earth level beasts can deal with 100 gay people. Sky level beasts can deal with 1000 gay people. Void level gay people can deal with 10,000 gay people. Emperor level beasts cannot be measured by gay people. They can fly into the sky and move mountains and seas with their own abilities. There are a total of 10 Emperor level beasts in the 100,000 mountains. They once sneaked out of the mountains and jointly attacked the God Magician Club of the Western Kingdom, causing 3 great God Magicians to die on the spot and 5 great God Magicians to be disabled for life, and then they retreated unscathed. As for the God level beasts, they are even more legendary, and there has never been a record of them in history. It is said that once the God level beasts appear in the world, it will be the day when the gay people will become slaves again. As for how the beasts that dominated the world were defeated by the gays overnight and had to retreat to the 100,000 mountains, there is no accurate record in the history of the gays. After the rise of the Black Tower god cult, all historical records were burned in order to attribute the credit for defeating the beasts to the Black Tower god. Later, the Black Tower god cult was destroyed, and the God Magic Club rose. Naturally, the story of the Black Tower god defeating the beasts was completely overturned. After the beasts retreated to the 100,000 mountains, they did not stay there honestly. Every once in a while, they would come out in full force to attack the gays, and each time they would bring a bloody storm. As the ruler of Gaystar, the God Magic Club naturally wanted to eradicate the beasts. The God Magic Clubs of the 4 countries united to form a demon-suppressing army. In addition to 100,000 elite soldiers, there were more than 20,000 God Magicians, and 50 great God Magicians led the team. But this army, that gathered all the strength of the gays, disappeared without a trace after entering the 100,000 mountains. If the soldiers waiting outside the 100,000 mountains had not seen them line up in an orderly formation and walk in, they would have thought that these people had never entered the 100,000 mountains. Then, the 10 great emperor-level beasts attacked the Western Kingdom Divine Magician Club. This incident shocked the entire Gaystar, and all the gay people changed color when they heard about the 100,000 mountains. As for the 4 great Divine Magician Clubs, from then on, they adopted a strategy of turning a deaf ear to the 100,000 mountains. Anyway, after those beasts killed some civilians and were full and satisfied, they would retreat back to the 100,000 mountains for an inexplicable reason and would not threaten their rule. As for those dead civilians, they were like the seedlings in the fields. As long as the seeds were sown, and it took some time, they would always be able to reproduce. Since then, the area around the 100,000 mountains has been sparsely populated, but this situation was broken by a herbalist who accidentally entered the 100,000 mountains. He found a 1,000-year-old black ice grass on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. This grass takes 1,000 years to mature. When mature, its branches and leaves emit an icy breath. It is a rare medicine worth $1 million gold, and has long been extinct in other places. The appearance of the 1,000-year-old black ice grass caused a sensation in Gaystar. Only then did humans discover that there were not only fierce beasts, but also countless treasures. So, some desperate people sneaked into the 100,000 mountains to search for treasures. Of course, most of them undoubtedly never came out again, and may have become food for fierce beasts. However, those who occasionally managed to escape from it all gained something. They realized their dream of getting rich overnight by collecting a herb, catching a wild beast, and even some glowing stones. This accidental success made the 100,000 mountains a treasure hunting place for the guys, and also a place of death. Therefore, when Dan Shenzahua heard that Captain Umazlala was going to enter the 100,000 mountains to look for radioactive ores, she was very worried. It was not because she had developed feelings for Captain Umazlala, but because she had long regarded this man as a ladder to realize her ambitions. She would never allow this ladder to be broken easily. Shenzahua's attitude did not surprise Captain Umazlala. He smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not going alone. Do you remember the 3-headed jackal? It came from the Shuan Mountains. This time I will take it with me." 3-headed jackal? Will it listen to you? Shenzahua said a little unbelievingly. This beast is very wild and has always only obeyed my orders. Maybe I have your breath on me. Captain Umazlala smiled, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Hateful. Shenzahua was a little shy. She knew what the man meant. She coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Then he said slowly, "If you have the 3-headed jackal with you, you do have a chance of success, but this place is far from the 100,000 mountains, so we still have to be fully prepared." Captain Umazlala understood what she meant. The Divine Magician Club, the largest divine power on Gaystar, only knew how to exploit civilians and make them pay tribute. They were not interested in managing local affairs. Anyway, they had divine magic in hand, and they were not afraid of civilian riots. This caused chaos in the local area, and bandits and pirates who blocked the road and collected fees emerged in an endless stream. "Don't worry, I will personally select 500 elite soldiers from the manor to accompany you." Captain Umazlala nodded heavily. After the two of them reached an agreement, Godzilla called the three-headed jackal into the room again with concern. She pointed at Captain Umazlala and said, "Are you willing to accompany this person to the 100,000 mountains?" The three-headed jackal lay on the ground, and the three heads nodded in unison. Godzilla said again, "In this case, he is your new master. You must listen to him, and don't bite him to death." The three-headed jackal looked around, and pretended not to understand. Godzilla was relieved. It seemed that the beast was not interested in changing its master. She smiled and said to Captain Umazlala, "Husband, you go and prepare first. I want to train this beast. Otherwise, if something goes wrong on the road, it will be troublesome." Captain Umazlala left the room. He did not start to select elite soldiers immediately, but came to the old steward's residence. Looking at the two-story building hidden in the dense woods, Captain Umazlala sighed. This guy was really valued by Godzilla and actually occupied a small building. Captain Umazlala kicked open the door of the small building and began to search. Rugged clothes, machetes, papers, 12 moves of invincible iron fist. Captain Umazlala searched the small building and did not find anything valuable. It shouldn't be like this. This guy can't be so honest. He looked at the rags on the ground and scratched his head in confusion. A man who dared to sell slaves in order to make money and risked his head must have saved money over the years. He calmed down and began to search slowly. Sure enough, when he searched a side room, he found a portrait of a woman on the wall. In the portrait, a girl in cool clothes was chasing butterflies in the grass. The painter's brushwork was very good, and he portrayed the girl's naughty expression vividly. There was also an antique peachwood hairpin in the girl's hair. Peachwood hairpin? No. Captain Umazlala instantly realized that something was wrong. According to the customs of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, only married women would put their hair up and insert a hairpin. Girls usually have their hair loose. It should be here. Captain Umazlala moved a stool and touched the hairpin. Chapter 665. Captain Umazlala fiddled with the mahogany hairpin on the wall and suddenly felt his hand slip and he fell to the floor. His knee hit the corner of the table and he gasped in pain. But he didn't care to rub his knee now because the wall with the picture of the girl slowly turned and a dark hole was revealed. Fuck, this big manager has a lot of tricks. Captain Umazlala leaned into the hole and it was pitch black inside and he couldn't see clearly. He turned back to the living room and found a nettle oil lamp. Gaystar is currently at the 0.3 level civilization stage, and electricity has not yet been discovered. When darkness comes, rich people will polish a kind of pearl called sun beads, which can emit dazzling light in the dark. And poor people can only burn oil squeezed from nettle seeds. When this oil is burned, it will emit black smoke and an unpleasant smell. Captain Umazlala suppressed his nausea and entered the black hole with a nettle oil lamp in hand. The walls inside the black hole were made of cyan rocks. Because the light was too dim, it could only illuminate a small area, and the depths of the cave were still pitch black. Captain Umazlala bent over and walked along the cave. After walking 400s of meters, he still hadn't reached the end. He raised the nettle oil lamp forward, trying to see how deep the cave was, but unfortunately there was only darkness ahead. The long and winding cave and the endless darkness made him feel like he was in the intestines of a ferocious beast, and the further he walked, the more he felt a bad premonition. Captain Umazlala regretted not bringing his team with him. He had determined that such a cave could not have been built by the chief steward alone, and the real owner must be someone else. There might be treasures hidden in this cave. He stood there and hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't resist the attraction of the unknown treasure. He smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Alas, one day I will die in adventure." Captain Umazlala took a few deep breaths, and the explorer's blood in his body began to boil. He continued to move forward along the cave. After walking for more than 2,000 meters, a red door appeared in front of him. Is it the end? Captain Umazlala took the laser gun in his hand and approached the red door carefully. He raised the nettle oil lamp and saw a rusty copper lock hanging on the door. Captain Umazlala shook the copper lock twice. The copper lock was locked very tightly, and there was no sign of loosening. He picked up the copper lock and took a closer look. The keyhole was blocked by copper rust. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. Captain Umazlala was puzzled. Since the general manager had never come in, why was this place connected to his small building? Forget it. Don't think about it. Open this door. Won't everything be clear? Captain Umazlala gritted his teeth, raised his laser gun, aimed at the copper lock, and pulled the trigger. A light red laser flashed, and the copper lock was instantly shattered. The laser that can even penetrate alloy steel plates is still easy to deal with a rusty copper lock. Captain Umazlala slowly pushed open the big red door, and it was still pitch black inside. He used the nettle oil lamp to illuminate it, and it seemed to be a spacious cave inside. The walls and the ground of the cave were covered with a kind of light brown mud. Maybe the treasure is in the center of this hall. Captain Umazlala stepped into the hall bravely. As soon as his feet landed, he realized that something was wrong. The ground was soft. Stepping on it was like stepping on soft bedding. How can the ground be soft? I must be too nervous and have hallucinations. Captain Umazlala took a deep breath and wiped the sweat that had oozed out of his forehead at some point. He took another step forward with courage. This time, he focused all his attention on his feet. As soon as his feet landed, he really felt that the ground was really soft. He shouted in his heart, "Oh no, run." Before he finished thinking, he turned around and ran towards the red door. However, he froze in place after running 2 steps, and cold sweat ran down his back. He felt that he was completely shrouded by an inexplicable fear. The red door disappeared. Instead, there was a light brown mud wall that disappeared into the darkness. Did I run in the wrong direction? Captain Umazlala frowned, but he immediately denied this idea. Because after he entered the red door, he only took 2 steps in total. Even if he ran in the wrong direction, he couldn't miss the red door. At this time, under the dim light, the wrinkles on the light brown mud wall seemed to tremble. Captain Umazlala rubbed his eyes and stared at the wrinkles. Sure enough, after a while, the wrinkles trembled again. This wall is alive. Captain Umazlala was stunned. The nettle oil lamp in his hand almost fell to the ground. Because he knew why the big red door disappeared, why the folds of the wall shook, and why the ground was soft. There was only one reason. This hall was not a cave, but the internal organs of a huge beast. After realizing this, Captain Umazlala was not panicked, but calmed down. Fear comes from the unknown. Now that he knew that he had mistakenly entered the internal organs of a beast, it would be easy to deal with. Captain Umazlala calmed down and began to analyze that the disappearance of the red door was probably caused by the shaking of the internal organs of the beast. In other words, the red door did not disappear, but may have moved to another place. Captain Umazlala took the nettle oil lamp and began to look for the door along the wall. Impossible. Did I analyze it wrong? After searching for 2 hours and turning around for an unknown number of times, Captain Umazlala still did not find the shadow of the red door. Could it be? He looked towards the center of the hall. Just now, while searching for the red door, he repeatedly felt that there seemed to be movement there. With the idea of hurrying up and escaping, Captain Umazlala carefully chose to turn a blind eye. But now it seems that I have to go. Captain Umazlala lightly pressed his finger on the trigger of the laser gun and walked towards the center of the hall. From a distance, he saw with the help of the dim light that there seemed to be a huge stone placed there, and several stone pillars stood around the huge stone. When Captain Umazlala approached, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the top of the stone pillar. The light was so bright that he almost couldn't open his eyes. It took Captain Umazlala 2 minutes to see the surrounding things clearly. The first thing that came into view was the huge stone. Under the illumination of the light, Captain Umazlala could see that the huge stone was green and engraved with dense and strange symbols. What's even more strange is that the boulder is tightly locked by more than 10 iron chains as thick as wrists, and the other end of the iron chain is deeply buried in the ground. The iron chain near the ground has already turned red and rusty, which shows that it has been there for many years. So many chains are tied to a big stone. Could this stone be a ferocious beast? Captain Umazlala was a little confused. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. The most important thing now is to find the big red door quickly. At this time, the light had illuminated the entire hall. Captain Umazlala looked around and found the big red door on the wall on his left. Good guy, I haven't found it for so long. I didn't expect you to hide here. Captain Umazlala was overjoyed. As he said this, he was about to step towards the red door, but he heard a harsh sound coming from behind him. This sound was the movement in the hall just now. Captain Umazlala slowly turned around and saw that the iron chains trapped on the stone were shaking violently, and the iron chains rubbed against each other, making a harsh sound. A strange thought suddenly came to his mind. There was a living creature hidden in this stone, and that living creature wanted to escape from it. But this has nothing to do with me. I should get out quickly. Captain Umazlala shook his head and prepared to walk towards the big red door again, but found that the position of the big red door had moved again. This time, it moved to the other side of the boulder. Captain Umazlala was about to bypass the boulder, but he heard an old voice from the boulder. "Rebellious girl, are you still not going to let me go after all?" This voice sounded like the friction between two pieces of wood, which made Captain Umazlala's body covered with goosebumps. My goodness, there is actually a person living in it. But it seems that this person has been trapped in the stone for a long time. It is a miracle that he can still survive. The deadly curiosity made Captain Umazlala take back the steps that were about to be taken. He walked slowly to the stone and shouted, "Hey, who are you?" "Oh, it's not the rebellious girl who came this time. Has she been killed?" Yes, she must have been killed by you, right? Thank you." A quick gasp came from the stone. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you?" Captain Umazlala was very dissatisfied with this irrelevant answer. He took the laser gun in his hand and knocked the stone hard with the extinguished nettle lamp. "Hey, if you want to know who I am, you can untie the chain and open the stone, and you will know." The person in the stone seemed very excited. Captain Umazlala then discovered that this huge stone was not a whole piece, but was composed of two parts, with an almost invisible gap in the middle. However, he did not intend to open the stone. God knows what demons and monsters are hidden inside. "Well, since you don't say it, I'm not interested in knowing it. Goodbye." Captain Umazlala said, knocked the stone hard again, and walked towards the red door. "Stop, I'm God Changsheng, and the former owner of the manor." The man in the stone shouted in horror. "God Changsheng?" Captain Umazlala frowned. From the name, it can be judged that this guy is also a divine magician. He is also the former owner of the manor. Could he be the father of God Xiahua and God Deiti Go? Impossible. God Xiahua clearly said that her father died shortly after she was born. Captain Umazlala suddenly slapped himself hard and stamped his feet. "It seems that you are not vigilant enough about that woman. How can you believe her words so much? Compared with God Xiahua, the God Changsheng in the stone is obviously more trustworthy. The reason is simple. God Changsheng has no need to lie now. What his name is will not help him get out of his current predicament." Captain Umazlala decided to believe God Changsheng's words for the time being. He walked to the stone again, jumped suddenly, and sat on the stone. He shook his feet and patted the stone. "God Changsheng, this name is really good. Does this mean that your magic can make you immortal?" God Changsheng was a little surprised. "You actually know the naming rules of the magicians. Are you also a magician?" "Damn, such an obvious rule is only known by the magicians. Don't the people on Gay Star usually use their brains?" After Captain Umazlala complained in his heart, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this, but you haven't answered the question I asked you just now. You know, answering questions that are not asked is not a good habit. It will make me lose patience. Once I lose my patience, I will leave here and leave you alone, trapped in the stone forever. So, you'd better answer honestly." After speaking, he rolled his eyes and added, "Maybe I'm really a magician, and my name is Godly Identifier." God Changsheng in the stone was silent for a long time after hearing this, as if he was thinking about the possibility of the existence of Godly Identifier. After a long time, he sighed. "Whether you can tell or not, it is no longer necessary for me to lie. My magic is not immortality, but immortality." Immortality? Immortality? Captain Umazlala instantly realized the difference between the two. Immortality only means that the natural lifespan will not be exhausted. If you are killed, you will still die. But immortality is much more powerful. Even if you are killed, you will not die. You can live forever and live as long as the heaven and the earth. Does this kind of magic really exist in the world? However, he immediately thought of the biggest disadvantage of this magic, which is that it cannot improve combat effectiveness. It is easy to be defeated by others and then forced to be trapped somewhere. I can't kill you, right? Then let you stay in there and can't get out for thousands of years. This kind of pain is far more terrible than going to death. Captain Umazlala looked at the huge rock under his buttocks and shuddered. Obviously, God Chen Shuxian was trapped in it by his daughter God Xiahua. Moreover, according to the time calculation, God Chen Shuxian may have been in the stone for hundreds of years. It's a miracle that you are not crazy. Captain Umazlala couldn't help but sigh. Ha 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 ha. In fact, I also asked myself this question in the 10th year of my being trapped here. God Chen Shuxian and the stone laughed crazily. The reason is very simple. I have a big secret about the divine magician. This secret can change the current situation on Gaystar. Chapter 666. The Great Secret of the Divine Magician. Captain Umazlala was immediately attracted to the strange cave. There are many kinds of secrets, some big and some small. In the manor, the hungry slaves would take advantage of the moonlight every night to steal the unripe crops from the farmland. The manor only lost a few handfuls of food, so this was a small secret. The general manager privately sold slaves, which might bring disaster to the manor, which was a big secret. And this big secret was related to the divine magician, which was a bit interesting. Captain Umazlala had a high-tech spaceship in his hands. The reason why he was so humiliated and stayed in this villa as a despised son-in-law was that he had to cooperate with the ambition of God Xiahua to make nuclear weapons for her. The only reason was that he was very afraid of those divine magicians with magical powers. Otherwise, he would have driven the spaceship across Gaystar. Captain Umazlala jumped off the boulder, changed his casual attitude just now, and lay beside the boulder, and lowered his voice. God Chen Shuxian, what is this big secret? Ha ha ha, there are no free gifts in the world. If you want to know this big secret, you can help me untie the chains that bind the boulder now. Open the boulder, and let me take another look at the bright world outside. The mocking voice of God Chen Shuxian came from the boulder. Open the boulder? Captain Umazlala stood up and walked around the boulder. There were more than 10 chains locking the boulder, and each chain was as thick as a wrist, but they might be broken with a laser gun. The lid of the boulder was a problem. It looked like it weighed at least more than 1,000 kilograms, and he couldn't open it by himself. The most important question was, once the lid of the boulder was opened, what if there was a ferocious beast hidden inside? Compared with this big secret, Captain Umazlala valued his own life more. His eyes turned and he smiled. Chen Shuxian, this huge stone cover is so heavy, how can I push it open by myself? Otherwise, I will find some more people to help me. He decided to go back and bring all the team members with him and equipped with heavy firepower so that even if there is a beast hidden in the huge stone, there is nothing to fear. What's more, facing the threat of heavy firepower, there is no need to worry that Chen Shuxian will not confess honestly. Well, I'll wait for you here. A faint voice came from the huge stone. This guy seems quite reasonable. Captain Umazlala stepped on the soft ground, ran quickly to the big red door, and pulled hard. He was stunned. The big red door didn't move at all. What's going on? It was very easy when I pushed the door open just now. Captain Umazlala took a deep breath, kicked the door with one foot, pulled the door handle with both hands, and pulled the door with all his strength. As a result, he fell on the big red door, and the big red door still didn't move at all. Captain Umazlala came down from the big red door, turned around slowly, and looked at the huge stone locked with chains. Obviously, this was the work of God Chen Shuxian. The reason why he agreed to leave so readily was that he knew that this door could not be opened. He was moved, and even God Chen Shuxian could control this door. It seems that he still needs to have a good talk with his father-in-law. Captain Umazlala sighed, turned around, and returned to the huge stone. Hey, why didn't you leave? Can't bear to leave an old man like me. The teasing voice of God Chen Shuxian came from the huge stone. Captain Umazlala ignored him, jumped onto the huge stone again, and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the sunbeat on the pillar and smiled. Of course I can't bear to leave you, because you are the father of God Xiahua, that is, my father-in-law. How can we not have a good chat when we meet for the first time? From the information revealed by God Chen Shuxian, He should be trapped here by Godzilla, so he naturally hates Godzilla. Now Captain Umazlala wants to use his inner hatred to pry the great secret of the divine magician out of his mouth. Sure enough, when Captain Umazlala revealed his identity, an extremely angry roar came from the boulder. Beast, beast. It seems that the beast Chen Shuxian has changed her tricks and wants to cheat the secret from me. She is wishful thinking. Father-in-law, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking yet. Captain Umazlala smiled leisurely. Yes, I'm indeed the husband of Chen Shuxian, but she didn't know that I came to this cave. I actually broke into this place by mistake because I was looking for the treasure room of the chief steward. After he finished speaking, there was silence in the boulder for a moment, and then a half-believing and half-doubting voice came. So, the chief steward Longbottom is dead. Then he whispered, he must be dead. Otherwise, according to his greedy nature, he would never let you enter his little building. Immediately, he laughed wildly again. Haha, good death. Good death. It seems that this guy has a deep grudge against the chief steward, Longbottom. Yes, the chief steward is indeed dead. He was eaten alive by a three-headed jackal. No trace of his body remains. Captain Umazlala laughed. Three-headed jackal? The wolf with 3 heads. Is it still alive? Chen Shuxian was very surprised. Of course it is alive. It was previously kept in the beast area by Chen Shuxian. Now it follows me. It has recognized me as its master. Captain Umazlala was a little proud. I'm also a person with a pet. And this pet is also responsible for force. When encountering an opponent, he yelled, "Little Grey, go." The three-headed jackal wowed and pounced on the opponent. How majestic. Of course, Captain Umazlala just thought of the name Little Grey, and he has not yet discussed it with the three-headed jackal, but I guess he won't care. You actually became the master of the three-headed jackal. How is this possible? Chen Shuxian's voice trembled a little. His degree of shock seemed to have exceeded that of knowing that he had just been promoted to father-in-law. Captain Umazlala noticed this very keenly, and he frowned. It seems that you are very familiar with the three-headed jackal. Of course, more than 100 years ago, Chen Shuxian stopped talking halfway, sighed, and said with a little admiration, "Good boy, I almost fell into your trap. You have as many evil minds as Chen Shuxian. No wonder this girl fell in love with you." Oh, do you really think that Chen Shuxian married me because she fell in love with me? Don't you know your own daughter? Captain Umazlala laughed. Point, it seems that you are not ordinary smart. You discovered the true face of Godzilla so early. God Shuxian snorted coldly, then remembered something and sighed faintly. Back then, if I could have discovered Godzilla's scheming earlier, I would not have fallen into this situation of life and death today. What happened back then? Captain Umazlala suddenly had an idea and took the opportunity to ask. Back then, Godzilla and the chief steward. God Shuxian was halfway through his words again and suddenly stopped, laughing, and said, "You guys, you are trying to trick me again, aren't you? Since you have so many tricks, I have been fooled many times. From now on, until you open the lid of the boulder, I will not say a word." After saying this, God Shuxian really began to keep silent. "Father-in-law, don't be angry. Please listen to my son-in-law." "Father-in-law? Are you asleep?" No matter how Captain Umazlala tried to induce, no sound came out of the boulder. This made him anxious. The red door was closed, and this place became an unbreakable cage. Of course, Captain Umazlala could also try to shoot the red door with a laser gun, but he clearly knew that this was an organ of the beast. If he rashly angered the beast, it might bring disaster. What's more serious is that he felt it was difficult to breathe. Every time he breathed, he needed to inhale more air to meet his needs. He knew that this was not affected by psychological factors, but that the oxygen in the air was decreasing. With the closing of the red door, this place completely became a tightly sealed jar. If this goes on, he will die without the old monster in the boulder. Captain Umazlala fully understood that he was in a desperate situation. In this case, why not take a chance and seek wealth and honor in danger? Captain Umazlala felt the explorer's blood flowing in his body boiling. He raised the laser gun without hesitation, aimed at the iron chain as thick as his wrist, and fired several shots. Clang, clang, After a few metal collisions, the metal chains that were originally tied to the boulder broke and scattered on the ground. Okay, now I have untied the metal chains. Let's work together to push the lid of the boulder open. Captain Umazlala hid the laser gun in his waist and then pushed the lid of the boulder with both hands. Unexpectedly, the lid of the boulder was very light, as if it was made of wood. Captain Umazlala easily pushed the lid of the boulder to the ground next to it. At the same time, he did not feel that Chen Shuxian had exerted any effort. I say, why didn't you use your strength just now? Are you going to be lazy and cunning in this kind of thing? Captain Umazlala ordered the boulder in dissatisfaction. He was not really angry, but wanted to take the initiative to let Chen Shuxian know that he had exerted a lot of strength just now. He roared and looked into the boulder. After just a glance, he was stunned on the spot, and dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His heart was like being grasped by a big hand, and it was squeezed hard. The blood in his body flowed backwards, and his legs became weak. As an explorer, Captain Umazlala had explored countless planets, encountered countless dangers, and even passed through the terrifying interstellar dust belt, but he had never been as scared as he was now. Because inside the boulder, there was a heart. The heart was wrapped with broken arteries, and the edges of the blood vessels were stained with a little red blood. The blood spread on the boulder, and there was a faintly invisible film inside. This is really rare. Was it this heart that spoke just now? After a long time, Captain Umazlala came to his senses. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and felt a chill on his spine. He stuck his head out and was about to get close to the boulder. The heart beat violently, and the surface of the heart squirmed to form a human head. The head was very blurry, but Captain Umazlala could still see that he was excited at the moment. A joyful voice came from the blood vessels. After more than 100 years, I finally see the light again. Is this heart a spirit? Captain Umazlala couldn't help but take a step back. Thank you, Kit. The heart beat again. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Captain Umazlala smiled weakly. The scene in front of him has exceeded his imagination. In the Pajero civilization, the heart is the most important organ of an organism. After leaving the organism, if it is not stored in a sterile constant temperature and humidity environment, it will breed bacteria within 48 hours and finally turn into a pool of rotten meat. Captain Umazlala looked at the stains visible to the naked eye on the boulder, and felt a hot gas coming from the inside of the boulder. He knew that this environment was obviously not related to sterile constant temperature and humidity. But this heart is not only well preserved, but also beats and speaks. Isn't this strange? Could it be that Captain Umazlala sighed? On Gaystar, anything that does not conform to scientific laws can be explained by magic. It seems that this heart is the immortal god Shuxian. Although he only has one heart left, he is still alive under the effect of magic. God Shuxian? Captain Umazlala asked tentatively. Haha, Kit, I scared you with my appearance. God Shuxian was immersed in the light and in a good mood. It's true, but how did you get into this appearance? Captain Umazlala asked puzzledly. Where are the rest of your body? You are good in everything, but you are too careful. When you talk to me, you put your hands on your waist. If I'm not mistaken, you have a hidden weapon on your waist, right? The human face on the heart was staring at Captain Umazlala's waist. It is indeed a hidden weapon, but you also know that on Gaystar, people who are not careful will not live long. Captain Umazlala said with a wry smile. However, his hand was still tightly pressed on the laser gun. He was confident that within 1 second, he could pull out the laser gun and shoot the heart in the boulder into a sieve. Alas, being careful is also a good habit. Back then, I was attacked by God Zahua because of my momentary negligence, and that's why I became like this. God Shuxian sighed. Captain Umazlala looked at the face on the heart squirming and making a regretful expression. He just felt that it was too wonderful, but he wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. What happened back then? He clearly remembered that his purpose was to explore the great secret of the divine magician. Don't worry, Kit, I don't care what your relationship with God Zahua is. Just because you let me see the light again, I will tell you everything. God Shuxian saw through his thoughts. Chapter 667. Well, this old guy is still trustworthy. Captain Umazlala felt a little better about Chen Shuxian. Although he was just a pitiful heart now, he was more trustworthy than the beautiful Shen Xiaohe. The root of all evil is greed. Chen Shuxian sighed and suddenly changed his tone and asked, by the way, I don't know your name yet, which seems a bit impolite. Mr. Chen Shuxian, my name is Captain Umazlala. I come from a ruined landlord family. I married Chen Xiaohe half a year ago. Although Captain Umazlala felt that he was trustworthy, he would never reveal the secret that he came from outside the domain. A ruined landlord family? Haha, this is not Chen Xiaohe's style. According to her wild temperament, I thought that the husband she chose would be one of the great divine magicians who were about to die in the Divine Magician Club. Chen Shuxian was a little confused, so that his heart beat violently twice in a row. Captain Umazlala wisely chose to remain silent on this question. Chen Shuxian thought for a moment and said uncertainly, she chose you because you must have something extraordinary that can help her realize her wish to rule Gay. It seems that the father knows his daughter's ambitions very well. Captain Umazlala nodded. You can also say that I have wisdom that most Gay people don't have. This wisdom is, to a certain extent, more powerful than the magic of the great magician. On Gay, there are also some primitive technological products, such as pears for farming, water wheels beside the river, and even millstones for squeezing castor oil, which can be regarded as technological products. The Gay people call the act of inventing such technological products wisdom. Wisdom? Alas, I didn't expect that there are still people on Gay who are willing to develop wisdom. God Shuxian sighed. Ever since people got the divine arts from the Black Tower, wisdom has been forgotten by the Gay people. They have completely forgotten that millions of years ago, the Gay people relied on wisdom to grow from weak to strong. Divine arts are actually poison to the Gay people. Captain Umazlala quite agrees with God Shuxian's point of view. The Gay people, who had already developed wisdom millions of years ago, should have reached the level of civilization 1 and started exploring space at a normal rate of development. However, they are still trapped on Gay and are in the agricultural age, and the role of divine arts cannot be underestimated. With divine arts, the Gay people think they no longer need wisdom. It seems that this God Shuxian is one of the few sober people on Gay. Just as he was about to continue asking God Shuxian why he was trapped here. Guess how old I'm now? God Shuxian asked a strange question. How old? Chen Shuxian is the father of Shen Xiaohe, who has been trapped here for 100 years. Captain Umazlala thought for a moment and replied, you are probably only over 200 years old. Over 200 years is an absolute high lifespan for the Gays, but for an immortal divine magician, it is very short. Haha, congratulations, you guessed wrong. Chen Shuxian on the heart made a face. In fact, I'm now a full 15,000 years old. 15,000 years old? Then why is Shen Xiaohe only 100 years old? Isn't she your daughter? Captain Umazlala was stunned. Haha, the reason is very simple. I got married late. Chen Shuxian said proudly. I got married at the age of 14,800, and then 100 years later, Shen Xiaohe and Shen Atigo were born. Captain Umazlala was speechless. Good guy, this is a typical example of late marriage and late childbearing. On some planets that control the population, Chen Shuxian is likely to become the object of national admiration. The whole thing started 15,000 years ago. God Shuxian talked about this and that, and finally got to the point. Captain Umazlala was shocked, stood in front of the boulder, and listened carefully. 15,000 years ago, I was born in a village near the Shuandashan Mountains. Like the hunters in the village, my father also relied on hunting outside the Shuandashan Mountains to support his family. God Shuxian was particularly calm when talking about his childhood. When I was 10 years old, I had my first bow and arrow. In our place, having a bow and arrow means having the qualification to go out hunting. I was very excited at that time, because I was the first child among my friends to obtain this qualification. So, in order to show my strength to my friends, I decided to enter the Shuan Mountains and hunt a fire rabbit. The fire rabbit is a unique rabbit species in the Shuan Mountains. It is covered with fiery red hair. This red hair is extremely expensive. Wearing a coat made of it, you can sleep in the ice and snow. Of course, I'm not a fool. The main reason why I chose the fire rabbit as prey is that it has no attack power and its only skill is to run fast. However, no matter how fast it runs, it is faster than the bow and arrow in my hand. So on the first day of entering the Shuan Mountains, I successfully hunted a fire rabbit. If I left the Shuan Mountains with the fire rabbit at this time, perhaps there would be no story later, and I would have turned into a handful of yellow soil by now. The great victory gave me a bold idea. Maybe I should go deep into the Shuan Mountains to see what is in there. In our village, according to ancestral rules, hunters can only hunt outside the Shuan Mountains and are strictly prohibited from entering the depths. It is said that in the depths of the mountains, there is a terrifying monster sleeping, which can swallow 100,000 people in one bite. Hearing this, Captain Umazlala frowned and interrupted. Why did I hear that there are 10 emperor level beasts living in the depths of the Shuan Mountains? You are right. There are indeed 10 emperor level beasts living in the depths of the Shuan Mountains, but for the villagers in the mountain village, all beasts are called terrifying monsters. The reason is very simple. No matter what kind of beast you encounter, the only outcome for the hunter is death. Chen Shuxian explained. That's right. Captain Umazlala nodded in agreement. Just like on some primitive planets, whether it is a magic weapon, a kitchen knife or a brick, after killing someone, they are all called murder weapons. Rules are ingrained into people's minds little by little, and the older people get, the more they value rules. I was still young at that time, and when I saw the rabbit in the grass, that I shot dead with one arrow, I felt that I was the best hunter in the world. I would sneak into the depths of the Shuan Mountains and shoot that horrible monster to death with one arrow. From then on, I would become the object of admiration of the whole village and win the favor of Xiaoli. God Chen Shuxian paused again here, and explained a little embarrassedly. Xiaoli is the most beautiful girl in the village. She has a pair of bright big eyes and a long black braid that reaches her waist. She is the dream lover of all the boys in the village. Alas, human beings always become blind and stupid under the influence of hormones. Captain Umazlala smiled and nodded. As a young man, it's understandable that you had aspirations. I peeled the skin of the fire rabbit with a skinning knife, then lit the firewood, roasted the meat until it was charred, had a delicious meal, and then headed into the mountains. Chen Shuxian continued. The Shuan Mountains are very large, and the mountains are covered with dense trees. Half a day later, I suddenly found that I was lost. And from time to time, I heard terrifying howls from a distance. I was so scared that I ran in the direction I thought I came from. I don't know how long I ran, but when a giraffe more than 20 meters tall appeared not far ahead, I thought I was dead. I lay on the ground with my eyes closed waiting to die for a long time, and there was no pain. I opened my eyes and saw that the giant giraffe was eating leaves on the hillside. I was relieved. It turned out that this guy was a herbivore. I carefully avoided the giant giraffe and continued to move forward in what I thought was the right direction. However, compared to before, I was much more careful. I collected a kind of herb called bone horse from the grass next to me, rubbed it into mud with my hands, and smeared it on my body. This can cover up the smell on my body. Just like that, with the help of the smell of bone horse, I wandered around like a headless fly in the depths of the Shuan Mountains. During the day, I hunted some small prey with a bow and arrow to fill my stomach, and at night I found a rock and hid under the rock to sleep. Now that I think about it, I must have been favored by the goddess of luck at that time. Otherwise, even if I had 100 lives, it would not be enough to die. I wandered around in the Shuan Mountains for more than half a month, and I couldn't find the way home. Just when I thought I could never leave there again, I accidentally discovered a small river. The river is about 10 meters wide and the water is very clear. After I scooped the river water with my hands and drank it, it suddenly occurred to me that water flows to low places. As long as I follow the direction of the river, I will definitely be able to get out of the Shuan Mountains. Captain Umazlala nodded in agreement. When exploring primitive planets, he also encountered situations where he got lost, but most of the time he could use the locator he carried with him to determine the direction. In a few special cases, the locator may be interfered with by the nearby magnetic field and cannot be used. Then you need to rely on the surrounding environment to determine the direction of travel. Walking along the river is also one of the most effective methods. So, I started to move along the river, but as I walked, I felt something was wrong. Chen Shuxian suddenly paused. "What's wrong?" Captain Mazlala asked. "The water in that small river flows from low to high." Chen Shuxian's voice was a little trembling. "How is this possible?" Captain Mazlala, who always thought he was very calm, couldn't help but exclaimed. "Although the law of universal gravitation is primitive, it is a basic law of this universe. Under the action of universal gravitation and centrifugal force, all matter on the planet will be affected by gravity. Under the action of gravity, water will definitely flow from high to low." Chen Shuxian continued. "Yes, I was also shocked. But I was only thinking about escaping at that time, and I didn't have time to think too much. Since the river water flows from low to high, then I just need to go in the opposite direction, right? This guy is quite smart," Captain Mazlala complained to himself. "So, I started running in the opposite direction of the stream. Sure enough, in less than 10 days, I saw the good-like mountain range outside the Shuxian Mountains. I was so excited at the time. In order to escape the trap, as soon as possible, I continued to move forward under the moonlight that night." Chen Shuxian said here, sighing. "When I saw a huge shadow appear in front of me, I realized that I had forgotten that the monsters in the mountains usually move at night. At that time, I hoped that this big guy was a herbivore like a giant giraffe. Unfortunately, this time, I was not so lucky, because two green lights lit up on the monster's huge head. With the help of moonlight, I could see that he had opened his mouth, which was full of pale and gloomy teeth. This guy wanted to eat me. I knew that turning around and running away at this moment would only be a way to death. Because the monster was extremely fast, it was in front of me in a blink of an eye. I recognized that it should be a giant wild boar. But when I smelled a fishy smell, I gritted my teeth and jumped into the river. The river water was extremely cold, and I fainted soon after. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in the grass by the river. The warm sunlight shone on me, making me feel lazy. At that moment, I thought I was in a paradise. However, when I stood up and looked at the surrounding environment clearly, I was stunned. There was an endless grassland all around. Grassland? Aren't you in the 100,000 mountains? Captain Mazlala frowned. Yes, I was asking myself this question at the time. I clearly fell into a small river in the 100,000 mountains, so why did I appear on the grassland? Chen Shuxian continued. Fortunately, the small river still exists, and it runs across the grassland. At that time, I had no choice but to continue moving along the river. On the grassland, there was nothing except green grass and the small river. There were no animals or flowers on the ground, no white clouds in the sky, and only a bright Sunday. I walked along the river for a long time, and suddenly realized two questions. Which two questions? Captain Mazlala was also very interested in this strange grassland. God Chen Shuxian's voice trembled. First, the sun in the sky has been hanging in the sky. Although I don't have a timer, and don't know how long I have been walking, it has been at least a full day. The position of the sun has not changed at all. Second, I haven't eaten for a long time, but I don't feel hungry or thirsty. The sun doesn't move, and people don't need to eat. This prairie is really strange. Captain Mazlala looked puzzled and listened carefully. But this may be a good thing for me, because although I have a bow and arrow, there is no prey to catch here. God Chen Shuxian smiled and said, in this way, I can only continue to move along the river on the prairie. Good guy. It seems that this guy has been running non-stop since entering the 10,000 mountains. Captain Mazlala complained in his heart. God Chen Shuxian, I walked, and time seemed to have stopped until I saw a curtain of light. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668. Light Curtain. Captain Mazlala realized that Chen Shuxian was about to talk about something important, and he could not help but take a step closer to the boulder. At the end of the stream in the grassland, there is a colorful light curtain. Chen Shuxian said slowly, this light curtain extends from the ground to the deep space. You can't see the end at a glance, just like the boundary of this world. The scene described by Chen Shuxian gave Captain Umazlala a sense of deja vu of playing a game. In the game, the end of the dungeon map is often blocked by a light curtain. God Chen Shuxian, when I stood in front of the light curtain, I didn't feel any fear at all. Instead, I felt relieved. Maybe I would die immediately after passing through the light curtain. Maybe I could leave this strange world after passing through the light curtain. In short, things will change. I don't have to wander aimlessly on this vast grassland with nothing. I mustered up my courage and reached my hand into the light curtain. The light curtain seemed to be made of light. It was very thin and there was no barrier. My hand sank into the light curtain. It was warm inside. I could even feel the air flowing. If I went in, maybe I could go home. With a beautiful dream in mind, I gritted my teeth and rushed into the light curtain with my eyes closed. It was just one step away, but I fell from heaven to hell. Although I closed my eyes at the time, I clearly felt an inexplicable panic, as if there was an extremely terrifying creature standing in front of me, staring at me with its blood-red eyes. I only held on for a second before my feet softened, and I collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the expectation of going home in my heart made me a little sober. I bit my lips so hard that blood flowed out. Under the stimulation of pain, the extreme panic in my heart was still relieved. I slowly opened my eyes. I saw it. Chen Shuxian paused again here. The heart was beating violently, bang bang. The frequency was so fast that Captain Umazlala was a little afraid that this guy was about to explode. Fortunately, after beating violently for a while, the heart slowly slowed down. This means that Chen Shuxian's panic has eased. Captain Umazlala took the opportunity to ask, "What did you see in the light curtain?" "I saw it." He saw that the mouth of the human face on the heart opened several times, but no sound came out. "I saw it." Chen Shuxian's face became strange, as if he was trying hard to say a name, but he couldn't say it. Finally, he panted hard and smiled bitterly, "Forgive me. It's not that I don't want to explain the existence in the light curtain, but I can't say it. It's like there is an evil eye staring at me in a distant place. I believe that once I spit out that name, I will probably explode and die immediately." Captain Umazlala was stunned by these words. It was obvious that Chen Shuxian encountered a terrifying existence in the light curtain, an existence that could not even be mentioned by name. There is such an existence on Gaystar. Too scary. Then we can call this monster an unknown existence. Captain Umazlala breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes turned, and he thought of an idea. Since we can't call it by its name, we can give it a code name. On a primitive planet he explored, there is a very interesting myth. The unknown existence is a powerful and ancient existence in the universe. Since most of its existence is composed of unknown substances far beyond the mortal world, its structure is not affected by the laws of physics. However, it still has a certain effect when attacking it, and the principle of why this phenomenon occurs is unknown. They are ancient beings with great power and wisdom, and they once dominated everything billions of years ago. Although most of the unknown beings are not as powerful as the creator, their abilities are still far beyond human imagination. Ordinary humans will go crazy just by seeing them, because they have witnessed a corner of the truth of the universe. But there are still some alien races, ancient civilizations or crazy mysterious religions that worship them, hoping to obtain their power. In myths and legends, the unknown existence cannot be spoken, imagined, or discussed, otherwise it will be sensed by it. The unknown existence. Very good, very appropriate. God Chen Shuxian nodded. If he really had a physical head. It turns out that the light curtain is no longer our universe, but the home of the unknown existence. There are many unknown existences there. Each of them is extremely terrifying, and people will go crazy after seeing them. Universe. This guy also knows this technological term. Captain Umazlala frowned. Father-in-law, what do you mean by the universe? The universe is the general term for the world we live in. We are in a three-dimensional world. That's what the unknown existence told me at the time. God Chen Shuxian's words were full of reverence. According to the unknown existence, they are a kind of zero-dimensional creature. In zero dimension, there is no time, no space, only endless nothingness. The unknown existence was born in nothingness. They have no specific form, but have endless power. Under normal circumstances, zero-dimensional space and our three-dimensional space cannot have any interaction, but for an inexplicable reason, the space-time near gay star is distorted. Under the powerful force of space-time, zero-dimensional space and three-dimensional space interfered in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. So there was the backwards river and the endless grassland. His words made Captain Umazlala feel like he was confused in space and time and had run to the wrong set. It was strange that an unknown existence with endless power knew so many science fiction words. Under normal circumstances, science is a rigorous science that emphasizes that everything has its own reason and everything can be explained according to common sense. The unknown existence is a bit like the ancestor of the divine magician. He himself is an existence that violates science. How can the two be mixed? When Captain Umazlala thought of this, his heart suddenly jumped, and he had an idea that even he himself found incredible. Maybe, science and extraordinary abilities are not in conflict. Yes, it must be like this. The unknown existence is a zero-dimensional creature. They have no form, are not controlled by time, and are not constrained by space. They usually live honestly in zero-dimensional space until their home interferes with the three-dimensional world. They noticed this strange world and began to sneak out to explore Gaystar. In the process, they found that they could cause destructive or strange effects on the three-dimensional world. This effect, in the eyes of three-dimensional creatures, is a kind of extraordinary ability. So in the spirit of fun or teasing, the unknown existence is regarded Gaystar as a playground. The unknown existence began to invade the three-dimensional world. The reason why those divine magicians can use the magic that can destroy the world is probably because they borrowed the power of the unknown existence. Now Captain Umazlala can be sure that the Black Tower in Gua City is a conversion machine, which can allow the gays to have the ability to communicate with the unknown existence. Of course, not all gays can be converted, so there must be a screening process, and completing the task is to screen the gays. But after the screening is completed, the Black Tower is likely to emit an electromagnetic wave, or ray of a specific frequency, to change the physical attributes of the gays. The gays whose attributes have been changed have extraordinary abilities, and become divine magicians. The root of all this is zero-dimensional creatures. Therefore, extraordinary abilities are also scientific. As a believer in science, Captain Umazlala has regained his confidence. God Chen Shuxian continued, the unknown being I met was obviously a kind one, of course, if zero-dimensional creatures can be divided into good and evil. It looked at me curiously and instantly read my memory and knew all my experiences. Its evil red eyes actually revealed a little pity, and then it explained to me my situation at that time. When I entered the zero-dimensional space, I was already stained with an ominous aura, which was like poison, which would corrupt my mind and eventually turn me into a walking corpse. The only solution was to accept a supernatural power and become a seed spread by the unknown being on Gaystar. I was ecstatic at that time. Accepting supernatural powers, wouldn't that mean becoming a divine magician? Divine magician. Although I was only a 10-year-old child in a remote mountain village at that time, I also knew how powerful divine magicians were. After becoming a divine magician, I will have the ability to destroy the world, and at the same time I will have the gifts of the Divine Magician Club. That is thousands of acres of fertile land, thousands of gold, a big house, and thousands of slaves. By then, I will be the richest man in our village. Xiaoli will definitely agree to marry me. Captain Umazlala shook his head. This guy was in the zero-dimensional space, and instead of exploring the mysteries inside, he was still thinking about the village beauty. He was simply too stupid. However, at this time, he knew that Chen Shuxian was in the middle of talking, and he must not interrupt him. He wisely chose to keep silent. I immediately knelt on the ground and expressed my willingness to accept the infusion of extraordinary powers. The ominous being smiled slightly. Of course, since she herself is indescribable, her expression was just my imagination. God Chen Shuxian continued, then a black light flashed, and I felt a small flame inside, and then it suddenly exploded, and my internal organs were burning hot. I could even smell the burnt smell emanating from my body. At the time, I was in great pain, but the process was very short, and the burning feeling soon disappeared. I knew that I had gained extraordinary powers, because in my mind, there were several strange symbols flashing. Although these symbols were not in Gale language, I could clearly know what they meant. Immortality. I gained the ability to achieve immortality. For a child who is only 10 years old, this ability is absolutely useless. However, in the face of the terrifying ominous being, I dared not show any dissatisfaction, and could only express my gratitude with joy. After granting me the power of immortality, the unknown being seemed to have lost interest in me. He warned me not to move forward, because there were other unknown beings living ahead, and the tempers of other unknown beings were not as good as his. After the thrilling experience in the Shuan Mountains, I have changed from a fearless newborn calf to a good child, who listens to others' advice, and eats a full meal. So, I followed the method of the unknown being, crossed the light curtain again, and returned to the prairie, and then walked all the way back to the Shuan Mountains. After returning to the Shuan Mountains, I no longer had the fear I had when I first came here, because I can be immortal. Even if the terrifying monsters in there are powerful, they can't do anything to me, right? So I swaggered and walked out of the mountain without hiding my tracks. Sure enough, not long after, I encountered a white tiger in a mountain forest. Facing the tiger, which was hundreds of times larger than me, and had sharp teeth in its bloody mouth, I was not afraid, but a little excited. I want to try the power of divine arts. So, I rushed towards the tiger with my fists in the surprised eyes. Faced with the food delivered to its door, the tiger was puzzled, but it did not stop it from opening its bloody mouth. It leaped and threw me to the ground, and then licked my face with its scalded head full of barbs, as if tasting the taste. At that time, I regretted it, because that tongue could lick off a layer of skin from my face every time it licked. That taste was really painful. More regrets are still to come. After tasting it, the tiger may have thought that I tasted good, so it bit my arm and ate it with relish. In the severe pain, I could even hear the sound of bones being bitten by the tiger. Do you know what the greatest pain in the world is? It is to watch your arms, legs, abdomen, heart, intestines, and neck being ground by sharp teeth and swallowed into the dark intestines. The whole process seemed extremely long and the severe pain. Fuck, this is the disadvantage of immortality. If it were a normal person, maybe he would have died, and he wouldn't have felt so painful. Captain Umazlala imagined the miserable experience of God Chang Sheng at that time, and couldn't help shuddering. God Chang Sheng sighed and continued, at that time, I realized that I had made a huge mistake. I'm immortal, but not invincible. Except that I will not die. I'm no different from an ordinary guy kid. Maybe my flesh and blood are particularly tender, and it took the white tiger with hanging eyes 3 hours to swallow me bit by bit. That's when I thought my miserable experience was about to end. Unfortunately, I was still too young. At that time, under the effect of the immortality of the magic, my consciousness was transformed into hundreds of millions of fragments, distributed in every piece of flesh and blood in my body. Some of this flesh and blood had been swallowed into the stomach of the white tiger with hanging eyes, and some were scattered in the grass next to it. I chose a slightly larger piece of meat in the grass as a storage place for the main consciousness, and prepared to start the resurrection plan. Under the influence of divine magic, every piece of flesh and blood in my body has the ability to grow a new body. Hearing this, Captain Umazlala understood a little. Divine magic allows the divine magician to use any cell in the body to regenerate. However, he suddenly thought of a new problem. That is, what would happen if every cell of his was burned? Chapter 669. In the strange cave, Captain Umazlala looked at the beating heart in the boulder. He asked, since you can use any piece of flesh and blood in your body to regenerate, if the enemy throws you into the grill and roasts you into charcoal, won't you die? Chen Shuxian laughed and said, haha, it's true that people from the same family don't get along. Shen Xiahua did this back then. But after the last piece of flesh and blood on my body disappeared from the world, I magically appeared in front of her again. At that time, Shen Xiahua was scared out of her wits. She thought she saw a ghost. It seems that the ability of immortality can not only allow Chen Shuxian to use any cell in his body to regenerate, but also a new Chen Shuxian will suddenly appear after all cells are destroyed. This ability, as its name suggests, can guarantee the immortality of Chen Shuxian. I haven't finished talking just now. Please don't interrupt me next time. You know I'm 15,000 years old and my memory is not good. Those memories of the past are likely to disappear. Chen Shuxian said, a little dissatisfied. Captain Umazlala nodded to show that he understood. In the grove of Shuan Mountain, I had just instilled my main consciousness into a piece of flesh and blood that fell into the grass. I was about to start my rebirth when I suddenly felt an unspeakable pain. This pain penetrated my consciousness and made my entire consciousness tremble constantly. It took me a long time to break free from the pain and think effectively. By checking my consciousness, I found that the pain just now was caused by the flesh and blood eaten by the hanging eye white tiger, which was being digested by the hanging eye white tiger. When the hanging eye white tiger digests the flesh and blood, a corrosive liquid is produced in its stomach. This liquid can digest the flesh and blood bit by bit. In this process, I felt like my whole body was cut into pieces. I think if I could make a sound at that time, I would definitely let out a scream that resounded through the world. What's more serious is that the entire digestion process of the hanging eye white tiger is extremely long. I suffered in pain for more than 10 hours. When the last piece of flesh and blood was digested, as the subconsciousness disappeared, I felt alive again. It was torn apart bit by bit, swallowed, and slowly digested, and during this process, the person was still extremely conscious. Captain Umazlala shuddered when he heard the tragic experience of the god of immortality. It seems that this magic of immortality has its drawbacks. God Chen Shuxian continued, the process of rebirth is relatively simple. I just need to lie there and grow up little by little. First my heart, then my body, and finally my head. I don't know how many days and years passed before I finally grew back. When I stood up shakily, the first thing I did was to find a place to hide. I definitely don't want to go through that tragic experience again. In this way, I quietly moved forward during the day and rested at night. It took me a full month to run out of the Shuan Mountains. After leaving the mountains, I didn't delay at all and ran directly to the small mountain village where my home was. When I entered the mountain village, I was stunned. The village had changed dramatically. Where there was a road before, there is now a deep ditch. I remember there was a wooden house at the head of the village, where an old man who could play the hukin lived. Now the wooden house has disappeared and has become a farmland. What's even more strange is that I don't know anyone on the road in the village. Our village is not big, with less than 20 households. I was very naughty at that time, chasing chickens and dogs in the village all day long, and I knew everyone. What happened now? Did I go to the wrong place? However, when I saw the ancient well in the center of the village, I knew I was not in the wrong place, because there was a gap on the stone at the mouth of the well that I knocked with a hammer when I was a child. Oops. I saw that the gap was covered with moss and looked hundreds of years old. I realized that something was wrong. I hurried to my wooden house. On the hillside, the familiar crooked jujube tree still stood. I fell from it last month. Across the hillside is my wooden house. However, there are still a pile of broken walls and rotten wood lying in the soil in a mess, and some of them are covered with fungus. My home is gone. Where is my father? I wanted to cry but I couldn't. Just then, an old man came over and asked who I was. I told him my name, and the old man backed away, like he saw a ghost, and then ran away very quickly. The old man's scream also alarmed other people in the village. They surrounded me with long knives and bows and arrows. Facing those terrified eyes, I knew that, if I said the wrong thing, I would probably be chopped into pieces on the spot. The only way for the villagers in the mountain village to deal with the unknown is to chop them with a machete first. If they are killed, everyone can go home and sleep without worry. If they are not killed, then everyone will run for their lives. So, I could only claim that I was a distant relative of this family. I hadn't been in contact for many years, and this time I happened to pass by and came to visit my relatives. The people in the village then put down their weapons. After a period of half-believing and half-doubting inquiries, I skillfully told them about the situation of my family and some things that only people in the mountain village knew. The villagers believed me. Through their stories, I gradually understood what happened. It turned out that at this time, it had been 200 years since I entered the Shuan Mountains. After I disappeared, my father started to search everywhere like crazy, but of course he found nothing, and he died of depression at such a young age. Just then, a trembling old lady came over with the help of her grandson. She had white hair, wrinkles on her forehead, a dry mouth, and almost all the teeth inside were gone. When she saw me, her old and turbid eyes suddenly lit up, and she called out my name with her leaky mouth. Obviously, she knew me. But under the suspicious gaze of the villagers, I could only scratch my head and play dumb, telling her that she recognized the wrong person. The old lady was immediately disappointed, and the excitement on her face was replaced by loss, and the whole person looked a little older. She sighed, and with the help of her grandson, she left the crowd. Her back was particularly sad. At this time, a villager in the crowd whispered, "Grandma Lee seems to be confused recently." Someone curled his lips. Grandma Lee is the oldest person in the village. She is over 200 years old. It is normal for her to be confused. Grandma Lee. She is Ziana Lee. I was shocked. The thin old lady was my dream lover. As expected, the most ruthless thing in the world is time. It can turn a young girl into an old lady with skin like old bark. It can also turn a familiar home into a pile of ruins. It will take away all the beauty without mercy. However, I can live forever, so I can naturally avoid the erosion of time. The mountain village is small, and Gaystar is big. I want to go out and take a look. So, after the crowd dispersed, I kowtowed several times in front of my father's grave, and walked out of the villa without looking back. As a new divine magician, the first thing to do is to register at the Divine Magician Club of Guiana. Only officially recognized divine magicians can obtain corresponding social status and huge amounts of money. However, after walking along the mountain road for a whole day, I realized a serious problem. I don't know where Guiana, the largest city on Gaystar, is. Moreover, the small mountain village is a long way from Guiana. Can I walk all the way to Guiana on my own 2 legs? Although I was only in my teens at that time, I knew that such a long journey could not be completed without sufficient financial support. So, I returned to the Shuan Mountains, and relied on my immortal physique, to collect rare medicinal herbs from the cliffs. Then I sold them to the medicine shop in the small town. Although the owner of the medicine shop was a complete profiteer, he was still generous enough to give a gold ingot as a reward for the medicinal herbs worth hundreds of gold. This kind of day lasted for a total of 5 years. When I saw that the pickle jar was full of gold, I knew the time was ripe. I went to the tailor shop in the small town and asked the tailor with only one eye to sew a landlord's outfit for me with silk. After wearing the landlord's hat inlaid with gems, I was completely dressed like a young master of the landlord's family. In order to conceal my identity, I also bought 2 female slaves in the slave market. At the same time, I also dressed them in bright clothes and let them disguise as my servants. Finally, I took the 2 maids, bought a luxurious carriage from the market, and hired a driver. In this way, I started my journey to Guiana. This trip took a whole year, and I encountered countless dangers on the way. However, when I got off the carriage in gorgeous clothes, the bandits who blocked the road looked at each other and then fled. On Gaystar, robbing a big landlord is equivalent to offending all big landlords. Once the incident happened, the bandits would be surrounded by the government army. With the help of the identity of a landlord, I arrived at Guiana without any danger. When I stood under the city gate and looked at the dozens of meters high city wall hung with skulls, I vaguely had a feeling that this largest city on Gaystar was very ominous. I resisted the uneasiness in my heart and entered Guiana. Guiana is very large, with intricate streets and rows of buildings. Moreover, the residents of Guiana have a unique arrogance. They always look at people who ask them for directions with contempt, and then point to the wrong direction without hesitation. In their view, this behavior is a small punishment for the bumpkins, so that they can understand the greatness of Guiana. However, this kind of arrogance disappeared without a trace after I took out a gold ingot from my arms. They rushed to help me lead the way. In the end, I chose a guy who didn't look that annoying. He had a strange name, Tahan. Although Tahan was a resident of Guiana, his father was addicted to brothels and music. The few properties in the family were constantly flowing to those places of fireworks. He had to sell a kind of snack called datang along the street to make a living. Under Tahan's guidance, I came to the Divine Magician Club smoothly. The Divine Magician Club is a wooden tower more than 20 meters high. On the top of the tower, there are hundreds of sun beads. Even in the daytime, these sun beads can emit dazzling light, which makes people respect this place at a glance. In front of the Divine Magician Club, there are 10 statues standing, representing the 10 most outstanding great divine magicians. At that time, I looked at those statues and thought to myself that my statue must be there in the future. However, this dream was interrupted after 2 seconds. When I was about to enter the gate of the Divine Magician Club, I was stopped by 2 guards on duty. They scolded me loudly without knowing the reason, and then asked me why I came here. Of course, I told the truth, saying that I had divine magic and needed to register to become a divine magician. After I finished speaking, I waited for the compliments of the guards on duty with a smug look. Unexpectedly, they pointed at me and laughed, saying from time to time that I was crazy. Not only did they not allow me to enter, they also beat me up at the gate. My immortal divine magic was useless against this unknown fist and foot attack. In the end, it was Tahan who rushed over and saved me from the fists and feet of the guards on duty. This failure did not discourage me. The yearning to become a registered divine magician made me come to the gate of the Divine Magician Club again after my injury healed. This time, I was lucky. I met a real divine magician. When he knew that I wanted to register as a divine magician because I had divine magic, but was stopped by the guard, he not only did not speak for me, but looked at me with a cunning look and shook his head. Crazy? Crazy? If the guard thought I was crazy because he looked down on me, it would be fine. Why did this divine magician say that? Is there a misunderstanding? I took out the gold from my arms and invited this new divine magician to the most luxurious hotel in Guyana for a big meal. At the banquet, I tried my best and got him drunk with the joint efforts of more than 10 slender barmaids. Then, while he was confused, I took out the whole story from his mouth. After asking, I was completely desperate. It turned out that divine magicians can only register within half a year after the advent of the Black Tower. Once this time limit is exceeded, it will be regarded as deliberate contempt for the Divine Magician Club and will be hunted down and killed by the executioner of the divine magician. In despair, I still felt a little fortunate. If the guards hadn't stopped me, I would have been in prison. If I had rushed into the God Magic Association to register. Although I'm immortal, I'm also afraid of the various tortures inside. After learning the truth, I knew that there was no hope for me to become a god magician. However, life still had to go on, so I used the jar of gold to open a shop in Guyana selling mountain products. Since I was born a hunter, I was very familiar with mountain products, and soon the shop became bigger and bigger. Chapter 670. This guy couldn't become a divine magician, so he was going to enter the business world. Captain Umazlala wanted to remind him to pick up the key points, but when he saw the beating heart, the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them. God Chen Shuxian continued, my business grew bigger and bigger. When I was 200 years old, I already owned more than 100 shops and became a famous merchant in Guyana. However, a problem began to bother me, that is, my appearance would not age with time. Although, every time I went out to entertain guests, I always had to make up to look like an old man. However, there were many divine magicians in Guyana, and I was afraid that they would find out the flaws. Finally, I had to hand over the business to Tahan's son. At that time, Tahan had died of old age. His son was loyal to me and knew my secret. Then, I chose an appropriate time to announce that I was seriously ill, and then handed over all my property to my son. Of course, this son was me. Perhaps because I became a divine magician, I had more than 20 wives, but none of them could reproduce for me. In this way, I died every 200 years. And Tahan's descendants were always by my side, ready to cover up for me at any time. After more than 15,000 years, I couldn't remember how many times I had faked my death, and I didn't know how many generations Tahan's grandsons had. It was the day for me to fake my death again. An accidental incident broke the original rules of things. Tahan's grandson, Elsh Longbottom, reported that my newly married wife was pregnant. This was great news for me. After more than 10,000 years, I no longer had any hope of having my own offspring. Now, I might have offspring. So, I decided to temporarily give up the faking death plan and came to this villa with a lady and the housekeeper. After 10,000 years of accumulation, I already had wealth that could rival a country. In order to prevent people from peeping, I divided the wealth into 5 parts and hid it in 5 places that only I knew. Not long after arriving at the villa, my new wife gave birth to a baby girl, who later became the god Xiahua. At that time, I only wanted to live a happy life with my family and taught her carefully, and I didn't realize that she was born with endless ambitions. I don't know when my secret was discovered by her. She tried to learn from me how to enter the zero-dimensional space many times, but I refused without hesitation. I was not afraid that she would become a divine magician, but it was full of dangers, and those who entered would most likely die. I did not want my only bloodline to perish. Unfortunately, she did not understand my painstaking efforts and colluded with the butler Longbottom to imprison me while I was drunk. In the cell, she tortured me, but my heart had already died by then, and the mere physical torture could not pry open my mouth. Day after day, week after week, I did not know how long I stayed in the dungeon. Until one day, the god Xiahua opened the cell with a bottle of kerosene. Smelling the smell of kerosene, I knew that this rebellious girl had lost her patience and was ready to kill her parents. But I was prepared for this. My preparation was to die bravely. I was tired of living for 10,000 years. If I had not lacked courage, I would have chosen to throw myself into the sea of fire. The betrayal of my closest relatives made me feel that the world was suddenly cold. Rather than living in this cold world, it is better to return to death. So, I watched with a smile as Chen Shuxian unscrewed the lid and poured kerosene on me little by little. Sometimes, I would even remind her which part was not completely poured. If there was a piece of flesh and blood that was not burned by the fire, I would not be able to die. Chen Shuxian was a woman with a very hard heart. She smiled at me, her eyes did not evade at all, and her hands did not tremble. She covered my whole body with kerosene little by little. She took out the flint and smiled. I said, "Light it." She polished the flint, smiled sweetly, and threw it on me. My whole body was immediately on fire, and severe pain followed. For this kind of pain, I actually felt a refreshing feeling in my mind. Let me die like this. I closed my eyes tightly. The next second, I felt a magical power enveloping my whole body, heard a shocked cry, and opened my eyes. God Xiahua was waiting for me with a pair of eyes, her mouth wide open, and pointed at me. Why aren't you dead yet? I looked at myself and sighed. Yes, why am I not dead yet? The failure of this attempt made God Xiahua not come to the cell for many days. But I knew that according to her temperament, she would not give up. Sure enough, a year later, she ordered people to tie me to the rack, and then asked me for the last time how to obtain divine arts without entering the Black Tower. Naturally, I kept silent. She took out a sharp knife from her pocket. The blade was like her eyes, cold and vicious. God Xiahua cut off the flesh and blood on my body one by one, and threw it into the stove next to her. Seeing her actions, I immediately understood her intention. She knew that I could be reborn, as long as I died completely, so she wanted to use this method to leave me the last piece of flesh and blood. Sure enough, God Xiahua was very patient, and worked for 7 days and nights, and finally cut me into a piece of flesh and blood that was only the size of a thumb. Then, she locked this piece of flesh and blood, that is, me, in this huge stone. Then she threw the huge stone into the stomach of the earth-suppressing beast. The earth-suppressing beast is an ancient fierce beast, and its body can isolate all breath. In its stomach, I found that I could not be reborn. God Xiahua is not only ambitious, but also very meticulous. Sometimes even I have to admire her. However, man proposes, God disposes. What she didn't expect was that the greedy general manager would dig a passage and connect it to the stomach of the earth-suppressing beast in order to find the hidden location of the 5 treasures, thus inadvertently destroying the earth-suppressing beast's ability to isolate breath. I began to be reborn, from a piece of meat the size of a fingertip, to a heart. Maybe, in 100 years, I will become a human again. In this process, I'll learn to communicate with the earth-suppressing beast through consciousness. When God Chen Shuxian said this, Captain Umazlara completely understood the whole story, but he was still a little confused about one thing. He looked at the beating heart and asked, "Then how did you know about the three-headed jackal?" In the memory of Captain Umazlala, when this guy knew that he had become the master of the three-headed jackal, his tone was very surprised. That was 100 years ago. Although Chen Shuxian did not get the method to enter the zero-dimensional space from me, she decided to go to the Shuan Mountains to try her luck. The result was naturally a failure, but she did bring back a wild wolf with 3 heads. Chen Shuxian explained with a smile. In order to show off her bravery, she deliberately brought the 3-headed jackal into the cage. I immediately felt a familiar smell from the 3-headed jackal, a smell I had smelled in the zero-dimensional space. I could even perceive from its 6 black eyes that it had developed wisdom. In other words, this wild wolf is no longer an ordinary wild wolf. I see. Captain Umazlala nodded gently. Now all the puzzles have been solved. But do you need me to do something for you? Like taking you out of here? Haha, you are really cunning, young man. You want to leave here yourself, right? Chen Shuxian immediately saw through Captain Umazlala's intention and said with a smile, "But don't worry, I won't force you to stay here." Captain Umazlala looked at the beating heart, feeling very emotional. If the divine magicians were to compare their misery, God Chen Shuxian would probably be second, and no one would dare to claim to be first. He risked his life, and by chance, he obtained the divine art of immortality, but was not recognized by the Divine Magician Club. Even after being exposed, he was in danger of being silenced. He had finally created such a huge family business, but there was no heir to take over, so he could only rely on fake death to pass on his inheritance. After great difficulty, he was blessed with a beloved daughter at the age of more than 10,000. This beloved daughter was an ambitious girl. In order to become a divine magician, she even attacked her own father. As a result, the immortal divine magician was imprisoned in the boulder for more than 100 years. People's hearts are so sinister. Senior, can you tell me how to enter the zero-dimensional space? After a sigh, Captain Umazlala remembered his purpose. If he could enter the zero-dimensional space, he might be able to use the science of the Pajero civilization to crack the secret of the divine arts and become a true god. Haha, young man, you finally told me your true purpose. After laughing for a while, God Chen Shuxian sighed. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's too dangerous there. Facing an ominous existence is like facing death. I don't want you to be trapped in it. It seems that he is not going to say it. Captain Umazlala touched the laser gun on his waist and shook his head. God Chen Shuxian is more than 10,000 years old and has experienced a series of tragic experiences such as betrayal, imprisonment, and being cut into pieces. He can already laugh at death and torture. This laser gun poses no threat to him. In this case, let the originally relaxed relationship between the two become tense again. Captain Umazlala smiled wisely. So, what can I do for you? Do you want me to help you escape? I'm very grateful that you can help me lift the lid of the boulder and let me see the light again. God Chen Shuxian said sincerely. What can I do after I go out? Continue to hide my identity and hide everywhere like a mouse. Instead of that, it is better for me to stay here. Then aren't you afraid that God Xiahua will discover the changes here and continue to torture you? Captain Umazlala was actually afraid that God Xiahua would find out that he had discovered the secret of her kinslaying. At that time, it would be a scene of no end to life. Haha, don't worry, once the belly of the earth suppressing beast is closed, it will inevitably leak out when it is opened again. God Xiahua knows the reason here. In order to keep me silent in the dark forever, she will never explore here casually. God Chen Shuxian smiled. Then I'm relieved. Now can you help me open the red door? Captain Umazlala nodded. Of course, but don't you want to know the location of the 5 hidden treasures? God Chen Shuxian was a little confused. You should know that my savings of 10,000 years are hidden there. Once the treasure is opened, you will become the richest man in the world. Treasure? Captain Umazlala smiled bitterly and shook his head. Do you think that wealth still has meaning in this world with divine magicians? On Gaystar, divine magicians have the ability to destroy the world. They can rob the wealth accumulated by civilians for many years at any time. Even if they don't have to do it themselves, someone will help them plunder and offer it with both hands. Even if Captain Umazlala dug out all the treasures, it would only bring disaster if he lacks strength. So the best way is to ignore it. Alas, you still see it clearly. God Chen Shuxian sighed. If I hadn't been blinded by wealth and bound by family affection, I would have chosen to live in seclusion in the mountains early, and I wouldn't have ended up like this. Senior, don't be sad. After 100 years, you will be resurrected again. It won't be too late to realize this dream by then. Captain Umazlala consoled. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, I hope everything is as you said. Now I will help you open the red door. As soon as he finished speaking, the door that was tightly closed just now slowly opened. Senior, goodbye, we will see you later. Captain Umazlala hurried to the red gate, for he was afraid that God Chen Shuxian would change his mind and keep him here to chat and relieve his boredom. After rushing through the red gate, Captain Umazlala returned to the cave made of bluestone. He followed the cave back to the chief steward's small building, and without any hesitation, he shot down the cave with the laser gun, and then moved a cabinet to completely seal the cave entrance. He knew that under the current circumstances, he must not let God's Ayahua find out that he already knew her secret. What else can't a woman who can treat her biological father like this do? After being busy for a while, Captain Umazlala made sure that there was no trace of the existence of the cave from the outside, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and swaggered out of the small building. Ever since he knew the existence of zero-dimensional space, Captain Umazlala has looked down on the chief steward's shabby treasures. As long as he enters the zero-dimensional space, he may be able to uncover the secret of the divine art. Although God Chen Shuxian refused to reveal how to enter the zero-dimensional space, he still had the three-headed jackal. As long as he could find a way to get the three-headed jackal to cooperate, he would definitely be able to find a way to enter the zero-dimensional space. When Captain Umazlala returned to his residence, the three-headed jackal had been sent back by God's Ayahua. It squatted on a high-backed chair like a human. Chapter 671. There was no one else in the living room. The three-headed jackal squatted on a large carved wooden chair, staring at Captain Umazlala with the vicissitudes of life. Although Captain Umazlala had long known that this guy with three heads had developed intelligence, he still felt a little strange. The team members next to him saw him come back, showing a relieved expression, walked over and whispered, Captain, after this beast was sent back, my brothers and I wanted to put it in a cage, but we didn't expect it to bite off the steel bars on the cage with one bite. Put a beast from the Shuan Mountains in a cage. What did these guys think? Fortunately, the three-headed jackal had developed intelligence, otherwise his men would have already become its dog food. Okay, I know, you go guard outside, and don't let anyone in. Captain Umazlala waved his hand and walked in front of the three-headed jackal. The three-headed jackal squatted on the chair, motionless, but tilted its three heads, looking up and down at Captain Umazlala with six eyes. The six eyes contained doubt, relief, and calmness. Captain Umazlala didn't turn on the biological language translator until he heard the door was closed and said, Brother three-headed jackal, do you have any questions? Although the beast in front of him has been born with intelligence, it is still an animal in essence. The most important thing to make friends with animals is to be honest. Even if this honesty is fake. I feel a strange breath from you. This breath does not belong to Gaystar. The three-headed jackal was silent for a moment, and six eyes burst out six brilliant lights, shooting directly at Captain Umazlala, and at the same time, he uttered a shocking sentence. Captain Umazlala's heart was shocked when he heard the words, and his blood was frozen into ice chips. This is a secret that only God's Ayahua knows, is it? He immediately shook his head in his heart. A woman like Shen's Ayahua, who was as scheming as an ancient well, would never reveal this secret. And your team members also have the same aura. I counted them. There are a total of 16, right? The three-headed jackal tilted his head, his eyes full of doubt. Captain Umazlala knew that the answer to this question was related to whether he could win the trust of this beast. Yes, we are from outside the domain. He sighed and finally decided to tell the truth. He was not sure whether the beast smelled a strange aura or had the magical ability to read people's minds. The best choice was to tell part of the truth. We were originally a group of scientific expedition team members. We accidentally encountered a space-time storm and were swept to the Gaystar. The three heads of the three-headed jackal nodded in unison. Very good. You are very honest. I smell the breath of wisdom from you, which is something that normal gay people do not have. Honest people are trustworthy. As for whether you are a gay, I don't care, because as a ferocious beast, I can't wait to swallow all gay people. I think we can have a win-win cooperation. Captain Umazlala breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he did not deny it directly. He was about to say something like wishing him a happy cooperation, when the three-headed jackal continued, "It's obvious that your disguise is average. Godzilla doesn't trust you. She asked me to keep an eye on you secretly. If you make any unusual moves, I can use you directly to satisfy my cravings. Godzilla is terrible." Captain Umazlala nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is terrible. Of course, compared to Godzilla's magic, her wisdom and ruthlessness made Captain Umazlala more afraid. What else would a woman who could cut her own father into pieces dare not do? In Captain Umazlala's cognition, Godzilla was more vicious than the most vicious demon. He reminded himself in his heart that he must be careful and never reveal any flaws. Okay, now that we have chosen to be honest, I can also tell you my purpose. The three-headed jackal jumped down from the armchair and paced in the living room like a human. I want to enter a secret place in the 100,000 mountains. I want to find Captain Umazlala was about to tell his purpose, but was ruthlessly interrupted by the three-headed jackal. You just said you were very honest, but now you are lying. Its three heads shook at the same time. Although I don't know why you want to enter the 100,000 mountains, it is definitely not to find that mysterious mineral deposit. Because I don't believe you are willing to work for the Godzilla. The three-headed jackal's words hit Captain Umazlala's heart directly, leaving him unable to defend himself. The IQ of this beast is not ordinary. Captain Umazlala pursed his lips and smiled. Brother Three Heads, you are really smart. You can see through my little thoughts at a glance. I do have my own plans. Do you still remember the chief steward you ate? The six heads of the three-headed jackal nodded at the same time, their eyes full of aftertaste. Of course I remember. His flesh and blood tasted great, chewier than those slaves, and exuded a strange medicinal fragrance. Maybe it's because he has been eating delicacies from mountains and seas and rare herbs for many years. That's right, the chief steward is proficient in pharmacology. I learned from him that in the 10,000 mountains, there is a herb called 10,000 years extreme firegrass. It is said that this medicine can prolong life for 1,000 years after swallowing. You know, I'm almost middle-aged, and my lifespan is only 100 years, so you want to sneak into the 100,000 mountains to find the 10,000 years firegrass to prolong your life. The three-headed jackal's six eyes showed disdain at the same time. Poor humans, their lifespan is only 200 years, unlike us fierce beasts, whose initial lifespan reaches 1,000 years. As the level increases, the lifespan can be extended. Like me now, my lifespan has reached more than 10,000 years. The three-headed jackal sighed, and a sense of superiority arose spontaneously. At the same time, he believed Captain Umazlala's words by 7 or 8 points. However, it still tilted its head and confessed, I don't know where this so-called 10,000 years firegrass grows, but it is a rare herb, and there must be fierce beasts around. Although we are friends, it is absolutely impossible for me to deal with the fierce beasts for you. This matter still depends on you. Brother Three Heads, don't worry, I have a plan. You just need to let us enter the 100,000 mountains smoothly. Captain Umazlala patted his chest. The so-called 10,000 years extreme firegrass does exist, and it can indeed extend human life by 1,000 years, but it is not the real purpose of Captain Umazlala. What he needs is to follow the three-headed jackal and find the zero-dimensional space. The three-headed jackal nodded with satisfaction, stood up and stretched out his two palms. Looking at the two furry claws with sharp claws that can tear the throat of the prey, Captain Umazlala was stunned for a moment. What is this guy doing? Did he see through my mind and prepare to attack? The three-headed jackal saw Captain Umazlala staring at him with dull eyes, standing there motionless, and said disdainfully, come and high-five. You don't even know the ceremony of reaching a cooperation agreement on Gaystar, right? If so, you will probably be immediately recognized as an identity when you walk out of the manor. 3 black lines slid down Captain Umazlala's forehead. It turned out to be an ancient ritual. In the Pajero civilization, the most taboo thing between people is direct physical contact. Even couples will not be honest with each other, will not let each other touch their bodies directly, and will not sleep in the same bed at night. Of course, the way they maintain their relationship is to enter an exclusive virtual space and do things that couples can do in it. There will also be similar etiquette in the interactions between high-level people, that is, shaking hands. However, before shaking hands, both parties will wear a glove called void membrane. The thickness of the void membrane is less than 0.1 nanometers. It is like wearing no gloves on the hands, but it can completely isolate the body fluids, bacteria, viruses and other disgusting things on the hands of the other party. Looking at the two pairs of furry claws, Captain Umazlala fell into hesitation. The three-headed jackal uses this claw to run in the forest every day and tear the neck of the prey. It must be covered with various bacteria and microorganisms. It's too disgusting. However, the situation is pressing. Once any expression of disgust is shown at this moment, the beast opposite is likely to feel insulted and will be furious and tear itself into pieces. Captain Umazlala gritted his teeth, smiled warmly, and raised his palm to pat the two furry paws. Brother three-headed, I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The three-headed jackal looked at him suspiciously, slowly put down his paws, and returned to the state of being on all fours. It stuck out its bloody red tongue. I'm a little hungry now. You go and prepare food for me. Captain Umazlala. This guy really treats me as a breeder. Fortunately, Captain Umazlala is now in power. He walked out of the room and ordered the team members waiting next to him to let the slaves bring fresh chickens and ducks for the three-headed jackal to eat. After settling the three-headed jackal, Captain Umazlala also began his journey to the Shuan Mountains. Whether it is God Xiahua, God Chengsheng, the chief steward or the three-headed jackal, they are all afraid of the beasts in the Shuan Mountains. It can be seen that this trip to the Shuan Mountains must be full of dangers. Captain Umazlala took two team members back to the spaceship. He sighed in his heart. It's a pity that he can't drive the spaceship directly, otherwise it can increase the chance of winning. In order to avoid being discovered by the Divine Magician Club, the spaceship has been completely buried under the ground, and a large house has been built on it. The spaceship was not hit when it landed, so everything functions normally. Through the biometric recognition system, the door of the spaceship slowly opened. Captain Umazlala led the team to the weapons room. Since this spaceship is only an exploration spaceship, not a battleship, the weapons displayed in the weapons room are only more than 20 laser knives in addition to some non-lethal weapons. The principle of this laser knife is very similar to that of a laser gun. It has a built-in high-energy laser emitter, but it cannot emit a laser beam that can kill the enemy. Instead, when the handle of the knife is pressed, a blue laser solidified into the shape of a broadsword appears in front of it. The laser knife is extremely sharp and indestructible. It is a standard melee weapon for the exploration team, provided by the Pajero Academy of Sciences. According to the test of the great scientist, if the user's power is strong enough, a laser knife can be used to split a planet. Captain Umazlala asked the team members to take 16 laser knives from the weapon display rack, and then took out more than 20 high-energy bombs from the cabinet. When this bomb explodes, it can release 1 million units of energy, which can cause a small mountain to collapse. Once an exploration team had a sudden idea to connect the 1000 high-energy bombs they carried with them in series and directly blow a barren planet into pieces. Later, the Pajero Cosmic Monitoring Quantum Wave Radar discovered a large amount of usable energy in the planetary fragments. Unfortunately, it was too late. Under the force of the explosion, the fragments scattered and flew into the depths of the universe. If we want to collect them back, the energy consumed will be far greater than the benefits. Since then, the Pajero Academy of Sciences has specially formulated the use of high-energy bombs. Before using high-energy bombs, they need to be approved by the superiors. Captain, do we need to report to the higher authorities before using this kind of thing? Crew member Zikokasis asked worriedly while holding the high-energy bomb. Report? Captain Umazlala was a little amazed at his strange brain circuit and curled his lips. Have you forgotten our identity as fugitives? What's more, we are now on Gaystar. Who should we report to? That's right. Crew member Zikokasis suddenly realized and happily put the high energy bomb into his pocket. He had already had an idea about this most powerful weapon that the exploration team could use. Seeing the team members put all the weapons needed for this trip to the 10,000 mountains into their pockets, Captain Umazlala ordered, "Okay, you go back first and distribute these weapons to each brother." "Yes, sir." The 2 team members carried the heavy bags and left the weapons room, and the door closed silently. Captain Umazlala walked to the door and started the internal locking program. He made sure that even the team members who had the permission to enter the spacecraft could not enter at this time. Then he turned around and walked towards the captain's room. The captain's room was still the same. In the small room, there was a soft bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The white bedding on the soft bed was stacked like tofu blocks, and rows of uniforms with planetary patterns embroidered on the shoulders were placed in the wardrobe. These uniforms, maybe I will never need them. Captain Umazlala was stunned in front of the wardrobe for a long time and sighed. Then he walked to the desk, which was engraved with dense buttons. In fact, it was a small control center where Captain Umazlala could control the entire spacecraft. He sat on the chair and pressed a smooth metal button. Suddenly, a female Pajero and a Pajero child appeared in the air. Chapter 672. This is an ultra-high definition 6D holographic image, which can accurately record all the information of things. All information includes images, sounds, movements, and even internal structures and biological DNA information. Early exploration teams used this method to record the creatures and minerals they encountered when exploring planets. The female Pajero who appeared in the air now is the first spouse of Captain Umazlala, and the Pajero children are the offspring of Captain Umazlala. His spouse is wearing the Pajero national costume, which is a red and blue robe with shackles-like patterns embroidered on the wrists. It looks ugly and weird. This is because it is originally a kind of prison uniform. In the early days of Pajero, the Pajero people were enslaved by the Goody Beast, and all female Pajeros had to wear this robe and shackles. In order to remember this hatred forever, the Pajero Academy of Sciences defined this prison uniform as the Pajero national costume. There are more than 10 aluminum collars hanging around her neck, and the collars are inlaid with a full 100 fist-sized diamonds. Aluminum is one of the most important metals in the Pajero civilization, and naturally became the favorite of the Pajero people who believed in science. And the shining diamonds always attract the attention of female creatures. In the primitive industrial age, the Pajero people began to look for diamond mines underground, and then carved this small stone with the same composition as coal into a hexahedron shape, and inlaid it on jewelry. Of course, since the diamond mines contained underground are extremely rare, the price of diamonds is extremely expensive. A diamond the size of a little finger can be exchanged for a house. Only the upper class can wear diamond collars. Civilian female Pajeros can only inlay a kind of broken diamond called artificial diamond on their collars. Later, as the Pajero civilization entered the space age, several diamond planets were discovered and captured in the universe. The originally expensive diamonds suddenly changed from luxury goods to daily necessities for ordinary people. Captain Umazlala rushed into the jewelry market after receiving his first week's salary from the Star Exploration Department and bought this collar inlaid with 100 fist-sized diamonds for his spouse. In the air, the female Pajero smiled and said, "Umazlala, you must be careful in space. I'll be waiting for you at home." After that, she patted the child's head and said, "Come, say a few words of blessing to your father." The Pajero child, who was also wearing a blue and green robe, seemed to be absent-mindedly fiddling with the toys in his hands. He put down the toys unsatisfied, raised his head, and said in a baby voice, "Dad, next time you come back, remember to buy me a lightsaber that can cut steel." The father of Killis next door bought him one yesterday. He always shows off in front of me, so annoying. The female Pajero frowned and looked at her lovingly. "Oh, I asked you to bless your father. Why are you saying these things?" "Okay, Dad, you have to come back early." The Pajero child realized his mission at this moment. He stuffed the toys into his pocket, his face full of innocence. Then, the image stopped and began to repeat again. The two voices kept echoing in the air, and Captain Umazlala sat at the table with tears streaming down his face. He didn't need to think too much to know that his spouse and children must be in a terrible situation on Pajero. Pajero is a patriarchal society, and men are generally the heads of a family. Of course, if you marry the daughter of a great scientist from the Pajero Academy of Sciences, the situation will definitely be completely opposite. In a patriarchal society, the status and treatment of spouses and children. It depends entirely on the status of men in society. Although Captain Umaslera was about to become a superior person and met a woman who could help him in his career, due to his status, he decided that he could only have one spouse for the time being, so he announced the divorce of his original spouse. However, everyone understood that this was a way to avoid legal risks in Pajero. The treatment of his first spouse and children was still related to his status. When Captain Umaslera abandoned those superior people and chose to run away alone, he had already decided that he would become a sinner in the Pajero civilization. The family members of sinners are a sad existence in the Pajero civilization. Their living allowances will be frozen, and their IDs will be marked with red signs, symbolizing the family members of sinners. The ID is a chip embedded in the chest. Whether it is going out for a ride, shopping, traveling, or a job interview, or receiving benefits, the ID will be scanned. In this case, they will have a hard time in the Pajero civilization, and finally they can only become refugees in the refugee camp. Refugees are the lowest level of existence in the Pajero civilization. Refugees have no jobs, no savings, and can only move in specific areas designated by the Pajero Academy. There are no schools, no supermarkets, no electricity, and even no basic clean water. Every day, the Pajero Academy will provide refugees with a food called bulging belly. This food is made of food discarded by urban residents, sterilized at high temperature in a food factory, and then chopped and stirred into a paste. Even this kind of food is limited every day. The Pajero Academy accurately calculates the total amount of food needed by the refugees, and then only provides food equivalent to 50% of the total amount. Therefore, every time it is time to distribute food, there is always a fight in the refugee camp. Those skinny refugees use their fists, teeth, and any parts they can use to attack each other, just to get a little more bulging belly. The soldiers responsible for distributing food not only did not stop them, but also recorded the miserable conditions of the refugees, and displayed them to all Pajero people through the large screens set up on the streets. It was intended to warn those who dared to go against the Pajero Academy of Sciences that this would be your future fate. In this hellish environment, many refugees would choose to understand themselves within a few days, and only a handful of refugees could persist. You must persist and wait for me. Captain Umaslera wiped away his tears and clenched his fists tightly. He must become the ruler of Gaystar so that he could negotiate with the Pajero Academy of Sciences. Captain Umaslera turned off the ultra-high definition holographic image and walked to the wardrobe. He reached into the pocket of the third uniform and touched a round object. The object felt extremely cold to the touch, and Captain Umaslera suddenly felt like he was in a world of ice and snow. His brows relaxed, his eyes showed joy. He took out the round object and opened his palm. A silver gray standard sphere lay quietly in his palm. The surface of the sphere is absolutely smooth, and the size is just right for an adult Pajero to hold in his palm. It weighs less than 0.1 grams. Captain Umaslera looked at the standard sphere and breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry on his brow was relieved a lot. He said to himself, with the super protective force field generator, this trip to the 10,000 mountains is equivalent to having an extra life. That's right, this sphere is the latest scientific and technological achievement of the Pajero civilization, the super protective force field generator. Although it can only be used once, it has been welcomed by old Pajero space explorers since it was invented. Because after it is activated, it can generate a protective force field with a diameter of 0.5 meters and a duration of 24 hours. This force field can block attacks from swords, bullets, bombs, and even high-energy laser weapons. Its protective effect is comparable to the shipborne protective shield of a battleship, and it is basically not subject to any form of interference. As long as it is activated, it can be triggered, and lives can be saved. When exploring desolate planets, the most feared thing for space explorers is that the weapons they carry with them suddenly fail due to interference from various unknown reasons. At this time, a wolf-sized carnivore can take their lives. Now with the super protective force field generator, such tragic things will not happen again. The 24-hour protection time is enough for the space explorers to hold on until support. Such a precious item was not originally owned by Captain Umazlala. He exchanged it on the black market with 2 unknown area star maps. Since obtaining the super protective force field generator, Captain Umazlala has been hiding it in a secret place, waiting to use it when danger comes. Of course, his team members did not know the existence of this treasure. Captain Umazlala carefully put the ball close to his body and finally set the spacecraft to the alert self-defense mode on the control panel before leaving the spacecraft. On October 10th, everything went well. Captain Umazlala rode a white horse and led 16 fully armed team members to the 100,000 mountains. Because the 3-headed jackal looked strange, in order to avoid causing unnecessary panic, it could only be placed in a carriage. Of course, there were more than 500 soldiers and more than 1,000 slaves traveling with them. The commander of these people was Emmeline Rad, the confidant of God Zayahua. She was God Zayahua's childhood playmate and had always been the most trusted by God Zayahua. The soldiers walked in front, and Captain Umazlala and Emmeline Rad rode side by side on horseback. The two were silent, as if there was an invisible wall between them. Captain Umazlala knew that she was sent by God Zayahua to monitor him. Emmeline Rad knew that Captain Umazlala knew that she was here to monitor him. The two leaders were silent, and the whole team seemed lifeless. Passers-by could only hear the neat footsteps, the sound of horse hooves, and the occasional roar from the carriage. Such a strange team scared the passers-by who wanted to watch the excitement and dodged. However, this was exactly what Captain Umazlala wanted. He now only wanted to rush to the Shuan Mountains and enter the zero-dimensional space. Only there can they gain the ability to rule Gaystar. The silence lasted until sunset. They had walked for a whole day. The soldiers and slaves in the team grinned and looked at Captain Umazlala with expectant eyes from time to time. My lord, the Thunder City is ahead. Let's rest there for a night before setting off again. Emmeline Rad finally couldn't help breaking the silence when she saw a slave fainting on the side of the road due to excessive fatigue. Thunder City is the closest small town to the manor, blocking the only way to the Shuan Mountains. Its mayor is a divine magician who can summon thunder and has a good relationship with God Zayahua. Before setting off, the always careful God Zayahua wrote dozens of visiting cards and asked them to carry them with them in case of need. Among them, there was a visiting card for God Liming. Captain Umazlala's stomach was also growling at this time. Although he wanted to fly to the Shuan Mountains in one go, he also knew that the journey of tens of thousands of kilometers was not a hurry. Okay, but we won't bother the city lord. Let's find a horse and carriage in the town and stay there for one night. Captain Umazlala nodded. He had no interest in making friends with divine magicians. Yes, sir. Emmeline Rad squeezed her legs together and rode to the front of the team, shouting loudly, "Everyone, work hard. When we reach the town ahead, we will rest for one night." After hearing this, the soldiers and slaves immediately became energetic and rushed towards Thunder City. Thunder City is a small city without walls or gates. The soldiers set up a railing in the middle of the road to symbolize the city gate. The tax collector stood in front of the railing and collected tolls from the passing merchants one by one. The toll was not much, just 1 silver coin, but for those merchants who valued silver coins more than their lives, it was almost like cutting off a piece of their flesh. So, a fierce bargaining began. The team on the road was blocked for a long time, and the air was filled with noise and the unique smell of horsemanure. Captain Umazlala frowned as he looked at the endless team. These guys were too inefficient. If they continued like this, when would they be able to enter the city? He cast his eyes on Emmeline Rad. Before leaving, God Zayahua specifically told Emmeline Rad to solve the difficulties encountered on the road. This, blocking the carriage, should also be considered a difficulty. Emmeline Rad is a standard beauty from Gaystar. Her face is like a silver basin, her eyes are like crescent moons, and her natural fiery red hair makes her very attractive to the opposite sex. Even such a standard beauty hides herself in a black robe all day long, and her hair is also wrapped in a black embroidered scarf. It is obvious that she does not want to steal the limelight from God Zayahua. She noticed Captain Umazlala's eyes for help, pulled out a scimitar from behind, raised it high in her hand, and clamped her legs to the red horse under her crotch. Godziahua's subordinates are passing by. Everyone dodge, she shouted and rushed forward. The merchants who were taking the opportunity to discuss business opportunities on the roadside heard the sound of horse hooves and shouts, and their faces immediately changed. They ordered the servants to drive the carriages full of goods to the roadside. Some carriages that moved a little slower were directly overturned by the collision of Emmeline Rad's bay horse. All kinds of goods were scattered on the ground. The owners looked at the damaged goods with great distress, but they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. Under the action of Emmeline Rad's bulldozer, the originally congested road suddenly became extremely wide. Seeing this situation, the tax officer in front had already moved the railing away and hid aside. Captain Umazlala led everyone into Thunder City before dark. Chapter 673. After entering Thunder City, Captain Umazlala did not follow Emmeline Rad's advice and live in the largest and most luxurious tavern in the city, but came to a horse and carriage inn. Gaystar is still in the agricultural civilization stage, and the means of transportation are naturally very backward. Civilians can only rely on their legs to travel long distances. Merchants use ox carts to transport goods across vast territories to make huge profits. The Cattle and Horse Inn is a place for merchants to rest. Although the guest rooms here are simple, they can provide a place for large livestock to stay and maintenance services such as horseshoeing. Don't worry, sir, I will definitely send the best master to take care of your horses. When Captain Umazlala threw a silver ingot on the table, the shopkeeper in tattered clothes had greed in his eyes. I will ask the guys to bring hot water to relieve your fatigue. The shopkeeper backed out of the room and carefully closed the door. There were more than 20 beds in the shabby room, and the bedding on them was stained with greasy dirt, and the original color could no longer be seen. Captain Umazlala and his dozen members were lying on the bed, unbuttoned. Emmeline Rad sat for a long time under the dim castor oil lamp, and finally could not stand the dirtiness of the place. She slammed the table and said, "Sir, I'd better go back to the carriage to rest, so that I can keep watch for you. Then I'll trouble you." Captain Umazlala sat up from the bed, clasped his hands together, and looked grateful. However, when Emmeline Rad disappeared at the door, the gratitude on his face was instantly replaced by coldness. If looks could kill, Emmeline Rad would probably be dead now. "Captain, is this woman an obstacle to your plan?" A team member saw some clues and came over. Those team members who had not really fallen asleep also gathered around. They knew that Captain Umazlala had a big plan. Although they didn't know the specific plan, they knew that this plan would probably make them the real rulers of Gaystar. That's right. Captain Umazlala retracted his cold eyes and sighed. "There is no doubt that this woman is sent by Godziahua to supervise me, and the 500 soldiers and 1,000 slaves are nominally our guards, but in fact they are to prevent us from escaping. Then I will use the laser gun to kill her. She is just a little maid, and it is absolutely impossible for her to possess divine magic. As for those soldiers, I don't think they can be our opponents," the team member said, and was about to take out the weapon from his waist. As soon as his hand touched the handle of the gun, he was held down by Captain Umazlala's big hand. "This place is too close to the manor. Once Emmeline Rad dies, Godziahua will definitely come to investigate in person." Thinking of Godziahua's magical transformation, the team members were all stunned, and fear appeared on their faces. "Okay, everyone should rest early. The matter of Emmeline Rad still needs to be considered for a long time." Captain Umazlala lay back on the bed and said expressionlessly. After saying that, he added, "At least we can't touch her before entering the Shuan Mountains." All the team members nodded. In the morning, the soldiers and slaves who had rested for a night were obviously in better spirits. Although they slept in a large livestock shed with horses last night and had to endure the stench and mosquito bites, this was already a rare enjoyment for them. Emmeline Rad also ordered people to send mincemeat soup. Looking at the steaming hot soup and smelling the aroma floating in the air, the soldiers gathered around, and the slaves waited beside them with tableau with envy. Mincemeat soup is a kind of sticky food made by mixing various vegetables and adding a little minced meat. The rich would not even look at this kind of food, but it is very popular among civilians because it contains a little oil and water. It takes a lot of time for more than 1,500 people to eat. At noon that day, the whole team was ready to set off again. Fortunately, these guys only need to eat once every 2 days, otherwise it would take them forever to reach the Shuan Mountains. With the help of his team, Captain Umazlala rode on his horse and shook his head helplessly. The gays not only look different from the Paduras, but their internal structures are also different. The most obvious thing is that their internal organs are all very large. Large lungs allow them to inhale more oxygen, so that the oxygen content in the blood will increase. A large heart can make the blood flow faster, so that the strength will be greater. Captain Umazlala believes that even the strongman of the Pajero civilization cannot be as strong as a skinny slave here. A large stomach allows the gays to eat a lot of food each time. Under the command of Emalinrad, the team quickly lined up, and the flag bearer in front also raised a large flag with the logo of the god Zyahua. The logo of the god Zyahua is a brightly blooming flower. As for the species, Captain Umazlala couldn't figure it out, but it looked no different from the wildflowers on the roadside. He originally thought that such behavior of raising a big flag was a bit ostentatious and could easily attract the attention of potential enemies. However, according to Emalinrad, once the big flag with the logo of the Divine Magician was raised, the whole team would be under the protection of the Divine Magician. On Gaystar, there were not many people who dared to go against the Divine Magician. In this way, a lot of unnecessary troubles could be avoided. Captain Umazlala believed this very much, but when he rode out of the inn on horseback, he saw a group of people gathered at the gate and became a little suspicious. When the group of people saw him coming out, they immediately knelt on the ground, with their heads directly against the ground, looking extremely pious. What was this? Captain Umazlala did not think that he had anything worthy of respect from these people. He was about to step forward to ask, when a man in a Divine Magician's robe slowly walked out from the back of the crowd. This man had fair skin, willow-like eyebrows, a high nose bridge, bright red lips, and a tall figure. This look was comparable to the legendary Pretty Boy. When he saw the Divine Magician coming, Captain Umazlala immediately got off his horse and folded his hands respectfully. Brother, who are you? On Gaystar, when facing a Divine Magician, you must show enough humility. Because God knows whether they will use divine magic to hit you because they think you are not respectful enough. Brother, you are polite. I'm the mayor of Thunder City, God Thunder. The man also folded his hands in return. So you are the famous God Thunder. I have heard of you for a long time. Captain Umazlala flattered a long string of rainbow farts. I have heard the lady talk about you. She said that you are the most respectful Divine Magician within 100 miles. In fact, God Zyahua never said this. She only told Captain Umazlala to pay attention to 3 Divine Magicians during the journey when she saw him off, and God Thunder was not among them. It can be seen that God Thunder is not worth mentioning in the eyes of God Zyahua. Really, did your wife really say that? God Laming's eyes lit up, his face was full of joy, and his mouth couldn't close. He took a folding fan from the servant next to him and shook it twice, like a graceful young man. I didn't expect that the great magician who fought 10 people alone on the battlefield of the Tomb Mountain would be so optimistic about me. As he said this, he looked intoxicated and shook his head. Could it be that I also have the appearance of a great magician? God Laming's words almost broke Captain Umazlala's defense on the spot. Damn, is this guy's brain broken? He actually took my casual perfunctory words seriously? Brother, you have the potential to be a great magician, but the most important thing is that you have a handsome appearance that can charm thousands of girls. Captain Umazlala wanted to tease him for a while and deliberately complimented him. Strength is a temporary thing, but handsomeness is a lifetime. This sentence made Chen Laming stand there in a daze, his head raised at a 75-degree angle, and he repeated in his mouth, strength is a temporary thing, but handsomeness is a lifetime. This sentence is well said, and it is wonderful. He walked quickly to Captain Umazlala, raised his hands, and made a gesture to high five. Brother, I'm your bosom friend. Looking at the white palms raised in the air, Captain Umazlala slapped himself hard in his heart. You are so talkative. However, facing the invitation of magician, Captain Umazlala really didn't have the courage to lose face in front of so many people. Who knows if this guy will directly strike down a lightning bolt. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, purse his lips, hold back his nausea, and clap his hands lightly. Good brother, we hit it off right away. After clapping his hands, Shen Liming immediately changed his address, and his face became much more enthusiastic. He waved his hand, and a group of young people in plain clothes ran out of the crowd behind him. They quickly brought up a rosewood carved table and two cushioned armchairs. Two maids in gorgeous clothes came over with a silver wine pot and 2 wine glasses. They placed the 2 wine glasses on the table and filled them with wine. Good brother, please. Shen Liming held up the wine glass with both hands. Good guy, this is the rhythm of drinking in the street. Captain Umazlala frowned and looked around. The streets were already crowded with civilians watching the excitement, some of whom brought their families. Why, good brother, don't you like my wine? Seeing that he was reluctant to pick up the wine glass, Shen Liming thought that he disliked the poor quality of his wine, and hurriedly explained, I know that my family background is not as rich as your ladies, but this wine is indeed top grade. It is called Midnight Grass, and is brewed from the grass in the 100,000 mountains. Although the grass grows outside the 100,000 mountains and there are many of them, it is not difficult to pick. But the grass needed to make Midnight Grass can only be picked at midnight and sealed in the wine jar within half an hour. You may know that the 100,000 mountains at midnight is a terrifying existence, and there are very few hunters who dare to venture into it to pick grass, so such a small pot of wine is enough for a civilian family to live for a lifetime. Seeing that his good brother was about to turn against him, Captain Umazlala hurriedly explained, brother, you misunderstood. I don't like drinking by nature, and, you know, my wife especially hates me drinking, so. As he said this, he lowered his head in shame, looking like a henpecked husband. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. It seems that I misunderstood you. God Laming laughed, and drank the wine glass. He put the wine glass on the table, and the 2 maids beside him immediately came forward to fill it. He shook the fan gently, and asked with a smile, good brother, are you going to the Shuan Mountains? If it is convenient, can you tell me what you are going to do? Yes, good brother, you know that I'm just an ordinary person with a lifespan of only 200 years. My wife learned that there is a herb called Millennium Extreme Fire Grass growing in the Shuan Mountains. This herb can prolong life, so she asked me to go and find it. Captain Umazlala threw out the prepared words to this good brother. The couple has a deep affection, and I admire it deeply. God Laming picked up the wine glass again, and drank it all. His expression was lonely. I'm so handsome, but I'm still alone. God has pity. A divine magician would actually worry about not having a woman. It's ridiculous. No need to think. The conditions he asked for were too high. On Gaystar, every time the Black Tower was opened, many big landlords would wait in the city of Guiana with heavy gifts and their daughters who had just come of age. When the young man who became a divine magician came out, they would rush forward and compete to marry their daughters to the future divine magician, to fight for a backer for the family. A family with a divine magician can be exempted from taxes for 100 years, and from corvée for 1,000 years. The most important thing is that this family will not be harassed by local officials in the future. Of course, sometimes there will be old men in their 60s who successfully pass the test of the Black Tower. They walk tremblingly, speak with a lisp, their skin is like old bark, and they exude a unique smell of decay. However, age is not important for those big landlords who only need the title of divine magician. They will let their daughters who are so tender that they can be pinched to make water wear gorgeous clothes to seduce those old men. This behavior is jokingly called catching the father-in-law and the son-in-law by the people. Back then, you weren't caught as a son-in-law? Captain Umazlala asked with a smile. Well, how could I not be caught as a son-in-law if I'm so handsome? Shen Liming smiled shyly, a little embarrassed. It's just that I was still young at that time, and I didn't know that those wolf-like guys were choosing a son-in-law. I thought they were going to steal my fan. So I ran away. Captain Umazlala's forehead slid across 3 black lines. This guy kept saying that he was a handsome man. He was too narcissistic. Facing such a shameless person, he didn't know how to continue the conversation for a while. Fortunately, at this time, Emmeline Rad walked forward with a discerning look, first smiled at Shen Liming, apologized, and then whispered, "My lord, it's getting late, we need to continue on our way." Her voice seemed to be deliberately lowered, but it was enough for Shen Liming to hear clearly. "Good brother, we hit it off right away. I should have stayed with you for a few more days, but I have a heavy responsibility, so let's say goodbye." Captain Umazlala let out a long sigh, stood up and folded his hands. If he continued to chat like this, he was afraid that he would slap the handsome face opposite him. He was about to turn around and leave, but the words of Shen Liming made him stand still and feel cold all over. "Good brother, let's go together." Chapter 674. On the luxurious horse, Captain Umazlala looked at the god Liming, who was eating skewers with oil dripping from his mouth, and was a little dazed for a moment. Why did he agree to go with this guy? Isn't this asking for trouble? But thinking back to the scene at that time, Captain Umazlala felt that he had no choice. In the public eye, rejecting the sincere request of a divine magician is definitely a dead end. Moreover, this guy seemed to have been prepared and asked the servants to prepare a luxurious carriage pulled by 6 horses. This carriage is extremely luxurious, with bright yellow silk on the surface and black rubber wrapped around the iron wheels. Rubber, a common material on some planets, is only produced in the southern countries on Gaystar, and the quantity is limited. It is sold at a sky-high price in the eastern Dragon Country. The people watching the excitement on the street looked at the 2 rubber tires and took a breath. Just these 2 tires are enough to make them worry-free for a lifetime, and they can also marry 2 concubines. However, what shocked Captain Umazlala was the huge size of the carriage. It was 10 steps forward and backward and 6 steps left and right. It was like a moving house. There was also a large red and yellow flag on the top of the carriage, engraved with the logo of God Liming, which was a black lightning that struck from the sky. When the luxurious carriage appeared, Captain Umazlala could only nod in agreement. With such a divine magician accompanying him, the journey would be safer. As for after reaching the Shuan Mountains, the worst that could happen was to find an excuse to run away. With the addition of God Liming, the team suddenly had dozens of carriages for transporting materials and more than a dozen cooks with different looks. For example, the grilled lamb skewers sizzling on the grill in the carriage were the work of a cook from the desert area. "Good brother, why don't you eat it? It tastes good." After God Liming finished eating a string, he took another string from the rack and threw the bamboo sticks into the basket held by the maid. This divine magician is simply a foodie. Captain Umazlala smiled awkwardly, picked up a skewer of lamb, took a bite, and immediately his mouth was full of meaty aroma. This roasted lamb skewer was fat but not greasy. The meat was tender, and there was no fishy smell at all, which was extremely rare. Not bad, not bad. Captain Umazlala raised his thumb and gave a thumbs up. Of course, the guy who roasted the lamb skewers was specially invited from the desert. It is said that he was the chef of the tribal leader. God Liming was full of pride, his cheeks were bulging, and he was vague. "Although I became a divine magician by chance, I don't have big ideals, nor do I want to dominate the world. I don't like beautiful women, but I'm only interested in eating. In my opinion, the glory and wealth in the world are all external things. Only what you eat in your stomach can be considered your own." That makes sense. Captain Umazlala nodded in agreement. He was already sure that God Liming was a peculiar among the divine magicians. Normal divine magicians either practice divine magic in meditation or try to find ways to avoid the invasion of extraterritorial demons. How could they spend their energy on eating, drinking and having fun? When the basket held by the maid was already full of bamboo sticks, God Liming burped with satisfaction, took the white silk handed over by the maid, and wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. "Take down the shelf. Tell the kid from the desert that my good brother is very satisfied with his craftsmanship and double his salary next month." "Yes." The maid took the stained silk and carefully exited the carriage. Captain Umazlala was puzzled. The carriage was running on the road at this time. The maid just looked weak and didn't look like someone who had practiced martial arts. How could she leave? Captain Umazlala opened the curtains and saw a flat carriage pulled by horses running parallel to the luxurious carriage on the road. There were 3 or 4 maids sitting on the flatbed carriage, as well as a blonde, blue-eyed high-nosed desert man. The desert man's hands were covered with cumin, and in front of him was a basin with a lot of skewers left in it. The maid holding the basket stepped lightly onto the flatbed carriage and gestured to the desert man. The desert man showed gratitude and kowtowed to the carriage. At this time, an armored soldier riding a bay horse caught up from behind. He reached out and picked up the maid just now, then slowed down his horse's hooves and disappeared behind. This series of exquisite coordination made Captain Umazlala smack his lips. In order for Godly Ming to eat skewers on the carriage, at least more than 100 servants were needed to cooperate with each other. The luxury can be seen. Good brother, let's have tea. The voice of Godly Ming came from behind. Captain Umazlala sat back on the couch in a daze, with a puzzled look on his face. Tea tasting? In his impression, there is no such plant as tea on Gaystar. The drink that the rich people often drink is a dark green liquid that smells strange, and can make people excited when drinking it. This liquid is said to be the blood of a wild beast. Yes, the gourmet hunting team I sent out a while ago found a low shrub on the edge of the 100,000 mountains. The leaves of this shrub are bitter, and even herbivores are unwilling to eat it. However, after being fried, it will emit a fresh fragrance under the agitation of hot water. Shen Liming said, and clapped his hands. A maid in red came in from outside holding a ceramic pot. Her hair was messy on her bun. It was obvious that she got on the carriage in the same way. Good brother, you are the second gay person to taste this delicacy. The red-clothed maid placed the ceramic pot on the table and then served 2 teacups. Put in tea leaves and pour in boiling water. Under the stirring of boiling water, the emerald green tea leaves slowly stretched out their tender butts, and the air was suddenly filled with a refreshing fragrance that made people feel relaxed and happy. Captain Umazlala was originally a tea lover. In the Pajero civilization, he always took the opportunity to explore primitive planets to collect tea leaves. After coming to Gaystar, he thought he would never taste tea again in his life. Unexpectedly, this divine magician who loves food could find the existence of tea leaves in the 100,000 mountains. This is definitely good news. Please. The boiling water in the teacup has become clear and emerald green, and the 2 of them picked it up together. The tea tasted slightly bitter, and it was obvious that the tea maker's craftsmanship was not good. However, considering that tea leaves had just been discovered, it was rare for the gay people to think of using the method of frying to process tea leaves. Captain Umazlala no longer demanded too much and drank the tea in one gulp. Good brother, how is it? Godly Ming came over with a proud look on his face. Captain Umazlala nodded gently, closed his eyes and recalled, the tea leaves are indeed good tea leaves, but during the frying process, the fire was too strong, and some tea leaves were burnt on the outside and wet on the inside, which was not uniform. Also, after the tea leaves are fried for the first time, they should be taken out, polished and rubbed repeatedly with your hands. After the juice is rubbed out, the tea leaves are put into the pot again to fry, so as to remove the astringency as much as possible. Put the tea leaves into the pot again and stir fry repeatedly. The tea leaves will slowly roll away, and a faint tea fragrance will be emitted. After about 30 minutes of frying, the tea leaves in the pot will be fried. Take them out and cool them down to get the fried tea leaves. As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized that as a gay, he should not know how tea leaves are fried. He quickly added, this is what I saw in an ancient book. At that time, I was still wondering what tea leaves were. Today, when I saw these small leaves taken out by my good brother, I suddenly remembered it. In fact, if he didn't add it, Shen Liming would not realize it, because he had already taken a pen with shining eyes and recorded the method Captain Umazlala said on silk. He nodded as he wrote, praising, I always felt that the tea leaves didn't taste right. Now that you said that, I understand. This time, when we arrive at the Shuan Mountains, I will ask the tea maker there to make a pot of new tea according to this method. Seeing that Godly Ming had no doubts at all, Captain Umazlala breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly alert in his heart. Be careful not to reveal any flaws. Although the magician on the opposite side called him a good brother, once he knew that he was from a foreign land, he would probably summon lightning to split him into dregs. In order to divert the topic away from tea leaves, Captain Mazlala deliberately showed curiosity. Good brother, just now you said that you became a divine magician by accident. Is there any reason for that? Speaking of the past, God Lei Ming suddenly became energetic. He put the teacup on the table and said proudly, my grandfather is a divine magician, my father is a divine magician, and according to this order, I should also be a divine magician, right? Captain Mazlala nodded. He had studied the history of divine magicians and found that divine magicians were gradually becoming a family profession. The reason is very simple. The prerequisite for becoming a divine magician is to be able to enter the Black Tower. To enter the Black Tower, you must go through a fierce competition. In order to compete for the quota, people often invite divine magicians to help, just like God Zayahur invited God's skeleton warrior back then. Then, there is a kind of person in the world who will do his best to help the person who is trying to get a quota without being invited, and that is the person's father and relatives. When the number of divine magicians in a family gradually increases, ordinary people will completely lose the opportunity to enter the Black Tower. So, the divine magician family gradually formed. In theory, you should become a divine magician. Captain Mazlala nodded heavily in agreement. Haha. You are totally wrong. Shen Liming smiled bitterly and shook his head. In theory, I will never become a divine magician in my life. The reason is very simple. I'm the second son in the family. I have a handsome, talented, and beloved brother. Captain Mazlala completely understood. In the primitive civilization of Gay, the order of seniority is very important. The eldest son has the right of inheritance and is the future head of the family. The second son can only stand aside. In this case, Shen Liming's father would naturally leave the qualification of becoming a divine magician to the eldest son. What happened then? Captain Mazlala looked puzzled. Since it was Shen Liming who became a divine magician, there must have been an unexpected change. In fact, I have no objection to my brother becoming a divine magician. Who made me the second son? God Lei Ming looked depressed and sighed. So I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. Don't look at me as sickly now. I was a master of swordsmanship in the past. Master of swordsmanship? I really can't tell. Captain Mazlala complained in his heart. God Lei Ming continued. When I was 20 years old, the Black Tower finally came. At that time, there were a total of 5 divine magicians in our family. In addition to leaving a divine magician to sit in the family manor, 4 divine magicians went out in full force to prepare to go to Guyana to compete for the Black Tower quota. However, before leaving, my father received a confidential intelligence which clearly stated that the divine magician family participating in the battle for the Black Tower quota this time sent at least 5 divine magicians. Hearing this, Captain Mazlala nodded slowly. Becoming a divine magician means that you can reach the sky in one step, and the battle for the Black Tower quota is naturally very fierce. In order to ensure that God Zahua could successfully obtain the quota, the God Skeleton Warrior spent a huge price and invited more than a dozen divine magicians to help. For divine magicians are indeed too few. At that time, it was too late to spend a lot of money to invite other divine magicians to help. There was no other way. My father took me with him before he left. God Lei Ming continued. At that time, my swordsmanship had already reached a great level. Ordinary people were not my opponents at all. I also fully agree with this decision, because if my brother can become a divine magician, the family will be able to stand firm, and as a member of the family, I will also benefit from it. In this way, my brother and I came to Guyana together. It was the first time I saw such a big city, and I was shocked. However, I didn't have time to appreciate it slowly, because the Black Tower was about to fall. When the earth was shrouded by a huge shadow, all those who participated in the battle for the Black Tower quota gathered in a wide square. When the earth shook violently, and smoke and dust filled the entire square, the battle for the Black Tower quota officially began. For a moment, the square was filled with thunder and lightning, and the weather was changing rapidly. The magicians used all kinds of magic that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people to bombard their opponents. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Everyone was crazy for the fight for the Black Tower quota. They stepped over their opponent expressionlessly, their bodies covered in blood. This scene shocked me. What's more serious is that our opponents this time include 6 magicians. Shortly after the battle began, 4 of our magicians were seriously injured. In this situation, the best way to get a place in the Black Tower is to delay. The battle for the Black Tower quota is jointly supervised by the 4 major magician clubs. The rules are simple. When the big red door of the Black Tower opens, those who are still standing in the square will be qualified to enter the Black Tower. The way to win is also simple. Defeat the opponent as soon as possible and lock in the quota. When this cannot be done, try to delay time so that your candidate can still stand in the square when the big red door opens. In this way, you will have the opportunity to have a fair one-on-one duel with the opponent's candidate. Having said that, God Laming asked the red maid to refill the tea. Although his face was hidden in the white hot hands, Captain Umazlala could still feel the sadness written on them. Chapter 675. Inside the luxurious carriage, God Laming drank tea in big gulps, suppressing his inner sadness. It took him a long time to speak again, so we immediately changed our strategy from assassinating the opponent to protecting my brother. The strategy worked. When our 4 divine magicians were about to fall, the Black Tower suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This was a sign that the big red door was about to open. Seeing that the quota was about to fly away, the opponent became anxious. One of the divine magicians suddenly broke out and knocked down our 4 divine magicians directly, and the situation was reversed. At this time, the big red door also began to flash with light. Maybe it only takes 2 seconds to open. But there is no time, because the opponent's divine magician is using a water dragon to chop at my brother and me. At this time, my father shouted, "Uxio, protect your brother." Facing the snarling dragon and my brother who was almost paralyzed on the ground, I hesitated. Because I know that I can protect one person by myself. Protect my brother, I die. Protect myself, my brother dies. I don't want to die. I don't want to recall the scene at that time. In the end, when the big red door opened, I successfully stood in the square. Facing my peerless swordsmanship, the rookie on the opposite side was no match at all. In this way, I picked up a place as a divine magician. My brother is dead. Dead. With a crack, the teacup was crushed into pieces, and the palm of God Laming was pierced, and drops of blood dripped onto the luxurious carpet. The red-clothed maid next to her turned pale with fear, and hurriedly took the white handkerchief from the wooden rack, and covered the wound. No need. God Laming pushed the red-clothed maid away rudely, and the white handkerchief fell to the ground. The red-clothed maid knelt on the ground, trembling. Captain Umazlala stood up, and looked at God Laming with pity. Obviously, this divine magician still lives in the guilt of his brother's death. He sighed and said slowly, "Survival is the first priority of life. Your choice at that time was not wrong." Upon hearing this, God Laming was shocked. This sentence sounded strange and absurd, but after careful consideration, it made sense. He looked up at Captain Umazlala with expectation in his eyes. Captain Umazlala put his hands behind his back and shook his head. Life is selfish. All living things, throughout their life cycle, are trying to absorb energy from the surrounding environment as appropriately as possible to ensure that they are alive and live better and longer as possible. As an advanced civilization, the Pajero civilization has conducted detailed research on life and formed a complete set of theories. It was easy to fool the primitive creature God Laming. Of course, this cannot be called fooling. God Laming's eyes were blank at first, and then gradually became bright, and the sadness on his face gradually disappeared. He came over and patted Captain Umazlala on the shoulder. "Brother, it is my great luck to meet you. One word from you is better than 10 years of reading. We must have a good chat today." Captain Umazlala naturally nodded and agreed to his invitation without hesitation. If he can win the favor of a divine magician, his future big plans will have a better chance of success. In this way, Captain Umazlala stayed in the luxurious carriage almost all the time during the subsequent journey. He completely conquered God Laming with his erudition. Perhaps because of the joining of God Laming, the journey has been smooth. When the two were sitting in the luxurious carriage and chatting, they heard the roar of wild beasts in the distance. Captain Umazlala knew that the 100,000 mountains were approaching. He opened the curtains and looked into the distance. The fog was bright in the distance, and the black mountains were continuous, like a huge monster crawling on the ground, looking down at all living things. Although the mountains were very vague, Captain Mazlala had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling told him that it would be dangerous to enter the mountains. Captain Mazlala took a deep breath, suppressed the ominous feeling, smiled bitterly and shook his head. In order to obtain the divine art, he had no other choice. The Shuan Mountains stretch for 100,000 miles, and there are thousands of wild beasts in the mountains. It is extremely dangerous. Good brother, you must be careful on this trip. God Laming also came over and said with concern, otherwise, after I collect the tea leaves, I will accompany you into the mountains. No, my wife has made all the preparations. Captain Mazlala quickly refused. With the divine magician accompanying him, the safety factor can naturally be much higher, but it will hinder the search for zero-dimensional space. Looking at the majesty of the Shuan Mountains from a distance, when he arrived in front of the Shuan Mountains, looking at the steep rock walls that were thousands of feet high, Captain Mazlala couldn't help pulling his collar. The entrance to the Shuan Mountains is a steep mountain road that cannot be passed by carriages. Captain Mazlala had no choice but to walk in with God Liming and his servants. After walking for 2 hours, Captain Mazlala's legs were sore before they arrived at the entrance. This was a narrow gap formed by 2 blue boulders put together. Bloodstains were vaguely visible on the blue boulders, and the grass was full of pale broken bones. Back then, the great divine magicians led their human army to attack the 100,000 mountains. The Beast King set an ambush here, and most of the human army was killed or injured. God Liming explained in a low voice, just to rush through the narrow gap, the human army sacrificed at least 50,000 soldiers. As he said, he pointed to a small hillside next to him. Back then, there was a cliff that was 100 feet deep, and it was filled with the bodies of human soldiers, becoming a small hillside. Captain Mazlala looked up and saw the clues. On the hillside, the soil was bloody, and the grass was lush. In the places washed away by rain, piles of skulls could be vaguely seen. This place is also called the Gate of Life and Death by nearby hunters. Once you enter this gate, life or death is unpredictable. God Laming was very familiar with the situation in the Shuan Mountains, and introduced it in detail to his good brother. After entering the Shuan Mountains, I suggest you leave most of your followers at the entrance and only bring a small number of elite soldiers, because more people are just a snack for the beasts inside. If you want to successfully escape from it, the most important thing is to be light. Walk lightly, move lightly, talk lightly, and even breathe lightly. Don't alarm the beasts inside. Also, don't act at night, because many beasts hide during the day and come out at night. When camping at night, either choose a cave or hide in a big tree. Don't camp in the grass, because when night falls, the mountains may mutate under the moonlight. They will stretch out branches and leaves to bind the prey that accidentally strays into the mountains and inject a toxin. The poisoned prey will eventually become the nutrients of the grass. It can be seen that Shen Liming is very concerned about this good brother. He gave instructions for 2 hours before he explained all the precautions clearly. Captain Mazlala is a cautious person, so he naturally remembers all the precautions. Okay, good brother, let's say goodbye. Captain Mazlala patted God Liming's shoulder gratefully. Take care. God Liming looked at him worriedly, then walked away with his followers without looking back, gradually disappearing into the woods. After making sure that God Liming had gone far away, Captain Mazlala turned around and looked at Emmeline Rat behind him. Emmeline Rat, you just heard that our large group of people entering the mountains will inevitably alarm the beasts. Captain Mazlala decided to throw away the little ear sent by God Ziaha. How can this be done? Madam is very worried about your safety and asked me to protect you well. Emmeline Rat's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she refused repeatedly. You are not worried about my safety, but you are worried that I will cause trouble. Captain Mazlala smiled and said, Madam, you may not understand the situation in the 100,000 mountains. Lord God Liming has entered the 100,000 mountains several times. You don't listen to his experience. Besides, you are a little maid who has neither divine arts nor martial arts. How can you protect me? You. Emmeline Rad's face suddenly darkened. She bit her lip, raised her head, and shot a cold look in her eyes. Are you going to disobey Madam's orders? Her disdainful tone and contemptuous eyes made Captain Umazlala feel the sadness of being a son-in-law. A little maid dared to talk to him like this. A burst of anger rose from his heart, and Captain Umazlala clicked to draw out the big sword behind him. The sharp blade reflected his cold eyes. "Believe it or not, I can kill you now." The servants next to them saw the two leaders arguing, and their performances were different. The soldiers brought by Emmeline Rad were all startled, then turned around, as if they had seen nothing. One was the owner's confidant, and the other was the owner's husband. If they went forward to help either of them, they might be used as scapegoats for venting anger. What's more, the big sword in Captain Umazlala's hand also symbolized the presence of the owner. Captain Umazlala's team members drew their weapons without hesitation and surrounded them. They knew Captain Umazlala's plan very well, and they also knew that this maid was just a troublesome little tail. Surrounded by people, Emmeline Rad knew that the mission was impossible to complete. She sighed and said with a smile, "Oh, why did you make such a big scene? Madam is also concerned about you. But what you said just now is also reasonable. In this case, I will camp here and wait for your triumphant return." After that, she shouted to the soldiers who were enjoying the scenery, "Are you all stupid? Hurry up and help the adults prepare supplies." She walked to a soldier who looked a little stupid, snatched the whip from the groom, and whipped it hard. After preparing the supplies, Captain Umazlala came to the last carriage. The cage on the carriage held a three-headed jackal. The three-headed jackal was gnawing on a goat. It looked greedy and didn't seem to have any consciousness at all. Along the way, the three-headed jackal was like an ordinary wild beast and did not show any abnormality. If Captain Umazlala didn't know its details, he would really think that he brought a guy who only eats meat. "Open the chains," Captain Umazlala ordered. The soldier next to him trembled as he took out the copper key from his waist and poked the big lock. "Sir, you have to be careful. The day before yesterday, a soldier accidentally put his arm into the cage when feeding it, and it bit it off. That scene was terrible." A soldier kindly reminded, "It's okay, this is the lady's pet, and she knows me." Although Captain Umazlala said this, he still pretended to be afraid. "Wait, you put the chains on it." The three-headed jackal saw the cage door open and instantly regained its wildness, roaring and trying to rush out. The soldiers who had been prepared for a long time held the fork together and pressed it tightly to the ground. The three-headed jackal struggled unwillingly for a few times, and the soldiers gritted their teeth and their faces flushed. "Quick, lock it with chains," Captain Umazlala shouted anxiously beside him. The two soldiers carried an iron chain as thick as their arms with fearful expressions, tied up the three-headed jackal tightly, and put a muzzle on it. The three-headed jackal roared a few times in dissatisfaction, and then lay listlessly on the ground. Emmeline Rat, who was standing next to him, had been secretly observing, but when she saw Captain Umazlala pulling the three-headed jackal with a trembling hand, she frowned and said to herself, "Didn't the madam say that this guy might have subdued the three-headed jackal? Why doesn't it look like that? But this is the best. How can a beast of the level of the three-headed jackal be trapped by an iron chain? Once it enters the depths of the mountains, it will definitely become wild. By then, the madam will come back to me again." As she said this, a cold smile appeared on her face. However, when she saw Captain Umazlala coming towards her, the cold smile instantly disappeared without a trace. She looked warm and concerned. "Sir, it is extremely dangerous to go to the Shuan Mountains. You must come back safely. Otherwise, what will my wife do?" "Don't worry." Captain Umazlala knew that she was a false sympathizer, but he still nodded and thanked her. Then he turned around and waved his hand. "Let's go." A group of 17 people and a fierce beast walked along the weedy path into the mountains. After just a few steps, Captain Umazlala noticed something unusual. The trees here are so dense that in many places, the gap between two trees can only allow one person to pass sideways. The weeds on the ground are also crowded together, resulting in no rock on the ground. Captain Umazlala has explored many primeval forests, but has never seen such a vibrant forest. After walking less than 1,000 meters, the path had come to an end. There were only dense woods and endless grass ahead. It was impossible to tell the direction. Captain Umazlala stopped, and the team member who was on guard behind him also caught up. "Captain, the people in the manor didn't catch up. Captain Umazlala was relieved. He walked in front of the three-headed jackal and said with a smile, "Brother Three Heads, I wronged you just now. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to deceive that little girl. I understand. I understand. Did I act well just now?" The three-headed jackal changed his appearance of a primitive beast just now, and his eyes sparkled. Of course. Captain Umazlala untied the chain on the three-headed jackal, pointed to the distance and said, "Brother Three Heads, let's not beat around the bush. I know what you are looking for." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.